Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Cross Naruto. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Naruto was the first Force God, the ancient entity before the Jedi Order? Naruto x Ahsoka x Padmé. If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, Awakening. The ancient temple trembled. Dust fell from stone ceilings carved with symbols unseen for millennia. Deep beneath layers of forgotten civilization, something stirred. Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes. "Kurama," he whispered, his voice rough from disuse. "You feel that?" The massive nine-tailed fox that shared his consciousness rumbled in agreement. "The balance is shifting. Someone's messing with chakra on a scale we haven't seen since before we went to sleep," Naruto finished, pushing himself up from the stone altar where he'd rested for, how long had it been? The chamber around him was intact but weathered by time. His body felt strangely heavy yet energized, chakra pathways buzzing like they'd been overcharged. He stretched, feeling joints pop. "Man, I'm starving. Got any idea how long we were out?" "Long enough for things to change," Kurama growled. "The chakra, or whatever they're calling it now, feels wrong. Fractured." Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses outward. Kurama was right. The natural energy that should flow smoothly throughout everything felt divided, polarized. Light opposing dark in an unnatural separation. "Something's definitely off," he muttered, walking toward the sealed stone doorway. "Let's check it out." With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent a Rasengan spiraling into the ancient stone. It disintegrated instantly, revealing a long corridor leading upward. Naruto squinted as distant light filtered down from above. "Time to see what kind of world we woke up to." Ahsoka Tano wiped sweat from her orange-skinned forehead as she pushed through dense jungle undergrowth. Her montrals twitched, picking up sounds beyond normal hearing range, including something massive shifting underground. "You're close," she whispered to herself. "Whatever you are." 3 weeks since she'd walked away from the Jedi Temple. 3 weeks of following fragmentary Force visions leading her to this unnamed planet in the Outer Rim. The Force had never called to her so persistently before, not even during her most intense training with Anakin. Something ancient was awakening. Something powerful. Her comlink buzzed. She ignored it. Probably Rex again, checking if she was okay. She'd contact him later, once she understood what she'd found. The jungle thinned as she approached a mountain face covered in vines and overgrowth. But Ahsoka's eyes caught the unnatural symmetry beneath, a structure, not a natural formation. She activated one lightsaber, using its white glow to examine the stone more carefully. Symbols covered the surface, nothing like Jedi texts or even Sith artifacts she'd encountered. These were spiraling patterns with strange character markings, somehow both primitive and complex. "Okay, whatever you are," she muttered, pressing her palm against the cool stone, "I'm here now." The Force surged through her unexpectedly, making her gasp. The symbols beneath her hand glowed gold momentarily before the entire wall shuddered and began to slide open. Ahsoka stepped back, both lightsabers ready. That was way too easy. Naruto climbed through level after level of the temple, each chamber revealing a different era of occupation. The lowest levels, his levels, featured symbols of the Hidden Leaf Village and other shinobi nations. But as he ascended, these gave way to stranger markings, different civilizations that had built atop his forgotten sanctuary. "Looks like we've been asleep a really long time," he muttered, examining odd mechanical devices and unfamiliar script. "This is getting weird, Kurama." "I sense someone approaching from above," the fox replied. "They have chakra training, but it's limited. Constrained." Naruto nodded, extending his senses upward. Kurama was right, someone with considerable power was entering the temple, but their energy felt strangely channeled, as if they only used a fraction of their potential. "Friendly?" he asked. "Unknown." But they feel bright. Not corrupted. Naruto grinned. Then let's say hello. He formed a familiar hand sign, and in a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. You know what to do, he told it. The clone nodded and sprinted ahead while the original continued at a more measured pace. Ahsoka moved cautiously through the temple's upper chambers, her lightsabers casting eerie shadows across walls covered in ancient carvings. The force practically sang around her, more vibrant than she'd ever felt it. This place was a nexus of some kind, not dark, not light, but powerfully alive with energy. Her instincts flared. She spun, lightsabers raised just as a figure rounded the corner ahead. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Strange whisker-like markings on his cheeks. Human, or near human, wearing an orange and black outfit unlike any she'd seen before. He stopped, staring at her with equal surprise. Whoa, he exclaimed, hands raising defensively. Nice light swords. Ahsoka didn't lower her weapons. Who are you? What is this place? The strange man tilted his head, examining her with curious eyes. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And this, he gestured around, used to be my home. Sort of. More like my really long-term hotel room. His casual tone threw her off. This wasn't the ancient malevolence she'd half expected, nor the wise sage her visions had hinted at. Just a young man who looked barely older than her, speaking an oddly accented version of basic. You're what I felt in the Force, she said, not asking but confirming. Force? He scratched his head. Is that what you call chakra these days? Before she could answer, her montrals picked up a faint sound, the characteristic whine of repulsor lifts in the distance. Her expression hardened. We're not alone, she warned. Someone followed me. To her surprise, Naruto grinned. Yeah, I know. About 6 ships landing in the clearing to the north. Heavily armed, not friendly. Ahsoka stared. How could you possibly, shadow clone, he said, as if that explained everything. Look, you seem okay, and we've got company that isn't. Truce. She hesitated only briefly before deactivating her lightsabers. Truce. For now. Great. I'm starving, got any food while we figure out who's trying to kill us? From the tree lean, Baskor watched his mercenaries establish a perimeter around the temple entrance. The Trandoshan bounty hunter hissed with pleasure. His sources had been right, the Jedi girl had led them straight to the ancient site, saving months of searching. Start the Syscans, he ordered his Rodian tech specialist. I want to know what treasures wait inside before we flush them out. The specialist nodded, adjusting equipment on a hovering scanner droid. Energy readings are off the charts, boss. Whatever's in there, it's putting out more power than a Star Destroyer's reactor. Bask's scaled lips pulled back in a toothy grin. The Separatists will pay handsomely for this find. What about the Jedi? Asked his Weequay lieutenant. Dead or alive, she's just a bonus now. Inside the temple, Ahsoka shared a ration bar with Naruto, watching him grimace at the taste. This is food, he complained. Man, I miss ramen. It's standard military issue, she defended. And you still haven't explained who you are or why you were sealed in an ancient temple. Naruto finished the bar in 2 more bites. It's complicated. How about you tell me what year it is first? It's 7958 CRC, she answered, then registered his blank expression. Coruscant Galactic Standard Calendar. 21 BBY in the old system. He blinked. That means absolutely nothing to me. How long have you been down there? Naruto shrugged. No idea. Last thing I remember was fighting a major battle against some really bad guys called the Otsutsuki. They wanted to harvest all the world's chakra. I stopped them, but the damage to the natural energy was severe. I used a sealing jutsu to stabilize things, went into a deep meditation state to maintain the balance, and... He gestured around. Woke up when I felt things going sideways again. Ahsoka processed this. You're saying you've been in stasis for potentially thousands of years. Probably, he agreed casually. Kurama and I have done it before, just not this long. Speaking of, he closed his eyes briefly. My shadow clone spotted 23 mercenaries setting up position outside. Mixed species, heavy weapons, professional gear. Her hand moved to her lightsabers. Bounty hunters, most likely. There's a price on my head. What did you do? I was framed for a bombing at the Jedi Temple. I was cleared, but... She looked away. I left the order anyway. Naruto studied her. These Jedi, they're the ones who use this force energy. Yes. We're peacekeepers, or we're supposed to be. Her voice held a trace of bitterness. The Jedi maintain balance in the galaxy by following the light side of the Force and opposing the dark side. Light side? Dark side? Naruto frowned. That's not how chakra, or your Force, actually works. It's all one energy. Before Ahsoka could respond, a loud explosion rocked the temple entrance above them. Naruto jumped to his feet. Guess they're done waiting. Want to see how I handle unwanted guests? Without waiting for her answer, he sprinted up the corridor toward the sound of blaster fire. Ahsoka hurried after him, lightsabers igniting with twin snap hisses. Wait. They have heavy weapons and, she rounded the corner to see Naruto standing directly in the temple entrance, seemingly unconcerned about the 20+ armed mercenaries pointing blasters at him. The bounty hunters had blown open the outer door and established firing positions behind portable shields. Hey! Naruto called out cheerfully. You guys mind? I just woke up, and I'm having a conversation. The Trandoshan leader stepped forward. Surrender the temple and the Jedi, human. This site now belongs to the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Naruto scratched his head. No idea what that is, but this place is definitely mine. How about you all leave, and nobody gets hurt? The mercenaries laughed. The leader raised his hand, signaling his troops. Last chance, Naruto said, his voice suddenly serious. I don't want to hurt anyone on my first day back. The Trandoshan's hand dropped. Fire. Blaster bolts erupted from 20 weapons simultaneously. Ahsoka lunged forward, raising her lightsabers to deflect, but froze in shock. Naruto hadn't moved. Instead, a swirling sphere of energy materialized around him, intercepting every blaster bolt. The energy didn't reflect the shots like a lightsaber would, it absorbed them completely. Then he moved. Ahsoka had trained with the fastest Jedi in the Order, Anakin Skywalker himself. She'd seen Master Plo Koon and Master Kenobi in combat. Nothing prepared her for Naruto's speed. One moment he stood in the doorway, the next, he was behind the Trandoshan leader. No force leap, no visible movement, just instant displacement. Before anyone could react, he'd tapped 2 fingers against the bounty hunter's neck. The Trandoshan collapsed instantly. Boss! A Rodian mercenary shouted, swinging his heavy blaster around. Naruto's hands flew through a series of positions faster than Ahsoka could track. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive gust of invisible force erupted from his palm, sending 6 mercenaries flying backward into the jungle. Their weapons clattered uselessly to the ground. The remaining bounty hunters opened fire again. This time, Naruto didn't absorb the shots, he dodged them. Not with grand leaps or rolls, but with minimal, precise movements. Each blaster bolt missed by millimeters as he weaved through the barrage like it was happening in slow motion. Ahsoka snapped out of her shock and joined the fray, deflecting shots back at the mercenaries' weapons and armor, disabling rather than killing. Together, they moved through the clearing, her lightsabers flashing, him alternating between bare-handed strikes and bursts of elemental power. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, there were 5 Narutos attacking simultaneously from different directions. Not illusions, solid duplicates moving independently. The fight ended in under a minute. 23 hardened mercenaries lay unconscious or restrained by what appeared to be living wooden bindings that had erupted from the ground at Naruto's command. Ahsoka deactivated her lightsabers, breathing slightly elevated. Naruto hadn't even broken a sweat. "What was that?" she demanded. "Those techniques, they weren't anything like force abilities I've seen." Naruto dispelled his shadow clones, each vanishing in a small puff of smoke. "Basic ninja stuff." "Well, maybe not basic, but nothing special. I'm actually holding back since I don't want to destroy the place." She stared at him, reassessing everything. "Who are you, really?" He smiled, but it held a hint of sadness. "Like I said, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And I think I need to figure out exactly what happened while I was asleep." He gestured at the unconscious mercenaries. "Starting with why people are shooting at us and what they meant about this Confederacy thing." Ahsoka nodded slowly. "Their ship should have star charts and a functional comm system. We can use it to figure out our next move." "Great." Naruto's smile brightened. "Lead the way. I don't think I got your name." "Ahsoka. Ahsoka Tano." "Nice to meet you, Ahsoka. I have a feeling we're gonna be good friends." As they walked toward the bounty hunter's transport, Ahsoka couldn't help wondering what kind of power she'd just witnessed, and what it meant for the galaxy that its wielder had suddenly awakened. The mercenaries' ship was a modified Corellian transport, spacious enough for their operation but small enough to navigate planetary atmospheres easily. Naruto whistled as they entered the cockpit. "This is a spaceship. You guys actually travel between stars?" His eyes were wide with genuine wonder. Ahsoka nodded, sliding into the pilot's seat. "This is a pretty basic model, too." She activated the NAV computer, bringing up star charts. "We're in the Outer Rim, about 3 days hyperspace travel from the nearest Republic outpost." Naruto leaned over her shoulder, staring at the holographic display showing thousands of star systems. "There are so many worlds." He suddenly looked vulnerable, younger somehow. "My home, do you know a planet called Earth? Or maybe they call it something else now." Ahsoka shook her head. "I've never heard of it. But the galaxy is vast, it could be under a different name, or in wild space beyond the Outer Rim." His shoulders slumped slightly before he straightened. "No big deal. We'll figure it out. So what's all this about a Confederacy and Republic?" As Ahsoka explained the Clone Wars, Naruto listened with increasing concern. The conflict between the Republic and Separatists, the Jedi serving as generals, the mysterious Sith behind it all, it painted a picture of a galaxy fractured by the same division he'd sensed in the Force. And these Sith used the dark side while Jedi used the light, he clarified. "Essentially." Ahsoka adjusted some controls, scanning for nearby communications. "The dark side corrupts its users. It's fueled by hate, fear, and anger." Naruto frowned. "That's not how it works. Emotions don't make energy dark or light, it's intent and balance that matters. That's not what the Jedi teach." "Then they've lost something important along the way," he said simply. Before she could respond, the comm system crackled. A coded transmission was being broadcast on high-frequency, separatist channels, based on the encryption pattern. "They're reporting in," Ahsoka realized. "These bounty hunters were supposed to secure this temple for the separatists. When they don't respond, more will come," Naruto finished. "With bigger guns, probably. We need to move. This ship has enough fuel to reach Republic space, but..." She hesitated. "I'm technically a fugitive. And you're..." She gestured vaguely at him. "A weird guy with powers nobody understands," he suggested with a grin. "Exactly." Naruto crossed his arms, thinking. "You mentioned someone who might help us understand what's happening." A friend who's still in this Jedi Order. Ahsoka's expression grew complicated. Not exactly. But I do know someone who might help without immediately reporting us. Someone with both political influence and discretion. Sounds perfect. She took a deep breath and began entering coordinates into the NAV computer. Senator Padmé Amidala of Naboo. If anyone can help us figure this out, it's her. Hyperspace travel fascinated Naruto. The swirling blue tunnel outside the viewport entranced him for hours before he finally tore himself away to explore the ship. This is incredible, he told Ahsoka as she showed him how to operate the food synthesizer. We had some advanced technology back home, but nothing like this. How advanced was your civilization? She asked, genuinely curious. We had electricity, computers, cameras. But most of our power came from chakra techniques. He accepted a cup of synthesized tea, grimacing at the taste. This is awful compared to the real thing. She smiled slightly. So I'm gathering. You've complained about every food and drink so far. Because they're all terrible. How do you live like this? Their easy banter had developed naturally over the past day. Despite her initial suspicion, Ahsoka found Naruto's open, honest nature disarming. He asked endless questions about the galaxy, absorbing information with surprising speed despite his casual demeanor. So these separatists, he said, moving to a more serious topic, they're led by someone called Count Dooku, who's secretly a Sith. And behind him is another Sith whose identity nobody knows. The Sith Master, yes. The Jedi have been trying to uncover their identity since the war began. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, communicating with Kurama. We both think that's probably who disturbed the balance enough to wake us. Using chakra, the Force, for large-scale manipulation creates ripples. You talk about your fox friend like he's separate from you, but you share a body. Kurama's a tailed beast, a being of pure chakra with his own consciousness. We're partners. He lifted his shirt, showing a spiral seal on his stomach. He was sealed inside me when I was a baby, but eventually we became friends instead of jailer and prisoner. Ahsoka frowned. That seems cruel, to seal a conscious being inside another. It was complicated, Naruto admitted. But we figured it out eventually. Kurama says hi, by the way. He thinks your headtails are interesting. They're called Montrose and Leku, she corrected automatically. And, tell him hello back, I guess. Naruto grinned. He likes you. Says you've got good instincts. His expression became more serious. So, this Senator Amidala, you trust her? Even though you're a fugitive? Senator Amidala stood by me during my trial when almost no one else would, Ahsoka said softly. She believes in justice more than politics. And she's close to my former master. Your teacher. The one who trained you. Yes. Anakin Skywalker. A shadow crossed her face. Leaving the order meant leaving him too, which was the hardest part. But after what happened, I couldn't stay. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes the hardest thing is walking away from the place you thought was home when it no longer feels right. He smiled sadly. I did that once too. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the hypnotic swirl of hyperspace. Finally, Ahsoka spoke again. We'll reach Naboo in about 14 hours. Senator Amidala maintains a private retreat in the Lake Country where we can meet her without attracting attention. I've sent a coded message that she'll understand. How much are you going to tell her about me? Ahsoka considered this. As little as necessary until we meet in person. Communications can be intercepted, even secure ones. Naruto nodded. Smart. So, while we wait, he straightened excitedly, want to see some cool jutsu? Nothing that'll damage the ship, promise. His childlike enthusiasm made her smile despite herself. All right. Show me what you can do. For the next few hours, Naruto demonstrated basic chakra techniques, creating small Rasengan spheres, water manipulation, even walking up walls and across the ceiling using chakra control. Ahsoka compared these to similar force abilities, noting both similarities and significant differences. Your techniques require those hand signs. Most do, he confirmed, forming a small, perfect sphere of water above his palm. They help shape and direct chakra. Some really powerful or practiced shinobi can perform jutsu with fewer signs or none at all, but they're still helpful. And anyone could learn these techniques. They're not tied to specific bloodlines or species. Most jutsu can be learned by anyone with proper chakra training, Naruto explained, letting the water sphere dissipate. There are some Kekkei Genkai, bloodline abilities, that are inherited, like certain eye techniques or elemental combinations. But basic chakra manipulation? Everyone has that potential. This concept fascinated Ahsoka. Jedi training emphasized that force sensitivity was something you were born with, you either had it or didn't. The idea that everyone potentially had access to this power, just in different degrees, contradicted fundamental Jedi teachings. Could you? She hesitated. Could you teach me some of your techniques? Naruto beamed. Of course. Let's start with chakra sensing, it's the foundation of everything else. Naboo appeared before them as they exited hyperspace, a beautiful blue-green orb swirled with white clouds. Naruto pressed his face against the viewport, amazed. It looks like home, he whispered. The forests, the water. Ahsoka guided the ship through the planet's atmosphere, following a course that avoided the major cities and population centers. The lake country is one of the most beautiful regions, she explained. Isolated, peaceful. As they descended, Naruto could see vast lakes scattered among rolling green hills and mountains. The landscape opened beneath them, revealing a glittering expanse of water with small islands dotting its surface. There, Ahsoka pointed. That's the Varikino retreat. Senator Amidala's family has owned it for generations. The ship settled onto a private landing pad nestled among trees near a magnificent villa overlooking the lake. As the engines powered down, Ahsoka turned to Naruto. Let me speak to her first, she suggested. Your story is complicated. Naruto nodded. Sure thing. I'll hang back until you give the signal. They descended the ramp to find a slender human woman waiting for them. Despite her simple attire, a flowing blue dress rather than formal senatorial robes, she carried herself with unmistakable dignity. Her brown hair was arranged in an intricate braided style, and her dark eyes showed both warmth and caution. Ahsoka, she greeted with a genuine smile. I'm so glad to see you safe. Senator Amidala. Ahsoka bowed slightly. Thank you for agreeing to meet us. I wouldn't have contacted you if it wasn't important. After everything you've been through, you never need to explain asking for help. Padmé embraced her briefly before stepping back. And please, we're well past formalities. It's just Padmé. Her gaze shifted to the ship. You mentioned a companion. Ahsoka took a deep breath. This is going to sound strange, but I need you to keep an open mind. I've discovered something, someone, who might change everything we understand about the Force and possibly the entire conflict. Padmé's expression grew serious. You know you can trust me, Ahsoka. I know. She turned toward the ship. Naruto, you can come out now. Naruto walked down the ramp, offering a friendly wave. Hi there. Nice planet you've got. Padmé studied him curiously. Welcome to Naboo. I'm Senator Padmé Amidala. Naruto Uzumaki. He extended his hand, which she shook. Former shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village and apparently really late for dinner. Her brow furrowed. Shinobi. I'm not familiar with, let's go inside, Ahsoka suggested. This explanation requires privacy and probably refreshments. In the villa's spacious sitting room overlooking the lake, Ahsoka recounted their meeting while Naruto devoured a plate of Naboo delicacies with enthusiastic approval. "This is real food," he exclaimed between bites. "So much better than that ship stuff." Padmé listened to Ahsoka's account with remarkable composure, even as the story became increasingly fantastic. When Ahsoka finished explaining Naruto's demonstrations on the ship, Padmé turned to their blonde guest. "You claim to have been in stasis for possibly thousands of years," she summarized, "awakening because you sensed a disturbance in the Force, which you call chakra. And you possess abilities beyond what even Jedi can accomplish." Naruto nodded, finally setting aside his empty plate. "That's about it, yeah. I know it sounds crazy. I've seen many extraordinary things as a senator," Padmé replied diplomatically. "But proof would be helpful." "Fair enough." Naruto stood, forming a familiar cross-shaped hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 perfect copies of Naruto appeared in the room with small puffs of smoke. Unlike holograms, they cast shadows, disturbed the air, and moved independently. One clone picked up a fruit from the table, bit into it, and offered it to Padmé with a grin. "They're solid," she observed, accepting the fruit with astonishment. "And independent?" "Completely," all 6 Narutos answered simultaneously before 5 vanished in smoke puffs. "That's just basic stuff," the original continued. "I specialize in wind and water techniques, plus some special jutsu I've developed. Oh, and sage techniques that use natural energy." Padmé set the fruit aside, visibly processing. "Assuming everything you've told me is true, why contact me? What do you hope to accomplish?" Naruto looked to Ahsoka, who nodded encouragingly. "Something's wrong with how the Force is being used in this era," he explained. "It's divided, unbalanced. Back in my time, we understood chakra as a unified energy, not light or dark, just energy. How you used it defined whether your actions were good or evil, not the energy itself." "The Jedi would disagree," Padmé noted. "Exactly the problem," Ahsoka interjected. "What if the fundamental understanding that both Jedi and Sith operate from is flawed? What if this artificial division is actually making the conflict worse?" Padmé's political mind quickly grasped the implications. "You believe this misunderstanding is somehow connected to the war itself?" "I don't have all the pieces yet," Naruto admitted. "But whenever chakra gets this disturbed, something big is happening. Someone powerful is manipulating things from the shadows." "The Sith Master," Ahsoka added. Padmé stood, walking to the window overlooking the lake. "What you're suggesting challenges thousands of years of Jedi tradition. Not to mention, introducing a mysterious figure with unprecedented powers in the middle of a galactic war would cause chaos." "I'm not looking to cause trouble," Naruto insisted. "I just want to understand what's happened and help fix the imbalance. After that, maybe I can find out what happened to my home." Padmé turned back to them. "The Jedi Council would want to meet you immediately. And probably lock him away for study," Ahsoka countered. "Or worse, see him as a threat." A heavy silence fell over the room. Finally, Padmé spoke again. "I have contacts, people I trust who operate outside official channels. Researchers, explorers who specialize in ancient civilizations and Force traditions beyond the Jedi. They might help us understand your origins, Naruto, and what connection they have to current events." Naruto brightened. "That sounds perfect." "It's not without risk," Padmé cautioned. "The Senate is filled with spies, and both Republic intelligence and Separatist agents monitor unusual activity. If word spreads about your abilities, everyone will want to control or eliminate me," Naruto finished. "Not the first time I've dealt with that problem." Ahsoka looked between them. "So what's our next move?" "First," Padmé decided, "we need information. My contact at the University of Barleth specializes in pre-Republic civilizations and Force traditions. Professor Harali Nyxx has spent decades studying ancient sites rumored to predate both Jedi and Sith. How soon can we meet this professor?" Ahsoka asked. I'll make arrangements immediately. In the meantime, Padmé glanced at Naruto's distinctive orange and black outfit. We should probably find you both less conspicuous clothing if you're going to be traveling. Later that evening, Naruto stood on a balcony overlooking the lake, dressed in simple Naboo attire that Padmé had provided. The moons reflected on the water's surface, creating a peaceful scene so reminiscent of quiet nights in Konoha that his chest ached with sudden homesickness. Can't sleep? Ahsoka asked, joining him. She too wore civilian clothes, a simple tunic and pants in muted blues. Just thinking, he replied. Everything's so different, yet some things never change. The sky, water, people caring about each other. He smiled slightly. Finding trouble wherever I go. Is that a habit of yours? You have no idea, he laughed. Back home, they called me Konoha's #1 hyperactive, unpredictable, knucklehead ninja. I can see why, she teased. Then, more seriously, are you worried? About what we might discover? Naruto considered this. A little. But I've always believed that knowing the truth, even when it hurts, is better than comfortable lies. He glanced at her. What about you? You left your order, your whole life behind. Now you're helping a weird guy who claims to be from ancient history. Having second thoughts? Strangely, no. Ahsoka leaned against the railing. The Force led me to that temple for a reason. Whatever's happening, I'm meant to be part of it. Inside the villa, Padmé was engaged in a hushed holographic conversation with Professor NYXX. Though they couldn't hear the words, the senator's tense posture suggested the discussion wasn't going entirely as planned. She's taking a big risk helping us, Naruto observed. Why? She barely knows me and you're technically a fugitive. Ahsoka smiled sadly. That's just who she is. Padmé fights for what's right, regardless of personal cost. It's why she's respected even by her political opponents. The hologram flickered off, and moments later, Padmé joined them on the balcony, her expression troubled. Professor NYXX agreed to meet us, she announced, but not at the university. Apparently, there's been increased security around ancient artifacts and texts, Republic military orders citing strategic cultural assets. That's unusual, Ahsoka frowned. The Jedi oversee archaeological finds with Force connections, not the regular military. Exactly. The professor believes something significant was recently discovered that's prompted this security change. Padmé handed Naruto a small data chip. These are coordinates for a meeting on Dantooine, a remote farming world with minimal Republic presence. She'll bring relevant research materials there. When do we leave? Naruto asked. Dawn, Padmé answered. I've arranged for a less conspicuous ship. And I'll be accompanying you. Both Ahsoka and Naruto looked surprised. What about your Senate duties? Ahsoka asked. I've requested a brief leave citing family matters. My handmaidens will ensure my absence isn't questioned. Her expression hardened slightly. Besides, if what you're suggesting about the Force and its connection to the war is true, this may be more important than any Senate debate. Naruto studied her with newfound respect. You remind me of someone I used to know. A princess who never hesitated to put herself in danger for her people. I'm no princess, Padmé smiled, just a senator trying to end a war. Sometimes that's even braver, he replied seriously. Later, as they each retired to prepare for their journey, Naruto communed with Kurama in his mindscape, a spacious chamber where the fox could manifest at his full, massive size. This galaxy is strange, Kurama rumbled. The way they've fractured chakra into opposing forces feels unnatural. Something happened after we went to sleep, Naruto agreed, sitting cross-legged before the fox. Some knowledge was lost, or deliberately changed. And these Jedi and Sith both only use fragments of what chakra truly is, the fox mused. No wonder they're constantly at war. What about the senator? She's not trained, but I sensed something when we were talking. A potential. Kurama's massive tails swished thoughtfully. She has strong chakra pathways, unusually so for someone untrained. The Togruta girl too, though her training has constrained her potential in some ways. Could I teach them the real techniques? Like how the sage taught people in our time? Perhaps, Kurama allowed. But be cautious, Naruto. We don't yet understand the political landscape here. Giving power to the wrong people could make things worse. Naruto nodded. We'll figure it out as we go, like always. The fox snorted. Your figuring it out as we go strategy has nearly gotten us killed more times than I can count. But we're still here. Naruto grinned. That counts for something, right? As he drifted towards sleep, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that they were being pulled into something much larger than a simple historical mystery, something that would challenge everything this galaxy thought it knew about the Force. Dawn painted Naboo's sky in brilliant oranges and pinks as they prepared the sleek silver yacht Padmé had arranged. Unlike military vessels or typical transports, the luxury ship was designed for wealthy travelers, inconspicuous in its ostentatiousness. Rich people's ships aren't searched as thoroughly at checkpoints, Padmé explained as they boarded. And this model has certain modifications that don't appear in its registry. Smuggling compartments? Ahsoka guessed, eyebrow raised. Among other things. Padmé didn't elaborate further as she initiated the launch sequence. As they ascended through Naboo's atmosphere, Naruto pressed against a viewport again, watching the planet shrink beneath them. I'm never going to get tired of this, he murmured. The ship broke free of gravity's pull, stars sharpening around them as atmospheric distortion fell away. Padmé plotted their hyperspace coordinates while Ahsoka monitored communication channels. Wait, Ahsoka suddenly tensed. I'm picking up a priority alert on the Republic frequency. Padmé frowned, bringing up the message. Text scrolled across the screen, priority alert, anomalous force disturbance detected, Sector 17, all Jedi in vicinity report 2 coordinates. Those coordinates, Ahsoka said slowly. That's the planet where we found Naruto. Naruto peered at the screen. How would they know? The bounty hunters never reported back. The temple itself, Padmé realized. If it's as powerful a force nexus as you described, your awakening might have created ripples that Jedi could sense across the galaxy. Which means others felt it too, Ahsoka added grimly. Including the Sith. Padmé's hands flew across the controls, programming a more complex hyperspace route. We'll take a detour, several small jumps instead of one direct route. It'll add time but make us harder to track. Good idea, Naruto agreed. In the meantime, maybe we should start figuring out exactly what's happened to chakra, the Force, in the last few thousand years. The stars stretched into lines as they entered hyperspace, leaving behind a planet now swarming with Republic ships converging on the ancient temple where a god had awakened. The journey to Dantooine would take nearly 2 days with their detoured route. During that time, Ahsoka and Padmé shared everything they knew about Jedi history, the Sith, and the current conflict, while Naruto explained the fundamentals of chakra as understood in his era. So in your time, Padmé clarified as they sat in the ship's comfortable lounge, there was no division between light and dark aspects of this energy? Not exactly, Naruto replied. We understood chakra as having different natures, fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and different qualities. Some techniques were definitely more destructive than others, and some bloodline abilities had darker applications. But the energy itself wasn't divided. What about emotions? Ahsoka asked. Jedi are taught that negative emotions like fear, anger, and hate lead to the dark side. Naruto shook his head. Emotions are just part of being human, or whatever species. They influence how you use chakra, sure, but they don't corrupt it. I've used chakra while angry plenty of times without turning evil. That contradicts everything the Jedi teach, Ahsoka said, troubled. Maybe that's the problem, Naruto suggested gently. By trying to suppress natural emotions instead of understanding and channeling them, you create internal conflict. That affects how energy flows through you. Padmé, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Is it possible to sense this chakra without training? To use it? Everyone has chakra, Naruto confirmed. Most people in my time never learned to use it consciously beyond basic levels, but the potential was there. Why do you ask? Padmé hesitated. Sometimes I feel connected to things. Especially with people close to me. I can sense when something's wrong, almost like a disturbance in the force, Ahsoka finished, staring at Padmé with new understanding. You've never been tested for force sensitivity, have you? Why would I be? I wasn't identified as a child, and adults aren't accepted for Jedi training. She looked uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Besides, my path was politics, not mysticism. Naruto studied her thoughtfully. In my time, people started chakra training at any age. Some of our most powerful shinobi were late bloomers. He grinned suddenly. Want me to check your chakra system? Before she could answer, the ship's proximity alarm blared. Ahsoka rushed to the cockpit, the others close behind. Something's pulled us out of hyperspace, she reported, hands flying over controls. Some kind of interdiction field. The swirling blue tunnel collapsed around them, stars snapping back into place as they returned to real space. Directly ahead loomed a massive ship, a separatist Providence-class dreadnought. We've been intercepted, Padmé said grimly. Scan for other vessels. Ahsoka checked the sensors. 2 banking clan frigates flanking us. This was a coordinated trap. Naruto stared at the enormous warship. Friends of yours? Separatists, Padmé answered tersely. And that's not just any dreadnought, those markings belong to General Grievous. The comm system crackled to life, and a harsh mechanical voice filled the cockpit. Attention Naboo vessel. This is General Grievous. You will power down and prepare to be boarded, or you will be destroyed. I am particularly interested in your unusual passenger. Naruto's eyes widened. He knows about me. How? The separatists must have decoded the bounty hunter's mission parameters, Ahsoka realized. They knew exactly what we found. The ship shuddered as a tractor beam locked on, slowly pulling them toward the dreadnought's hangar bay. Options? Padmé asked, hand moving subtly toward her concealed blaster. We could surrender, play dumb, try to escape later, Ahsoka suggested. Or, Naruto said with a growing grin, we could show them exactly why trying to capture me is a really, really bad idea. Both women looked at him. The confident gleam in his blue eyes suggested he wasn't bluffing. What did you have in mind? Ahsoka asked. Naruto cracked his knuckles. First, we let them bring us aboard. Then, I introduced General Robot Voice to a few thousand shadow clones and maybe a tailed beast or 2. You can't be serious, Padmé said. That ship carries thousands of battle droids and a commander who's killed dozens of Jedi. Good, Naruto nodded. Then they'll have enough to keep them busy while you 2 take their ship. Take their, Ahsoka started, then stopped. You mean commandeer the dreadnought? Why not? We disable the other ships, take control of the big one, and we've got ourselves a much more impressive ride to Dantooine. He said it as if suggesting they borrow a speeder. Padmé and Ahsoka exchanged looks. That's insane, Padmé finally said. Ahsoka's lips twitched in a suppressed smile. It's exactly what Anakin would suggest. Which is precisely why it's insane, Padmé insisted, though her expression had softened at the mention of Anakin. The tractor beam pulled them steadily closer to the dreadnought's open hangar. Dozens of battle droids were visible, forming ranks to receive the captured vessel. Time to decide, Naruto prompted. Surrender for real, or surrender as a trap? Ahsoka ignited one lightsaber, its white glow illuminating her determined face. I vote trap. After a moment, Padmé sighed and drew her blaster. The Senate would never approve this plan. Naruto's grin widened. Good thing the Senate isn't here. Now, here's what we'll do. General Grievous paced the bridge of his flagship, metal feet clanking against the deck plating. His cape billowed behind him as he turned to face the tactical droid. The vessel is secured in Hangar Bay 3, General, the droid reported. Our boarding party reports 3 life forms aboard, 2 humans and a Togruta. Grievous' eyes narrowed within his skeletal mask. The intelligence was correct. The anomaly from Sector 17 has revealed itself. His mechanical voice lowered. Bring the humans to me. Kill the Togruta if she resists. Roger, Roger. In the hangar bay, battle droids surrounded the sleek Naboo yacht, weapons trained on its lowering ramp. B-1 battle droids formed the outer perimeter, with more heavily armored B-2 super battle droids positioned closer to the ship. For destroyer droids waited with shields activated, their tri-barrel weapons ready to fire. The ramp touched the deck with a soft hiss of hydraulics. For a moment, nothing happened. Then 3 figures appeared at the top of the ramp, hands raised in apparent surrender. Come down slowly, the droid commander ordered. Any sudden movements and we open fire. Take it easy, Naruto called back cheerfully. We're coming down. No tricks, promise. The 3 descended the ramp with deliberate slowness. Ahsoka had concealed her lightsabers beneath a loose overrobe, while Padmé wore a simple flight suit that disguised her identity as a senator. Naruto, still in his borrowed Naboo clothing, looked around the hangar with unabashed curiosity. Wow, that's a lot of robots, he observed. Do they all talk? Silence, the commander droid ordered. You will be escorted to General Grievous for questioning. General who? Is he a robot too? Naruto asked innocently. The droids moved forward to secure them. As one reached for Naruto's arm, he grinned. Sorry about this. In a blur of movement too fast for the droid's optical sensors to track, Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The hangar erupted in chaos as hundreds of identical Narutos appeared in puffs of smoke, immediately attacking the surprised droids. Ahsoka whipped out her lightsabers, their white blades cutting through metal with effortless precision. Padmé rolled behind a cargo container, emerging with blaster ready to pick off droids with surgical accuracy. Alert! Alert! The commander droid's voice cut through the chaos. Intruders hostile. Request reinforcements to Hangar Bay THR. Its transmission ended abruptly as one of Naruto's clones drove a spiraling Rasengan through its torso. Destroyer droids rolled forward, deploying their shields and opening fire with devastating barrages. Blaster bolts ricocheted around the hangar, forcing Naruto's clones to dodge or dispel when hit. Those bubbles are tough. Naruto called to Ahsoka. Any suggestions? Ahsoka deflected a barrage of blaster fire. Their shields stop physical attacks and energy weapons, but they can't move once deployed. Naruto grinned, hands already forming new signs. Perfect. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. The metal deck beneath the destroyer droids suddenly softened like mud. Before they could react, the droids sank halfway into the floor, their lower halves trapped in suddenly rehardened metal. How did you? Ahsoka began. I'll explain later. We need to move before more show up. As if on cue, the hangar doors slid open to reveal dozens more battle droids marching in formation. Behind them loomed a towering figure, a droid commander unlike any Naruto had seen, with 4 arms and a cape, its skeletal face housing reptilian eyes. General Grievous, Ahsoka muttered. This just got complicated. The cyborg general's gaze fixed on the chaos in his hangar bay, then focused on Naruto and his many clones. Interesting, his mechanical voice rasped. Count Dooku will be most pleased when I deliver you to him. Grievous reached for his belt, drawing 2 lightsabers. With a flourish, he ignited both, one green, one blue, and stalked forward. You're surrounded, he declared. Your unusual abilities are impressive, but futile. Surrender the boy, and perhaps the others will live. Naruto stepped forward, his clones parting to form a path. Here's a better idea. You surrender this ship to us, and I don't have to show you what I can really do. Grievous laughed, the sound like metal scraping metal. Bold words from one so young. I get that a lot, Naruto replied with a shrug. Then, without warning, he flashed through a complex series of hand signs. Wind style, pressure damage. A concentrated burst of compressed air shot toward Grievous with incredible force. The general reacted with superhuman reflexes, crossing his lightsabers to block, but the invisible attack wasn't energy to be deflected by a lightsaber blade. It struck him directly, sending his metal body crashing into the wall with enough force to dent the reinforced bulkhead. Droids opened fire, blaster bolts filling the air. Naruto's clones moved to protect Padmé and Ahsoka, some taking hits and dispelling in puffs of smoke while others counterattacked. Grievous recovered quickly, metal limbs scuttling across the floor as he charged Naruto with frightening speed. His lightsabers became a whirlwind of deadly energy. Watch out! Ahsoka shouted. He's killed dozens of Jedi. But Naruto didn't retreat. Instead, he pulled something from his pocket, a three-pronged kunai knife. With precise timing, he threw it past Grievous' charge, the strange knife sailing harmlessly over the general's shoulder. Grievous' laugh was cut short when Naruto simply vanished from in front of him, and reappeared where the knife had landed behind him. Before the cyborg could turn, Naruto slammed a Rasengan directly into his back. The rotating sphere of chakra tore through Grievous' cape and into his armor plating, sending components and sparks flying as the general was propelled forward into a stack of supply crates. What manner of teleportation is this? Grievous snarled, regaining his footing, parts of his armor smoking. No Jedi moves like that. I'm not a Jedi, Naruto replied simply. Now. The signal triggered their planned counterattack. Ahsoka force-leaped to an overhead gantry, using her superior position to corral droids with precisely deflected blaster fire. Padmé sprinted toward a control panel, typing commands with practiced speed. Hangar shield activating, she called. Exterior doors sealed. Meanwhile, dozens of Naruto's clones had been methodically working their way toward specific targets, command consoles, weapon emplacements, access doors. Some transformed into perfect copies of battle droids, confusing the automated security systems. Grievous, realizing the coordinated nature of the assault, roared with fury. Enough games. He separated his arms into four, each now holding an activated lightsaber. With inhuman speed, he began cutting through Naruto's clones, advancing inexorably toward the original. Naruto! Ahsoka shouted in warning. Don't let those blades touch you, they'll cut through anything. Almost anything, Naruto corrected, pulling out another kunai. But this time, he channeled wind nature chakra into the blade. When Grievous' lightsaber struck it, instead of slicing through metal, the energy blade met unexpected resistance. Impossible! Grievous hissed. Wind chakra, Naruto explained conversationally, as if they weren't locked in deadly combat. Sharp enough to compete with your laser sword. Cool, right? With a twist of his wrist, Naruto deflected one lightsaber while ducking another. He moved with fluid grace, his movements unlike any fighting style Grievous had encountered. Not Jedi forms, not traditional martial arts, something older, more primal. Meanwhile, Ahsoka had engaged a squad of Magna Guards, droids wielding electrostaffs specifically designed to combat Jedi. Her dual lightsabers flashed white as she battled multiple opponents simultaneously. Padmé had reached the hangar control station and was working frantically. I'm into the ship's systems, she called. But there's a command lockout from the bridge. On it. Naruto replied, dodging another of Grievous' attacks. He formed a cross sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. This time, thousands of clones appeared throughout the hangar. Grievous froze momentarily at the sight of the orange-clad army suddenly facing him. "Okay guys," the original Naruto addressed his clones. "Take the ship." With a unified battle cry, the clones surged toward every exit, overwhelming the droid defenders by sheer numbers. Grievous found himself surrounded by dozens of opponents attacking from all angles. Even with 4 lightsabers and superhuman reflexes, he couldn't block them all. "This is impossible," the cyborg general raged as multiple Rasengan attacks struck his armor simultaneously. "What manner of creature are you?" Naruto formed a familiar hand seal. "The really stubborn kind. Sexy jutsu." In a puff of smoke, he transformed into a female version of himself, momentarily confusing Grievous' targeting algorithms. The general's hesitation was all Naruto needed to deliver a chakra-enhanced kick that sent the cyborg crashing into the ceiling before falling heavily to the deck. "That actually worked on a robot?" Ahsoka asked incredulously as she finished the last Magna Guard. "Worth a try," Naruto shrugged, reverting to his normal form. "Come on, we need to get to the bridge." Throughout the massive dreadnought, chaos reigned as thousands of shadow clones battled through corridors, disabled systems, and overwhelmed droid defenders. Some were dispatched, but more kept appearing as Naruto created replacements. The ship's internal communications filled with confused reports from battle droids encountering identical human attackers everywhere simultaneously. On the bridge, the tactical droid was attempting to make sense of the contradictory information. "Impossible. Security systems report 2,743 identical human intruders throughout the vessel. This exceeds known biological parameters." A nearby console exploded as several Naruto clones burst through a maintenance shaft, throwing wind-enhanced kunai that disabled key bridge personnel before they could react. "Hi there," one clone greeted cheerfully. "We'll be taking this ship now." Minutes later, the original Naruto, Ahsoka, and Padmé fought their way to the bridge, leaving a trail of disabled droids behind them. They arrived to find Naruto's clones already in control of the key systems. "Bridge secured, boss," the clone reported. "We've locked down all sections except the hangar bays, engineering, and primary weapons control." "Good work," Naruto replied. "How's our metal friend doing?" "Grievous escaped to his personal fighter," Ahsoka reported, checking a security feed. "But we've disabled the other separatist vessels. They can't pursue once we make the jump to hyperspace." Padmé had already taken the commander's position, her political experience surprisingly applicable to taking control of a military vessel. "I've accessed the main computer. Transferring command codes now." Alarms suddenly blared throughout the bridge. "Self-destruct sequence activated," an automated voice announced. 10 minutes until reactor overload. "That would be Grievous' parting gift," Padmé said grimly. "Can we override it?" A clone working at the engineering station shook his head. "Not from here. The sequence is locked to physical controls in engineering." Naruto turned to Ahsoka. "Can you fly this thing?" "Theoretically," she replied. "It's not that different from a Republic cruiser, just bigger." "Great. Padmé, work with Ahsoka to prep for hyperspace. I'll handle the self-destruct." He created another batch of clones. "You guys hold the bridge and secure any remaining droids." Without waiting for a response, Naruto sprinted from the bridge, following directional markers toward engineering. As he ran, Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. "This would be easier if you used my power," the fox suggested. "We're trying not to destroy the ship, remember?" Naruto replied mentally. "Besides, I want to keep that ace hidden for now. No sense showing everything we can do on day one." The fox snorted but didn't argue. Engineering was a massive chamber dominated by the ship's reactor, a pulsing column of energy contained within multiple field generators. Battle droids and technical droids worked frantically at various stations, clearly aware of the countdown to their own destruction. Naruto didn't bother with stealth. He charged into the chamber, creating a dozen shadow clones that immediately engaged the security droids while he headed straight for the main control panel where a self-destruct timer counted down, 6:47. 6:46, 6:45. Okay, how do I stop this, he muttered, examining the unfamiliar controls. A technical droid looked up from a nearby console. Impossible. The self-destruct requires General Grievous command codes to deactivate. Yeah. Watch me. Naruto placed his hands on the console and closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy through the ship's systems. It wasn't chakra exactly, but similar principles applied, energy moving through pathways, controlled by specific sequences. He channeled his chakra into the system, feeling for the connections, the patterns. There, the self-destruct was an energy surge building in the reactor's control systems, ready to overload the containment fields. I need to disrupt the sequence without breaking the containment, he realized. Opening his eyes, he formed a series of hand signs. Gentle fist, circuit disruption. A technique borrowed from his Hyuga friends back home, modified for this strange technology. Chakra flowed from his fingertips into precise points on the control system, temporarily severing the command pathways while preserving the core functions. The countdown froze at 4:21. That won't hold it forever, he muttered. Looking around, he spotted a maintenance droid. Hey, robot. How do I fully disable this thing? The droid's photoreceptors flickered. Physical removal of the command module is required. Located there. It pointed to a heavily shielded section of the reactor housing. Naruto examined the indicated area. Behind that energy field? No problem. He formed a Rasengan in his right hand, then focused wind chakra into it. The sphere transformed, growing larger, taking on a shuriken-like shape with a distinctive screaming sound. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. With precision born of years of practice, he threw the spiraling chakra shuriken. It passed through the energy shield as if it weren't there, striking the command module directly. Instead of a conventional explosion, the jutsu expanded into a microscopic wind blade sphere, shredding the module at a cellular level while containing the damage to just the target area. The countdown display went dark. Throughout engineering, systems reset as the self-destruct sequence terminated. Easy peasy, Naruto grinned at the stunned droids. Now, who's going to show me how this ship actually works? On the bridge, Ahsoka and Padmé had managed to secure basic flight controls when the self-destruct warning suddenly silenced. He did it, Ahsoka said, genuine admiration in her voice. Impressive, Padmé agreed. But we still have a problem. The moment we try to move this vessel, Republic and Separatist reinforcements will converge on our position. Then we don't use conventional engines. Ahsoka studied the navigation computer. This ship has experimental hyperdrive technology. If I'm reading this correctly, it can make micro-jumps, hyperspace jumps covering very short distances. Enough to escape the interdiction field? Just barely, Ahsoka confirmed. After that, we can make a proper jump to Dantooine. Naruto returned to the bridge, looking pleased with himself. Self-destruct handled and I made some new droid friends. They're surprisingly helpful when you're not shooting at them. We need to move quickly, Padmé informed him. Grievous will have already called for reinforcements. My clones report the ship is secure, Naruto replied. All battle droids either disabled or locked down in storage areas. You managed to secure a Providence-class dreadnought with just shadow clones? Ahsoka asked incredulously. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, there were a few thousand of them. Quality and quantity, you know. Padmé shook her head in amazement. If the Republic or Separatists ever figured out how to replicate your abilities. They won't, Naruto said firmly. Some techniques can't be learned without the right foundation. Now, let's get out of here before more trouble shows up. Ahsoka took the helm position, familiarizing herself with the controls. Microjump calculations complete. Ready on your mark. Do it, Padmé ordered. The massive dreadnought hummed as power redirected to its hyperdrive. Space distorted around them, and for a brief moment, the stars streaked into lines before snapping back to normal. They had moved just far enough to escape the interdiction field. It worked! Ahsoka exclaimed. Calculating coordinates for Dantooine now. Naruto stared out the viewport, watching the separatist frigates grow smaller with distance. We just stole a warship, he said, sounding impressed with themselves. Is this normal for you guys? No, Padmé replied dryly. This is normally the part where Anakin says, I told you my plan would work, and Obi-Wan looks exasperated. Your friends sound fun, Naruto grinned. They have their moments, Ahsoka said, a hint of sadness in her voice. Coordinates set. Making the jump to hyperspace in 3, 2, 1. The stars stretched into lines once more as the massive vessel entered hyperspace, carrying them toward Dantooine, and hopefully, answers about Naruto's past and the future of the Force itself. During the hyperspace journey, they took time to explore their captured vessel. The Providence-class dreadnought was massive, nearly 2 kilometers long with multiple decks, hangar bays, and enough firepower to devastate a planet's surface. We should probably rename it, Naruto suggested as they toured the bridge. Something less separatist. Why? That's your priority? Padmé asked with amusement. Well, we can't keep calling it the dreadnought or the stolen ship, he replied reasonably. How about Ichiraku? After my favorite ramen shop back home. Ahsoka laughed. You want to name a warship after a restaurant? It's a really good restaurant. While they settled in, Naruto's shadow clones continued maintaining the ship, monitoring systems, performing basic repairs, and keeping the remaining deactivated droids secured. Padmé was impressed by how effectively he managed everything through his clones, receiving constant updates and dispatching new ones as needed. Your abilities would revolutionize warfare, she observed as they sat in what had been Grievous' private quarters, now converted to a meeting room. One person able to operate an entire capital ship. That's why I'm careful about who learns my techniques, Naruto replied seriously. Back home, villages fought over shinobi with powerful bloodline abilities. I can only imagine what governments with star fleets would do. The Senate would want to study you, Padmé acknowledged. The military would want to weaponize your abilities. The Jedi. She glanced at Ahsoka. What would the Jedi Council do if they discovered Naruto? Ahsoka considered this carefully. They'd be divided. Some would see him as a valuable ally, others as a threat to their understanding of the Force. Master Yoda would want to learn from him, I think. But others might fear his power. Speaking of power, Naruto interjected, I've been meaning to ask. Padmé, would you let me check your chakra system? I've had some thoughts since our conversation. The senator hesitated before nodding. What would this involve? Just sit still for a minute. Naruto moved to sit across from her, placing his hand gently on her forehead. This won't hurt. His hand glowed faintly with blue chakra as he closed his eyes in concentration. After a moment, he opened them, looking thoughtful. Just as I suspected. You have exceptionally strong chakra pathways for someone without training. In my time, you would have been recruited for shinobi training immediately. What does that mean? Padmé asked. It means you have significant potential with the Force, Ahsoka translated. Which raises the question of why the Jedi never identified you during standard childhood testing. Not everyone on Naboo is tested, Padmé pointed out. Especially in the remote areas where my family is from. Maybe, Naruto said. Or maybe someone deliberately overlooked you. This suggestion hung in the air, carrying uncomfortable implications about Jedi recruitment practices and possible political interference. Could I learn to use these abilities? Padmé finally asked. Naruto nodded confidently. Absolutely. In fact, I could teach both of you techniques that work with chakra as a unified energy, not divided into light and dark sides. It might give us an advantage when dealing with whoever's been manipulating things. You mean the Sith Master, Ahsoka said. Maybe. But I'm starting to think there might be other players involved. The way chakra feels in this era, fractured, divided, seems almost deliberate, like someone wanted it this way. Before they could pursue this line of thought, a shadow clone appeared at the doorway. Boss, we're approaching Dantooine. ETA 20 minutes. Guess we'll have to continue this conversation later, Naruto said, standing. Let's get ready to meet your professor friend. Dantooine's surface was largely unsettled, vast plains and scattered forests with minimal population centers. They chose a remote landing area several kilometers from the agreed meeting point, not wanting to draw attention with their massive stolen warship. We'll take a shuttle to the rendezvous, Ahsoka suggested, guiding them toward one of the smaller craft in the dreadnought's hangar bay. What about the ship? Padmé asked. We can't just leave it unguarded. Naruto grinned. Already handled. He created several hundred shadow clones. You guys know what to do. The clones saluted. Guard the ship, maintain systems, stay hidden, dispel if discovered, they chorused. And if something goes wrong? Naruto prompted. One of us dispels to alert you instantly through the shared memory link, a clone replied. Perfect. As they departed in a sleek shuttle, Padmé observed, your clones seem almost autonomous. They can make independent decisions. They're not just copies of my body, but my mind too, Naruto explained. They can think for themselves, though they share my overall goals and personality. When they dispel, their experiences and memories return to me. An incredibly efficient system, Ahsoka noted. No wonder you coordinated the ship takeover so effectively. The shuttle touched down in a small clearing near ancient ruins, weathered stone structures half reclaimed by nature. As they disembarked, Naruto immediately sensed they weren't alone. Someone's watching us, he said quietly. Two people, hiding among the ruins. Ahsoka nodded, her montrals picking up subtle sounds. I sense them too. Professor NYXX. Padmé called out. It's Senator Amidala. We've come as arranged. After a tense moment, two figures emerged from the ruins. One was a tall, slender Mirialan woman with deep green skin marked by geometric tattoos, Professor Harali NYXX, Padmé's contact. Beside her stood a human man with silver-streaked dark hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Senator, NYXX greeted with obvious relief. When we heard reports of separatist activity in this sector, I feared you might not make it. We had an encounter, Padmé replied diplomatically. But we're here now. The professor's gaze shifted to Naruto, studying him with intense scholarly interest. So this is your discovery? The source of the energy disturbance? Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself with a casual wave. Nice to meet you. Fascinating, NYXX murmured. Simply fascinating. The readings we detected were unlike anything in our records. Aren't you going to introduce your companion, Professor? Ahsoka asked pointedly, hand resting near her concealed lightsabers. The bearded man stepped forward. Forgive my rudeness. John Ash Previn, former Jedi archaeologist, current independent researcher. He bowed slightly. And very interested in meeting someone who manipulates the Force in ways I've only read about in ancient texts. Naruto tensed. Former Jedi. I left the Order 15 years ago, Previn explained. Creative differences, you might say. The Council prefers certain historical narratives to remain undisturbed. John Ash has been studying pre-Republic Force traditions for decades, NYXX added. When you described your discovery, Senator, I knew his expertise would be invaluable. Padmé nodded cautiously. What have you learned? NYXX gestured toward the ruins. Perhaps we should continue this conversation at our camp. I've brought the artifacts and texts I mentioned, including several that seem to reference your friend's unique abilities. They followed the researchers through the ruins to a small encampment nestled within what had once been a grand hall. Solar-powered equipment and portable shelters contrasted with the ancient stonework around them. Several tables were covered with artifacts, data pads, and holographic displays. These ruins, Ahsoka observed, they're not Jedi, are they? No, Previn confirmed. They predate the Jedi Order by several thousand years. This was a temple belonging to what scholars call the Order of Dai Bendu, one of the earliest known Force-using organizations. They predated the Light/Dark Division, NYXX added, activating a holographic display showing various symbols. See this recurring spiral pattern? We've found it on dozens of worlds, always associated with pre-Jedi Force traditions. Naruto stared at the spiral symbol. That's a chakra seal pattern. We used it for energy containment and transfer. Both researchers looked at him with renewed interest. You recognize it? Previn asked eagerly. Sure. Basic sealing technique. We'd write them on scrolls, buildings, even our own bodies for certain jutsu. Naruto pulled up his shirt, revealing the spiral seal on his stomach. Like this one. NYXX gasped, while Previn stepped closer, examining the seal with undisguised fascination. Extraordinary. The legendary whirlpool seal, exactly as described in the journals of Kelbertuk. The what now? Naruto asked. Previn hurried to a case, extracting an ancient-looking tablet. This artifact was discovered on Ossus, site of an early Jedi temple. It references the Sage of Six Paths and the Whirlpool God, who sealed great power within himself to maintain cosmic balance. That sounds like me, Naruto admitted. Though the God part is exaggerating a bit. The tablet describes a great conflict between this sage and entities called the Harvesters who consumed worlds' energies, NYXX continued. It states that after defeating them, the sage entered a deep meditation state to heal the cosmic wounds they had created. The Otsutsuki, Naruto confirmed grimly. They came to my world seeking the chakra fruit of the God tree. I stopped them, but the damage to the natural energy was severe. I used a sealing technique to stabilize things and entered a meditation state to maintain the balance. And you've been in this state for how long? Previn asked. Naruto shrugged. Based on how much things have changed. Thousands of years, at least. The researchers exchanged significant looks. The dating on these artifacts suggests approximately 7,000 years, NYXX said. Which aligns with the Great Schism, when the Jedi Order first divided between light and dark Force users. You think these events are connected? Ahsoka asked. Naruto's sealing and the division of the Force? It's more than possible, Previn replied. According to these texts, the sage understood energy, or force, or chakra, as a unified whole. After his disappearance, different interpretations arose. Some focused on internal serenity, others on emotional power. Eventually leading to the Jedi and Sith, Padmé concluded. Precisely. NYXX activated another holographic display showing a timeline. But here's where it becomes truly interesting. Approximately 1,000 years ago, there was a concerted effort to erase or recontextualize these earlier traditions. Ancient texts were sealed away, artifacts destroyed or hidden. By whom? Ahsoka demanded. Both Jedi and Sith leadership, working independently but towards similar ends, Previn answered. Each wanted to establish their tradition as the definitive interpretation of the Force. Alternative understandings were labeled heretical or dangerous. Naruto frowned. So they deliberately suppressed knowledge about unified chakra. Why? What would they gain? Control, Padmé said softly. A divided force creates clearly defined sides. Clear enemies. Clear power structures. It's more than that, Previn added. A unified understanding of the Force would fundamentally undermine both Jedi and Sith philosophies. It would suggest that anyone could potentially access and use these abilities with proper training, not just those identified as Force-sensitive children. Like me, Padmé realized. If what Naruto says is true, and I have this potential, then the entire system of Jedi recruitment and training becomes questionable, Ahsoka finished, looking troubled. As does their position as the Republic's sole Force authority. Naruto paced the camp, processing this information. So when I woke up, I was sensing not just natural imbalance, but deliberate suppression of knowledge. Someone's been maintaining this divided understanding for centuries. And now that you've awakened, NYXX said, those who benefit from the current system will see you as a threat. Both Jedi and Sith, Previn agreed. Though for different reasons. A heavy silence fell over the group. Finally, Naruto spoke again. Show me everything you have about these Otsutsuki, these harvesters. If they were active in this galaxy before, they might return. They tend to work in pairs, and they're incredibly persistent. As Previn gathered relevant materials, Ahsoka approached Naruto. You knew about these beings all along. Why didn't you mention them earlier? I wasn't sure they were still a threat, he admitted. And honestly, I hoped they were gone for good. The ones I fought were powerful enough to destroy entire worlds. More powerful than you. Naruto's expression grew serious. Some of them, yes. It took everything I had, plus help from my friends, to defeat them last time. Padmé joined them. If these harvesters return, could they be connected to the current conflict? Perhaps influencing events from the shadows? It's possible, Naruto nodded. They're manipulative, patient, and incredibly long-lived. They think in centuries, not years. Previn returned with several ancient scrolls and data tablets. These contain all known references to the harvesters. Most academic circles dismiss them as myths, but clearly. He gestured to Naruto. Some myths are based in fact. As they pored over the materials, a pattern emerged. Throughout the galaxy's history, certain worlds had experienced catastrophic energy drains, entire biospheres collapsing almost overnight. The events were rare but consistent, and always preceded by distinctive signs, unusual atmospheric phenomena, disruptions in local force energies, and the appearance of mysterious white-haired humanoids with pale eyes. That's them, Naruto confirmed grimly. The Otsutsuki clan. They plant god trees on viable worlds, cultivate chakra fruit, then harvest it, along with all the planet's life energy. There's a recent report, NYXX said, pulling up a data file. A remote agricultural world called Felucia experienced unusual energy fluctuations last month. Republic scientists investigated but found no explanation. Felucia is strong in the Force, Ahsoka noted. If these harvesters are active again. Their discussion was interrupted by a sudden change in Naruto's demeanor. He straightened, eyes widening. What is it? Padmé asked. A clone just dispelled, he replied tensely. We have company. Several ships entering orbit, Republic cruisers. Previn's face paled. How did they find us? The dreadnought, Ahsoka realized. Even powered down, a ship that size would eventually be detected. We need to move, Padmé decided. Professor, gather everything essential. We're leaving. Where? NYXX asked, already packing materials. If the Republic is here, they'll have the system blockaded. Naruto's expression hardened with resolve. Felucia. If the Otsutsuki are active there, that's where we need to go anyway. And I doubt anyone would expect us to head toward a potential danger rather than away from it. A bold strategy, Previn commented, securing ancient artifacts in protective cases. But how do we get past a Republic blockade? Naruto grinned. Leave that to me. I've got a few tricks they haven't seen yet. As they hurriedly packed the researchers' equipment, Ahsoka felt a familiar presence approaching, a bright, powerful force signature she knew as well as her own. Anakin, she whispered. He's here. Your former master? Naruto asked. Is that good or bad for us? Ahsoka's expression was complicated. Both, she admitted. He'd never hurt me, but he's also relentless when he believes he's right. And if he's been told you're a threat, then we definitely need to leave before he finds us, Padmé concluded, a strange tension in her voice that Naruto noticed but didn't comment on. They worked quickly, loading essential research materials onto their shuttle. As they prepared to depart, Naruto created several shadow clones. What are they for? NYXX asked. Distraction, he replied with a mischievous grin. And gathering information. They'll transform to blend in and find out exactly what the Republic knows about us. The shuttle lifted off just as distant figures appeared on the horizon, clone troopers advancing information. As they ascended through Dantooine's atmosphere, Previn asked the question they were all thinking: if both Jedi and Sith see your unified force understanding as threatening their power, and these harvesters are returning to consume world's energies, who exactly are our allies in this fight? Naruto looked around at their small group, a disillusioned former Jedi, a senator questioning her government, researchers pursuing forbidden knowledge, and a Togruta who had walked away from everything she knew. Sometimes, he said with a wry smile, the family you choose is stronger than any traditional alliance. Trust me on that, I've been proving it my whole life. As the shuttle accelerated away from Dantooine, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that the galaxy's fate now rested with this unlikely group, and the ancient power awakening within him after thousands of years of sleep. Chapter 2, The Senator's Secret. The shuttle broke through Felucia's thick cloud cover, revealing a world teeming with bizarre, oversized flora. Massive mushrooms towered like skyscrapers. Bulbous, luminescent plants pulsed with inner light. The entire planet seemed to breathe with vibrant, almost overwhelming life. I've never felt anything like this, Naruto murmured, pressing his hand against the viewport. The natural energy here is so strong it's practically visible. Ahsoka nodded. Felucia has always been known as a force nexus. Even untrained sensitives can feel something here. It's beautiful, Padmé observed, but dangerous. The Republic and Separatists have fought over this world repeatedly. Professor NYXX checked her scanners. I'm detecting no military presence in this region. The fighting has shifted to the southern hemisphere. Perfect, Naruto replied. We need somewhere quiet to figure out our next move. And if the Otsutsuki are active here, I should be able to sense their presence. They landed in a clearing surrounded by towering fungi that provided natural camouflage from orbital scans. As the ramp lowered, the group was hit by Felucia's humid, spore-laden air, thick enough to almost taste. Stay alert, Previn warned as they disembarked. Felucia's predators are as oversized as its plants. Naruto immediately created several shadow clones. Scout the perimeter. 1 kilometer radius. You know what to look for. The clones nodded and disappeared into the dense foliage. Naruto then turned to the others. Let's set up camp. I need to enter Sage mode to properly sense what's happening with this planet's energy. Sage mode? Ahsoka questioned. A technique for gathering natural energy, he explained. It'll help me detect any Otsutsuki activity, plus give us early warning of any other visitors. While the others established a makeshift camp, Naruto found a quiet spot atop a massive root structure. He sat cross-legged, hands forming a specialized meditation position. This won't take long, he told Ahsoka, who had followed out of curiosity. Just need to balance my chakra with the natural energy around us. He closed his eyes, his breathing slowing. Almost immediately, he felt the difference. Felucia's natural energy was far more concentrated than he'd experienced on other worlds in this era. It flowed into him eagerly, almost aggressively. Whoa, he murmured, having to expend extra effort to maintain balance. This planet is practically overflowing. When he opened his eyes, Ahsoka gasped. Orange pigmentation had appeared around his eyes, which had changed from blue to yellow with horizontal bar-like pupils. Your eyes, she said. They look almost Sith-like, but different. Sage mode, he explained, standing with fluid grace. His senses now extended far beyond normal perception, feeling every life form, every energy current for kilometers around them. And yeah, I can feel it now. Someone has definitely been tampering with this planet's energy. Back at camp, they gathered to discuss their findings while Previn and NYXX continued sorting through the research materials they'd salvaged. There's a disturbance about 30 kilometers east, Naruto reported, still in sage mode. Something's drawing energy from the planet, not harvesting it completely, but siphoning it slowly. Like a test run. Or preparation, Padmé suggested grimly. Exactly, Naruto nodded. The Otsutsuki typically send advance scouts before the main clan members arrive. They prepare worlds for harvest, sometimes taking years to ensure optimal conditions. Then we have time, Ahsoka said. To prepare, to warn others. Who would believe us? Previn asked. Without proof, this sounds like a wild legend. We need to investigate the disturbance, Naruto decided. Get concrete evidence of what's happening. But first, he turned to Padmé and Ahsoka, I promise to teach you both about unified chakra techniques. If we're facing Otsutsuki, you'll need every advantage possible. Padmé looked surprised. You want to start now? In the middle of all this? No better time, Naruto grinned. Besides, my clones will warn us of any danger. As night fell on Felucia, the planet's bioluminescent flora cast everything in ethereal blue-green light. Naruto led Padmé and Ahsoka to a small clearing for their first training session. Okay, he began, sitting cross-legged and gesturing for them to do the same. Forget everything you've been taught about the Force being divided into light and dark sides. That's the first mental barrier we need to break. Ahsoka frowned. That won't be easy. It's fundamental to Jedi teaching. Which is exactly why it's limiting your potential, Naruto replied. Think about it, does dividing something ever make it stronger? Or does unity create greater power? In politics, divided systems are easier to control, Padmé observed. United populations have more collective influence. Exactly. Naruto pointed enthusiastically. The same principle applies to chakra, or the Force. By artificially dividing it, you limit what's possible. Now, let's start with the basics. Close your eyes and feel your own energy. Both women complied, though Ahsoka with visible skepticism. Ahsoka, you've been trained to access the Force in specific, limited ways. I want you to forget those techniques temporarily. Just feel the energy within your body, not reaching outside yourself yet, just the energy in your own chakra pathways. Ahsoka concentrated, her face showing subtle confusion. I've never focused inward like this before. Jedi training emphasizes connecting to the external Force. That's because they skip a crucial step, Naruto explained patiently. You can't properly connect to external energy if you don't understand your own internal energy first. Padmé, how are you doing? The senator's expression was one of intense concentration. I feel something. Like a circulation system, but for energy instead of blood. Perfect. That's exactly what chakra pathways are. Naruto moved to sit directly across from Padmé. May I? He asked, holding his hands out. She nodded, and he gently placed one hand on her forehead and the other over her heart. His palms glowed with soft blue light. Your pathways are strong but untrained, he said. I'm going to help circulate your chakra, just relax and observe the feeling. Padmé gasped as warm energy began flowing through her body in a controlled pattern. It's like a river finding its proper course after being dammed up. Exactly. Your body naturally wants chakra to flow this way, but without training, the pathways remain partially blocked. After a minute, he withdrew his hands. Now try to recreate that flow on your own. While Padmé practiced, Naruto turned to Ahsoka. Your situation is different. Your training has developed specific pathways while neglecting others. It's like exercising only certain muscles and letting others atrophy. So Jedi training is incomplete, she asked, sounding both skeptical and intrigued. Based on what I've seen. Yes. He demonstrated by holding out his palm, forming a small Rasengan. This technique requires perfect chakra control and shape manipulation, something any trained Force user should be able to do, but Jedi focus almost exclusively on external manipulation rather than internal chakra shaping. Ahsoka observed the swirling sphere with fascination. It's pure energy, but contained and shaped precisely. Try it, he encouraged. Focus your energy into your palm, then spin it while containing it in a sphere. For the next hour, Naruto guided them through basic chakra exercises. Padmé struggled initially but showed surprising aptitude once she understood the concept of internal energy circulation. Ahsoka faced different challenges, having to unlearn certain Jedi techniques that actually hindered chakra development. You're both doing great, Naruto encouraged. Especially you, Padmé. Your chakra control is impressive for a beginner. It feels right, she admitted. Like I've always had this ability but never knew how to access it. Because the Jedi would never have taught you, Ahsoka realized, a new understanding dawning. If what Naruto says is true, and anyone can develop these abilities with proper training. It challenges the entire foundation of how the Jedi identify and recruit Force sensitives, Padmé finished. The political implications alone are staggering. Naruto nodded solemnly. That's exactly why knowledge of unified chakra was suppressed. It democratizes power that certain groups want to monopolize. Their training session ended when one of Naruto's shadow clones arrived with news. Boss, Professor Previn found something in those old texts you should see. Back at camp, Previn had laid out several ancient scrolls alongside modern data translations. His expression was both excited and troubled. I've been cross-referencing these pre-Republic texts with known Jedi histories, he explained as they gathered around. There's a deliberate discontinuity approximately 7,000 years ago, exactly when these texts claim the whirlpool god entered his great meditation. What kind of discontinuity? Ahsoka asked. Before this point, Force traditions described balanced energy use, internal and external techniques, emotional and serene applications, all as part of a unified whole. After this point, the emerging Jedi Order began emphasizing division, light versus dark, emotion versus serenity. The Great Schism, NYXX added. Traditionally viewed as when dark side users broke away from the Jedi. But these texts suggest something different. It wasn't that dark side users broke away, Previn continued. It's that both groups broke away from the original, unified tradition. They divided something that wasn't meant to be divided. Naruto absorbed this information thoughtfully. That aligns with what I experienced. When I went into meditation, chakra was understood as a unified energy. Waking up now, I find it artificially split. There's more, NYXX said, activating a small holoprojector. It displayed ancient carvings showing a figure with 6 tomo-patterned eyes. This symbol appears repeatedly in pre-Republic Force traditions. They called it, the Eyes of the Sage, attributed to a legendary figure who taught the first energy wielders. The Rinnegan, Naruto whispered, leaning forward to study the image. That's the dojutsu of the Sage of 6 Paths, my teacher's ancestor. You recognize it? Previn asked eagerly. It was the most powerful eye technique in my time, capable of controlling all forms of chakra, seeing energy pathways, even manipulating life and death itself. Naruto's expression grew troubled. If these symbols are widespread in your ancient records, it means the sage, or someone with his abilities, was active throughout this galaxy, not just on my homeworld. Which would explain the shared chakra traditions across different star systems, NYXX concluded. A single teacher, spreading knowledge. And these Otsutsuki, Padmé asked, they would have pursued him? Like they pursued you? Almost certainly, Naruto nodded. The Rinnegan was originally their power before it passed to humans. They would have seen it as something stolen from them. A heavy silence fell over the group as they contemplated the implications. Finally, Ahsoka spoke. Tomorrow, we investigate the disturbance you sensed. If the Otsutsuki are setting up a harvest operation, we need proof we can take to the Republic and the Jedi Council. Agreed, Padmé said. Though I'm not sure who we can trust with this information. Naruto stood, stretching. Let's worry about that after we know exactly what we're dealing with. For now, we should rest. I'll have my clones keep watch. As the others prepared for sleep, Naruto created a dozen shadow clones to patrol their perimeter. He then climbed atop a massive mushroom cap overlooking their camp, entering Sage mode again to extend his senses across the living planet. The disturbed area he detected earlier continued pulsing with wrong energy, familiar in a way that made his stomach twist with dread. Somewhere on this world, an Otsutsuki was preparing for harvest. And based on how the energy felt, they'd been active for months, slowly establishing their presence. We're running out of time, he murmured to himself. They're already here. Dawn on Felucia brought no true sunrise, just a gradual brightening as light filtered through the planet's perpetual mist and canopy of massive flora. The group prepared to investigate the disturbance Naruto had sensed, packing necessary equipment and weapons. We should maintain calm silence, Ahsoka suggested, checking her lightsabers. If there are separatist or Republic forces nearby, they might detect transmissions. My clones can relay messages if needed, Naruto offered. Better than any comm system. Padmé, dressed in practical exploration gear rather than senatorial attire, secured a blaster at her hip. Professor NYXX, you and Previn should remain with the ship. If we don't return in 12 hours, we'll follow the contingency plan, NYXX nodded. Though I hope it doesn't come to that. The journey through Felucia's dense undergrowth was challenging even with Naruto's shadow clones scouting ahead to find passable routes. The planet's ecosystem seemed to resist their progress. Vines curled across pathways moments after being cut, spore clouds triggered minor landslides, and the constant humidity made every movement an effort. This planet feels almost sentient, Naruto observed as they crossed a natural land bridge formed by intertwined root systems. The energy flows with purpose. Many Jedi believe Felucia does have a form of consciousness, Ahsoka replied. Not individual awareness, but a collective planetary intelligence. Which might explain why it's been fought over so persistently, Padmé added. Beyond its strategic location, people sense something valuable here without necessarily understanding what it is. For hours into their journey, Naruto suddenly froze, raising his hand to signal a halt. He closed his eyes, entering Sage mode momentarily. We're close, he whispered. About half a kilometer ahead. And there's definitely someone there, someone with chakra unlike anything native to this era. Otsutsuki? Ahsoka asked quietly. Not exactly, he frowned. It feels modified. Like an Otsutsuki signature merged with something else. He created 3 shadow clones. Scout ahead. Full stealth. Don't engage no matter what. The clones nodded and vanished into the foliage. While waiting for their report, the group took cover in the hollow of a massive fungal structure. If it is an Otsutsuki scout, Naruto explained in hushed tones, they're incredibly dangerous. Even their lowest-ranking members possess power equivalent to your strongest Jedi. What are their capabilities? Padmé asked. Energy absorption is their most basic ability, they can literally drain the life force from living beings with a touch. Beyond that, most have unique eye abilities, monstrous strength, and techniques specific to their clan position. How did you defeat them before? Ahsoka wondered. Naruto's expression darkened. With great difficulty, and not without losses. It took the combined power of multiple Kage-level shinobi, the strongest ninja from each village, plus some lucky breaks and desperate measures. A soft pop announced the return of one shadow clone, immediately dispersing to transfer its memories to Naruto. His expression grew grave as he processed what it had seen. It's definitely Otsutsuki work, he confirmed. They've established a small-scale god tree cultivation site in a clearing ahead. The tree is only about 20 meters tall, a sapling by their standards, drawing energy from the surrounding ecosystem. And the chakra signature you sensed? Padmé pressed. Human, but modified. Someone altered by Otsutsuki energy, almost like they've been partially possessed. He stood decisively. I need to see for myself. You two should stay here where it's safer. Not a chance, Ahsoka replied immediately. We came together, we investigate together. Padmé nodded in agreement. If these beings threaten the Republic, I need to witness it firsthand. Naruto looked like he wanted to argue but sighed instead. Fine, but stay behind me and follow my lead exactly. If I say run, you run, no questions asked. They approached the clearing with extreme caution, using the massive flora for cover. What they found confirmed Naruto's worst fears. A small but unmistakable god tree sapling had been planted in the center of a dead zone where all native life had withered. The tree's pale trunk and branches seemed to glow with unnatural light, pulsing as it drew energy from the surrounding area. More disturbing was the figure tending to the sapling, a human-appearing male with pale skin and white hair, dressed in nondescript gray clothing that might pass for standard Republic attire. Only his eyes betrayed his true nature, pale lavender with a distinctive pattern that made Naruto tense immediately. Byakugan, he whispered. An Otsutsuki-eye technique. But he's not pure Otsutsuki, more like a human host who's been altered. Like possession? Ahsoka asked. Something like that. They can implant their essence in compatible hosts when their original bodies are destroyed. It's a form of immortality they use to survive across centuries. The figure moved around the sapling, performing precise hand movements that created glowing symbols in the air, sealing techniques Naruto recognized as designed to hide the tree's energy signature from detection. He's masking the tree, Naruto explained quietly. Making it invisible to normal force senses. That's why the Jedi haven't detected it despite having forces on this planet. We need to document this, Padmé whispered, carefully activating a small recording device. The possessed humans suddenly stiffened, turning slowly toward their hiding place. His Byakugan eyes narrowed. I see you, he said, voice unnaturally melodic. How interesting. Humans shouldn't be able to penetrate this far into my exclusion zone. Naruto stepped forward from their cover, placing himself protectively in front of the others. I'm not exactly human. Not anymore. The figure studied him with growing interest. Curious. Your chakra signature is familiar. His pale eyes widened with sudden recognition. Impossible. You're the Jinchuriki who interfered last cycle. How are you still alive? I could ask you the same thing, Naruto replied coolly. Which clan member are you? Or just a vessel carrying a fragment? The Otsutsuki vessel smiled, revealing unnaturally sharp teeth. You may address me as Oshar. I serve the main family as advanced preparation specialist. He tilted his head curiously. The last reports indicated you had sealed yourself away with the remnants of Kagaya's power. Yet here you stand, in a different era entirely. Plans change, Naruto said simply. Just like yours will. This harvest isn't happening. Oshar laughed, the sound musical yet disturbing. You misunderstand. This is merely a test cultivation, one of dozens throughout this galaxy. The true harvest preparations are far beyond your ability to stop. Naruto's expression hardened. We stopped you before. We'll stop you again. We. Oshar's pale eyes shifted to Ahsoka and Padmé. These primitives. They've forgotten the true nature of chakra. Divided it into simplistic sides. They're barely more than animals compared to the civilizations of your era. That's where you're wrong, Naruto replied. They learn fast. And they have something the Otsutsuki never understood, something worth protecting. How quaint, Oshar smiled. Your human sentimentality survived the millennia intact. His expression darkened. But sentimentality won't save them when the main family arrives. With blinding speed, Oshar formed a series of hand signs. Wood style, cutting roots. Massive wooden spikes erupted from the ground around them. Naruto reacted instantly, grabbing Padmé and Ahsoka and leaping clear of the attack with chakra-enhanced strength. He can use wood style. Naruto muttered in surprise. That's not typical Otsutsuki ability. Your knowledge is outdated, Jinchuriki, Oshar called. We've adapted during your long sleep. Integrated the abilities of worthy species we've encountered. Naruto set his companions down safely atop a massive fungal cap. Stay here, he instructed. This is about to get intense. Before they could protest, he leaped back toward Oshar, hands already forming signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos appeared, charging the Otsutsuki vessel from different directions. Oshar moved with fluid grace, countering with his own techniques. Gentle fist, palm rotation. A dome of chakra expanded around him, repelling the attacking clones. Ahsoka watched in fascination as the battle unfolded below, techniques unlike anything she'd seen in Jedi combat. Both combatants used the environment, transforming plants into weapons, creating elements from pure energy, moving with speed that blurred their forms. We need to help him, she said, igniting her lightsabers. Padmé placed a restraining hand on her arm. Look at how they're fighting. This is beyond our capabilities right now. We'd only distract Naruto if he had to protect us. Below, the battle intensified. Naruto had entered Sage mode, his enhanced strength and speed matching Oshar's Otsutsuki abilities. The clearing had become a devastated battlefield, trees shattered, earth cratered, the air thick with chakra residue. I sense the nine tails within you, Oshar called, dodging a Rasengan that obliterated a massive mushroom behind him. Why not release its power? Or have you forgotten how during your long sleep? I don't need Kurama's power to handle a scout like you, Naruto replied, though he was breathing harder now. But if you insist. A golden glow began emanating from his body as he partially accessed the Nine Tails chakra. The energy formed a translucent shroud around him, extending into a single tail. Oshar's confident expression faltered slightly. So the legends were true. You did tame the Nine Tails. His name is Kurama, Naruto corrected, and he's my friend. With renewed speed, he charged forward, the chakra cloak leaving golden afterimages in his wake. The Otsutsuki vessel barely blocked the first strike, then failed to counter the second, a chakra-enhanced punch that sent him crashing through several massive plants before embedding him in a hillside. Rather than pressing his advantage, Naruto turned toward the god tree sapling. I need to destroy this before it grows any further. He formed a familiar swirling sphere in his hand, but far larger than before, a massive Rasengan infused with Nine Tails chakra. Tailed Beast Rasengan. The devastating technique struck the sapling's trunk, releasing an explosion of energy that forced Ahsoka and Padmé to shield their eyes. When they looked again, a smoking crater had replaced the god tree, its otherworldly energy dissipating into the atmosphere. Across the clearing, Oshar emerged from the hillside, his human vessel showing signs of damage, gray skin cracking in places to reveal glowing energy beneath. You've only delayed the inevitable, he snarled, his melodic voice distorted. This was one of dozens of cultivation sites. The advance wave has already integrated into your primitive societies. Some occupy positions of significant influence. Then I'll find them, Naruto promised. All of them. Oshar's damaged face formed a rictus grin. You cannot stop what has already begun. The main family comes, those far stronger than Kaguya ever was. This galaxy's chakra will nourish the clan for millennia. He formed a single hand sign, and his body began to glow. Tell the primitives to enjoy their final cycle. The harvest approaches. Wait! Naruto shouted, lunging forward, but too late. Oshar's body exploded in a flash of light, releasing a shockwave of chakra that knocked everyone back. When the energy dissipated, nothing remained of the Otsutsuki vessel except a small white cube hovering where he had stood. Naruto approached it cautiously. A communication module. They used these to report back to the main clan. Did he succeed in transmitting? Padmé asked, she and Ahsoka joining him now that the immediate danger had passed. Yes, Naruto confirmed grimly. He sacrificed his vessel to ensure the message reached his superiors. Ahsoka studied the hovering cube. What does that mean for us? It means they now know I'm awake, Naruto replied, deactivating his chakra cloak. And they'll either accelerate their plans or send someone to deal with me specifically. He reached out, carefully taking the cube. It pulsed once with inner light before going dormant. Can you access any information from it? Padmé asked. Maybe. These devices store memories and data. With the right techniques, I might extract something useful. He pocketed the cube. But right now, we need to get back to camp. This changes everything. How so? Ahsoka asked as they began their return journey. Oshar mentioned dozens of cultivation sites and infiltrators in positions of influence, Naruto explained. That means the Otsutsuki have been active in this galaxy for years, possibly decades, setting up harvest infrastructure while remaining hidden. Could they be connected to the current conflict? Padmé wondered. The timing of the Clone Wars seems suspiciously convenient, distracting the Jedi and Republic while these preparations continue. It's possible, Naruto acknowledged. The Otsutsuki are master manipulators. They've been known to pit civilizations against each other while they prepare for harvest. As they traversed the challenging terrain back toward camp, Naruto explained more about the Otsutsuki clan's typical harvest strategy: infiltration, manipulation of local conflicts, establishment of multiple cultivation sites, and finally the arrival of main family members for the primary harvest. Based on what Oshar said and the size of that sapling, I'd estimate they're in the late middle phase, he concluded. Full-scale harvest could begin within months, not years. Then we need to warn the Republic, Padmé insisted. Whatever political complications this creates, the threat is too great to ignore. Who would believe us? Ahsoka countered. Without concrete proof, this sounds like a fantastical story. Even the Jedi Council would be skeptical. The cube might provide evidence, Naruto suggested. And we have Padmé's recording. It's a start. They arrived back at camp to find Previn and NYXX anxiously awaiting their return. After explaining what they'd discovered, the professors exchanged troubled looks. This aligns with certain anomalies we've been tracking, NYXX admitted. Unusual energy readings at specific locations throughout the galaxy, readings dismissed as instrument errors or natural phenomena. If each represents a cultivation site, Previn added, the scale of infiltration is staggering. We need a secure location to analyze this cube and compile our evidence, Naruto said. Somewhere away from both Republic and Separatist monitoring. I might know a place, Padmé offered. A private estate on Naboo's moon of Rory. It's officially listed as a wildlife sanctuary, but my family has maintained a secure residence there for generations. It has advanced communication and research facilities. Is it registered to you directly? Ahsoka asked. Because both you and I are likely being monitored now. It's held through multiple shell companies and foundations, Padmé explained. Even the Senate's intelligence services don't know of its connection to the Naboo family. It was originally established during Naboo's more turbulent political era. Sounds perfect, Naruto decided. How soon can we leave? Immediately, Previn urged. If these Otsutsuki realize we've discovered one of their cultivation sites, they might send others to investigate. As they prepared the shuttle for departure, Naruto created several shadow clones to remain behind on Felucia. Monitor the area, he instructed them. If anyone, Republic, Separatist, or Otsutsuki, investigates the destroyed site, I need to know immediately. The journey to Naboo's system would take approximately 2 days through hyperspace. During that time, Naruto continued training Padmé and Ahsoka in basic chakra techniques, focusing on sensing and defensive applications. "Your progress is impressive," he told them during one session in the shuttle's common area. "Especially yours, Padmé. Your chakra control is developing faster than I expected." "It feels intuitive," she admitted. "Like remembering something rather than learning something new." "That's exactly what it should feel like," Naruto confirmed. "Chakra use is your birthright as a living being. The artificial divisions created by Jedi and Sith philosophies actually made it harder to access your full potential." "Which makes me wonder," Ahsoka said, practicing the chakra circulation exercise Naruto had taught them, why would both Jedi and Sith maintain these limitations? "What do they gain?" "Control," Padmé suggested, repeating her earlier insight. "By making force abilities seem exclusive to certain individuals identified in childhood, they maintain a monopoly on that power. And by dividing it into light and dark aspects," Previn added, joining their conversation, "they create an artificial moral framework that serves their respective philosophies." Naruto nodded. "In my time, we recognized that techniques themselves weren't inherently good or evil, it was how you used them that mattered. Some villages specialized in what you might call darker techniques, but they used them to protect their people." "The Jedi would never accept that perspective," Ahsoka said, though her tone suggested she was beginning to question her former order's rigid stance. "They believe certain emotions and techniques inevitably corrupt the user. Which becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy," Naruto pointed out. "If you're taught that feeling anger or fear will corrupt you, then experiencing those natural emotions creates internal conflict and shame. That conflict, not the emotions themselves, leads to problems." As they neared the Naboo system, Padmé contacted the Rory Sanctuary using encrypted channels, arranging for their arrival through intermediaries who didn't know her true identity. The approach was carefully planned to avoid detection by Republic patrols or orbital monitoring stations. Rory itself was a lush moon, smaller than Naboo but sharing its parent planet's abundance of water and greenery. The wildlife sanctuary covered nearly a third of a continent, thousands of hectares of protected land with minimal surveillance. They landed the shuttle in a camouflaged hangar built into a hillside, completely invisible from aerial observation. Inside, they were met by a small staff of droids and a single human caretaker, an elderly woman who greeted Padmé with obvious familiarity. "Lady Nayberry," she said with a formal bow. "The sanctuary has been prepared as requested. Security protocols are at maximum." "Thank you, Eleron," Padmé replied warmly. "These are my associates. Our work here requires absolute discretion." "As always, my lady." The caretaker bowed again before leading them into the compound. The Wildlife Sanctuary headquarters was, in reality, a sophisticated facility combining luxury living quarters with advanced research laboratories and communication systems. Built partially underground for security, its true scope was hidden from external observation. "My grandmother established this place during her tenure as queen," Padmé explained as they settled in. "Naboo's peaceful reputation is relatively recent. Historically, our political transitions were sometimes contested. This served as both refuge and command center during unstable periods. It's perfect for our needs," Naruto said, examining the facility's security features with appreciation. "Now, let's see what secrets this Otsutsuki cube holds." In the main laboratory, Naruto placed the white cube on a scanning table. It remained dormant, its surface featureless except for small markings in an alien script. "Otsutsuki written language," he explained. "I recognize some characters from scrolls in my time, but I'm not fluent." "Can you activate it?" Previn asked. "Maybe. These devices typically respond to specific chakra signatures. Let me try something." Naruto placed his hand over the cube, channeling a precise amount of chakra into it. The cube remained inert. Not responding to regular chakra. Let's try Sage chakra." He entered Sage mode, the distinctive orange pigmentation appearing around his eyes. This time, when he channeled energy into the cube, it hummed softly and rose a few centimeters off the table. Glowing symbols appeared on its surface, projecting outward to form a holographic display of unfamiliar star systems. It's a star map, Ahsoka realized. But not of any regions I recognize. That's because it's showing Otsutsuki territory, Naruto explained grimly. Systems they've already harvested or marked for future harvest. This galaxy appears to be on the frontier of their expansion. The holographic display shifted, zooming in on a spiral galaxy they recognized as their own. Dozens of points illuminated throughout the spiral arms, each marking what Naruto confirmed was likely a cultivation site. There are so many, Padmé whispered, horror evident in her voice. Spread across both Republic and Separatist space. And look at this, Previn pointed to a larger indicator near the galaxy's core. There's a primary site near the center. Naruto studied the marker. That would be the main coordination point, where their highest-ranking advanced scout would operate. Coruscant, Ahsoka said, recognizing the location. The capital of the Republic. A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed the implications. The Otsutsuki infiltration had reached the very center of galactic government. We need to identify this primary agent, Padmé finally said. Someone on Coruscant is coordinating their entire operation. Someone with significant access and influence, Ahsoka added. To remain undetected by the Jedi Temple on the same planet. They'd need to be extremely powerful and well-positioned, Naruto agreed. Possibly using techniques to mask their chakra signature. The cube suddenly pulsed with brighter light, and the holographic display changed to show a humanoid figure, an Otsutsuki with pale skin, white hair, and distinctive horns protruding from his forehead. His eyes were the most striking feature, Rinnegan patterns that made Naruto tense visibly. Greetings, advanced team, the recording began in the melodic Otsutsuki language. Preparation phase proceeding as scheduled. Primary cultivation sites showing optimal growth. The main family has approved acceleration to final phase within one standard rotation. All vessels should complete integration and prepare for the arrival of Lord Momoshiki and Lady Kinshiki within the designated timeframe. Though the others couldn't understand the language, Naruto's expression conveyed the seriousness of the message. They're coming, he translated grimly. The main harvesters, within one standard rotation, which I'm guessing means one local year. And they mention vessels completing integration, which confirms they're possessing key individuals. Can we determine who they've possessed from this data? Padmé asked. Naruto manipulated the cube's interface, searching for more specific information. There might be communication logs or vessel identification codes. The Otsutsuki are methodical, they document everything. After several minutes of searching, he located what appeared to be a registry of active vessels, Otsutsuki essences currently inhabiting hosts in the galaxy. The list was encoded, using numerical designations rather than names, but included position classifications. Political node, military node, religious node, Naruto read, translating the categories. They've infiltrated multiple power structures. And this one, he pointed to a designation marked with special symbols, is labeled Prime Vessel. That would be their principal agent. Can we decode the identifiers? NYXX asked, studying the alien script with fascination. Not directly from this, Naruto admitted. But we know where to look now. And, he paused as new information appeared, we have a timetable. According to this, the main family is scheduled to arrive in approximately 7 standard months. 7 months to identify potentially dozens of infiltrators, expose a galactic-scale threat, and prepare defenses, Ahsoka summarized. While navigating a war and political obstacles. We've faced worse odds, Naruto said with characteristic optimism. At least now we know what we're dealing with. As they continued analyzing the cube's data, extracting everything possible about Otsutsuki operations, plans began forming for their next steps. They would need to identify the infiltrators, gather irrefutable evidence, and find allies willing to believe their seemingly fantastical claims. The most direct approach would be to go to Coruscant, Padmé suggested. If the primary agent is there, we need to identify them. It's also the most dangerous location, Previn cautioned. Especially for you and Ahsoka. You're both being sought by Republic authorities. I can go undetected, Naruto offered. My transformation techniques can disguise me completely, and I can use shadow clones to multiply our information gathering capacity. We'll need political leverage as well, Padmé added. Contacts I trust who can help navigate Senate procedures when we're ready to present evidence. They worked late into the night, developing a strategy that balanced caution with urgency. By morning, a plan had emerged. Naruto and Ahsoka would travel to Coruscant disguised as traders, while Padmé would work through secure channels to arrange covert meetings with trusted Senate allies. The professors would remain at the sanctuary, continuing their analysis of historical records for any additional insight into previous Otsutsuki activities. Before leaving for Coruscant, Naruto insisted on several more days of intensive training for both Padmé and Ahsoka. Given what they now knew about the threat, developing their chakra abilities had become even more crucial. The techniques I'm about to teach you, he told them as they gathered in the sanctuary's spacious training room, are more advanced than basic chakra control. These are practical combat and defensive applications that might save your lives if you encounter an Otsutsuki vessel. For Ahsoka, he focused on integrating chakra techniques with her existing lightsaber skills, teaching her to channel specific elemental chakras through her weapons and enhance her physical abilities beyond standard force augmentation. Padmé's training took a different direction, emphasizing chakra control, genjutsu resistance, and techniques that could be deployed subtly in political settings where overt power displays would be inappropriate. Both women proved exceptionally quick studies, though in different ways. Ahsoka's previous Jedi training provided a foundation that, once partially unlearned, allowed for rapid integration of new techniques. Padmé's untrained but naturally powerful chakra pathways responded enthusiastically to proper instruction, as if they had been waiting for this opportunity. On the third day of training, something remarkable happened during a meditation exercise. Padmé, focusing intensely on chakra circulation, suddenly gasped as visible energy began manifesting around her hands, a soft blue glow that quickly stabilized into controlled streams she could direct with her thoughts. I can see it, she said with wonder. Not just feel it, actually see my own chakra. Naruto beamed with pride. That's incredibly advanced for someone with less than a week of training. In my time, most shinobi took months to reach visible chakra manifestation. Could this be why the Jedi never identified her? Ahsoka suggested. Her abilities remained dormant without proper triggering. Or someone deliberately overlooked her during testing, Naruto said, voicing the suspicion they'd all been considering. If the Otsutsuki have been infiltrating for decades, they might have influenced Jedi recruitment to overlook certain individuals with high potential. This possibility added another troubling dimension to the conspiracy they were unraveling. Not only were the Otsutsuki preparing for harvest, but they might have been manipulating Force user selection for generations, ensuring certain individuals remained untrained and unaware of their abilities. As their departure for Coruscant approached, Naruto spent a final evening helping both women refine their techniques. While Ahsoka practiced a chakra-enhanced defensive kata, he sat with Padmé, guiding her through an advanced sensing exercise. Your natural affinity seems to be for water and earth elements, he observed as she successfully manipulated a small sphere of water. That's a good combination, versatile and balanced. Is elemental affinity genetic? She asked. In my family, we've always had strong connections to water. Naboo traditions speak of ancestors who could hear the lake singing or feel the currents changing before storms. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Chakra affinities often run in families. In my time, certain clans were known for specific elemental specialties. Your ancestors might have been untrained sensors, people with natural chakra sensitivity who never received formal instruction. Padmé absorbed this, considering its implications. All those generations with abilities they never fully understood, just glimpses of potential. Which is exactly why knowledge of unified chakra is so important, Naruto emphasized. It belongs to everyone, not just selected, special individuals. Their conversation was interrupted by an alert from the sanctuary's security system. The caretaker, Eleron, appeared at the training room entrance. "My lady, we're receiving an encrypted transmission from Coruscant. It's coming through your personal diplomatic channel." Padmé frowned. "No one should be using that channel. It's reserved for absolute emergencies." They hurried to the communication center, where Previn was already examining the incoming signal. "It's definitely using your personal encryption key," he confirmed. "But there's something unusual about the transmission pattern. Can you decrypt it?" Padmé asked. "Working on it now." His fingers moved across the controls. "There, got it." The holographic projector activated, revealing the image of a cloaked figure whose face remained hidden in shadow. When they spoke, their voice was digitally altered. "Senator Amidala, I apologize for contacting you through this secure channel. My name is not important, but my information is. I believe we share a common concern regarding certain visitors to our galaxy." Everyone exchanged tense looks. The timing was too coincidental. "How did you obtain this channel?" Padmé demanded, careful not to reveal anything. "I have access to many things," the figure replied. "Including information about recent events on Felucia involving a white-haired young man and the destruction of a certain plant specimen." Naruto stepped forward. "Who are you? And what do you know about the Otsutsuki?" The figure seemed to startle slightly at Naruto's appearance. "So it's true. The sage has returned." The cloaked head bowed slightly. "I am part of an organization that has monitored these entities for generations. We call ourselves the Watchers of the Whirlpool." "Convenient timing," Ahsoka said skeptically. "How do we know you're not one of them?" "A reasonable question. I cannot prove my identity remotely, but I can offer information. The primary Otsutsuki vessel on Coruscant has integrated into the Republic's highest circles. They coordinate all cultivation activities across the galaxy and prepare for the arrival of the main family." "We already know this," Naruto said. "What can you tell us that proves you're an ally?" The figure leaned forward slightly. "I can tell you that they know you're awake, Sage, and they've dispatched specialized hunters to find you. I can tell you that 3 Jedi have already been replaced by vessels in the past month. And I can tell you that the Otsutsuki have been manipulating both Republic and Separatist leadership to ensure the war continues, weakening defense capabilities before the main harvest." This new information gave them pause. The level of detail suggested genuine insider knowledge. "What do you want?" Padmé finally asked. "To meet. On Coruscant. I have physical evidence of Otsutsuki infiltration that cannot be transmitted electronically without risk of interception." The figure transmitted a set of coordinates. "This location, 3 days from now. Come with caution, they have eyes everywhere in the capital." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving them staring at empty space. "It's a trap," Previn said immediately. "It has to be." "Maybe," Naruto agreed. "Or maybe there are others who've noticed what's happening and have been fighting from the shadows." "Either way," Ahsoka added, "we were already planning to go to Coruscant. This just gives us a specific destination." Padmé studied the coordinates. "This is in the industrial sector, level 1313. Deep underworld. High criminal activity, minimal Republic presence. Perfect for a private meeting," Naruto observed. "Or a perfect ambush site. We'll proceed as planned," Padmé decided. "But with additional precautions. If this group, these Watchers, are legitimate, they could be valuable allies." The next morning, final preparations were made for their journey to Coruscant. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones to remain at the sanctuary, providing both protection and a direct communication link through their shared memories. As Padmé prepared the small, nondescript transport they would use, Ahsoka found Naruto standing alone on an observation deck, looking out over Rory's lush landscape. "Worried?" she asked, joining him. "A little," he admitted. "Not about the danger, I've faced plenty of that. But about responsibility. If the Otsutsuki succeed, this entire galaxy pays the price." "You don't have to carry that burden alone," Ahsoka said quietly. "That was always the problem with prophecies and chosen ones, they isolate the very people who most need connection and support." Naruto smiled at her insight. "You sound like you have experience with that." "My former master was called the Chosen One, prophesied to bring balance to the Force. It placed impossible expectations on him. Made him feel simultaneously special and isolated." "And how did he handle it?" Ahsoka's expression grew troubled. "Not always well. It created a distance between him and other Jedi. Made him feel he had to prove himself constantly." Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "In my time, I was also part of a prophecy, though I didn't know it until later. The child of prophecy, who would either save the world or destroy it. But what made the difference wasn't special powers or destiny. What was it? Friends," he said simply. "People who believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Who fought alongside me not because prophecy demanded it, but because it was right." He glanced at her with a genuine smile. "Just like you're doing now." Their moment of connection was interrupted by Padmé's arrival. "The ship is ready. We should depart while orbital traffic is at its heaviest, easier to blend in." As they boarded the transport, Naruto created one final shadow clone to remain behind with specific instructions for the professors. The journey to Coruscant would take approximately 18 hours through hyperspace, time they would use to finalize their strategy and continue training. What awaited them on the Republic capital would either provide crucial allies in their fight against the Otsutsuki, or lead them into a carefully prepared trap. Either way, they were committed to uncovering the truth behind the ancient enemy's return, and preventing the harvest that threatened every living being in the galaxy. Coruscant's endless cityscape stretched to the horizon in all directions, trillions of lights illuminating the planet-wide metropolis. Their small transport descended through designated approach lanes, part of the constant stream of vessels arriving at the galactic capital. "Stay alert," Padmé cautioned as they entered the atmosphere. "Customs and security have been significantly enhanced since the war began." Naruto, who had transformed his appearance to that of a nondescript human trader, nodded. "I can sense the security checkpoints ahead. Lots of tension in the officials." Using carefully forged credentials provided by Padmé's contacts, they were directed to a commercial docking bay in the mid-levels, respectable enough not to draw attention, but not so prestigious as to invite extra scrutiny. Their cover story identified them as representatives of a minor outer rim trading consortium seeking import licenses. Ahsoka, her distinctive Togruta features disguised by a hooded cloak and subtle cosmetic alterations, remained aboard as Padmé and Naruto handled the landing formalities. Though Padmé also wore a disguise, they had determined it was safer for her to interact with officials directly. Her diplomatic experience allowed her to navigate bureaucratic procedures naturally. "Remember," Padmé murmured as they approached the customs desk, "we're here for a 3-day business trip. Routine trade negotiations." "Got it," Naruto replied quietly. "Just a boring business thing. Nothing exciting at all." The customs officer, a bored-looking human in a gray Republic uniform, barely glanced at their documentation before stamping the necessary approvals. "Proceed to temporary residence registration within 24 hours, he recited mechanically. "Enjoy your stay on Coruscant." Once cleared, they made their way through the bustling spaceport toward the public transportation hub. Naruto's senses remained on high alert, scanning for any unusual chakra signatures that might indicate Otsutsuki presence. "Anything?" Ahsoka asked quietly as they boarded a public air taxi. "Nothing obvious," he replied. "But this planet has so many life forms, it's hard to isolate specific signatures without entering Sage mode, which would be too conspicuous here." Their first destination wasn't a mysterious meeting point but a safe house Padmé maintained through intermediaries, an unassuming apartment in a middle-level residential district. Like her sanctuary on Rory, it was registered through shell companies with no direct connection to her name or position. The apartment itself was modestly furnished but equipped with advanced security features and communication scramblers. Once inside with the security systems activated, they could finally speak openly. "We have 2 days before the scheduled meeting," Padmé said, removing her disguise. "Time we should use to gather preliminary intelligence." "I'll create shadow clones to scout different sectors," Naruto offered, reverting to his true appearance with a puff of smoke. "Transformed to look like various species, they can cover significant ground without raising suspicion." "Focus on the Senate District and Jedi Temple vicinity," Ahsoka suggested. "If high-level infiltration has occurred, those would be primary targets." "Also the primary financial district," Padmé added. "Banking clan headquarters, trade federation offices, entities with significant influence over the war economy." Naruto created a dozen shadow clones, each adopting a different appearance before departing on their reconnaissance missions. Meanwhile, Ahsoka established a secure communication link with the Rory Sanctuary to check on the professor's progress analyzing the Otsutsuki cube. "They've managed to extract additional data," she reported after the call. "Including partial records of communication between vessels. Nothing that identifies specific individuals yet, but confirmation that at least 17 positions of significant influence have been compromised." 17. Padmé looked alarmed. "That's far more extensive than we initially feared. And those are just the ones important enough to be in direct communication with the primary vessel," Naruto pointed out. "There could be dozens more lower-level infiltrators." They spent the remainder of the day planning their approach to the mysterious meeting. The location, Level 1313 in Coruscant's industrial sector, was notorious for criminal activity and minimal law enforcement presence. The perfect place for clandestine meetings, or ambushes. "I should go alone," Naruto insisted as they discussed options. "If it is a trap, I have the best chance of escaping or turning the tables." "Unacceptable," Padmé countered firmly. "We have no idea who these Watchers are or what information they possess. This requires diplomatic experience as well as combat capability." "Besides," Ahsoka added pragmatically, "you're still learning about this era's political landscape. You might miss crucial context that Padmé or I would recognize immediately." Naruto reluctantly conceded the point. "Fine, but we take maximum precautions. Shadow clone scouting the location in advance, multiple escape routes identified, and you two stay back until I confirm it's reasonably safe." By nightfall, the first shadow clones began returning with reports from around Coruscant. They gathered in the apartment's main room, reviewing the information as each clone dispelled, transferring its memories to Naruto. "The Senate is on high alert," he reported after absorbing several clones' experiences. "Security has been dramatically increased, ostensibly because of assassination threats, but it feels excessive." "What about the Jedi Temple?" Ahsoka asked. "Harder to observe directly without risking detection by force-sensitive guards," Naruto admitted. "But one clone managed to watch from a nearby public observation deck. Unusual activity there too, increased shuttle movements, groups of Jedi returning from various assignments." "The Council might be recalling members," Ahsoka suggested. "Perhaps they've sensed something." Padmé looked troubled. "Or the infiltrators are consolidating their positions, bringing compromised Jedi back to the center of operations." The implications hung heavily in the air. If Jedi had been replaced by Otsutsuki vessels, the very heart of the Republic's defense against mysterious threats was compromised. A newly returned shadow clone provided particularly disturbing information about the financial district. The banking clan headquarters had several visitors with unusual chakra signatures, Naruto related. "Not full Otsutsuki, but altered, similar to what we encountered on Felucia. They're meeting with top executives. The intergalactic banking clan finances both sides of the war," Padmé explained grimly. "If they're compromised, it explains how the conflict has been sustained despite numerous opportunities for resolution." As the final shadow clones reported and dispersed, Naruto created a new batch to maintain surveillance overnight. With all the initial information gathered, they could begin formulating a more detailed strategy for their investigation, and their upcoming meeting with the mysterious Watchers. One thing is increasingly clear, Padmé observed as they reviewed everything they'd learned. The infiltration is sophisticated and widespread. We need to identify the primary vessel, the coordinator, before we can effectively counter their operation. And we need proof that will convince others, Ahsoka added. Concrete evidence that can't be dismissed as conspiracy theories. Naruto leaned back, processing everything his shadow clones had observed. There's something else troubling me. The way security forces are deployed around the Senate and other key locations, it's not just about protection. It feels like containment. Like they're preparing for something. The arrival of the main family? Padmé suggested. Possibly. Or some other significant event. He frowned in concentration. Several clones noticed preparations for a major Senate function. Something about a special address regarding the war effort. The Chancellor's mid-war address, Padmé realized. It's scheduled for 3 days from now, a major policy speech outlining the next phase of Republic strategy. Every senator will attend, along with military leadership, Jedi representatives, and diplomatic corps. Everyone who matters in one room, Ahsoka said slowly. That would be the perfect opportunity for. She didn't need to finish the thought. If the Otsutsuki wanted to maximize their impact, either through a coordinated action or simply to have all key vessels in position for the main family's arrival, such an event would be ideal. We need to learn more about the security arrangements for this address, Padmé decided. And determine if it factors into their plans. The following morning brought news from the sanctuary. Professor NYXX had managed to partially decrypt the Otsutsuki communication protocols from the cube. The breakthrough allowed them to identify a specific frequency used for coordination between vessels. If we can build a scanner calibrated to this frequency, Ahsoka suggested, we might be able to identify vessels by detecting their communications. I know someone who could help, Padmé said. A former Republic intelligence technician who now works independently. Completely trustworthy and extraordinarily talented with communications technology. While Padmé arranged a meeting with this contact, Naruto and Ahsoka continued analyzing shadow clone reports and preparing for their encounter with the Watchers. By midday, they had compiled a troubling pattern, multiple government and Jedi officials exhibiting subtle behavioral anomalies that aligned with Otsutsuki possession indicators. Based on everything we've gathered, Naruto summarized as they reviewed their findings, I'd estimate at least 20 high-level positions have been compromised, including at least 3 Jedi and several key Senate committee members. But still no confirmation on the primary vessel, Ahsoka noted with frustration. Whoever they are, they're well insulated. Padmé returned from her secure communication with good news. My contact has agreed to help. She can provide the scanner we need, but we'll need to meet her personally. She won't transmit the specifications electronically. When and where? Naruto asked. Tonight. Koko Town District. A diner called Dex's. She smiled slightly at Ahsoka's surprised expression. Yes, that Dex's. My contact feels it's the last place anyone would expect a clandestine meeting. With that arrangement made, they turned their attention to the imminent meeting with the Watchers. Level 1313 was notoriously difficult to navigate safely, especially for outsiders. Naruto spent the afternoon creating and dispatching transformed shadow clones to map the area, identify potential ambush sites, and establish escape routes. By evening, they had a comprehensive tactical plan for the meeting. Naruto would arrive first, supported by hidden shadow clones positioned strategically throughout the area. Padmé and Ahsoka would follow separately, remaining at a safe distance until Naruto confirmed the situation. If anything feels wrong, Ahsoka emphasized as they finalized details, we abort immediately. No heroics, no taking unnecessary chances. Agreed, Naruto nodded. Though I still think you two should, we've settled this, Padmé interrupted firmly. We go together or not at all. Before departing for Coco Town to meet Padmé's contact, Naruto created additional shadow clones to maintain their surveillance operations. One group would continue monitoring the Senate district, focusing on preparations for the Chancellor's address. Another would observe the financial district, tracking the unusual visitors previously identified. Dex's diner was a quintessential greasy spoon, unpretentious, slightly dingy, and absolutely perfect for inconspicuous meetings. They arrived separately, with Naruto entering first to scan for any threats before signaling the others to join him. Padmé's contact was already waiting in a corner booth, a middle-aged Myriolan woman with geometric tattoos across her green skin and sharp, observant eyes that missed nothing. She introduced herself simply as Vess. Senator, she greeted Padmé quietly, though the disguise remained in place. It's been some time. Thank you for meeting us, Padmé replied, sliding into the booth beside her while Naruto and Ahsoka took the opposite seats. Your message mentioned specialized scanning technology, Vess said, getting directly to business. For detecting unusual communication frequencies. Padmé nodded. We need something portable, capable of isolating a very specific bandwidth used by certain individuals of interest. Vess's expression remained neutral, but her eyes sharpened. Would these individuals happen to use quantum entangled transmission methods? Because there's been an unusual spike in such communications recently. Naruto leaned forward slightly. You've detected them already? I monitor unusual communication patterns. Professional habit. Vess shrugged. About 6 standard months ago, I noticed something new, transmissions that leave no conventional trace but create distinctive energy fluctuations. Impossible to decrypt because they're not actually passing through normal space. Exactly what we're looking for, Ahsoka confirmed. Can you build us a scanner to detect the sources? Already have. Vess extracted a small device from her jacket pocket, no larger than a comlink. Prototype only. Range is limited to about 50 meters, but it can identify active transmission sources with reasonable accuracy. She demonstrated its operation, explaining the interface that displayed relative distance and signal strength for nearby quantum-entangled communications. The readings spike dramatically when a transmission occurs, she explained. But there's a passive signature even when they're not actively communicating, like background radiation. This is perfect, Naruto said, examining the device with appreciation. How many can you provide? 3 completed units. Could assemble maybe 2 more with available components. Vess studied them with increased curiosity. May I ask what you're tracking? These communication methods are beyond cutting edge, they shouldn't exist with current technology. Padmé exchanged glances with her companions before responding carefully. We believe certain, foreign agents, have infiltrated key Republic institutions. Their communication methods are part of how they've remained undetected. Vess absorbed this without visible reaction. Republic intelligence suspects something similar. There's been unusual activity in the counter-espionage division, agents reassigned, investigations shuttered without explanation. Information compartmentalization has increased dramatically. You still have contacts inside? Ahsoka asked. A few. Enough to know something major is happening. Security protocols for the Chancellor's address have been modified 8 times in the past week. Unprecedented for a routine speech. This confirmed their suspicions that the upcoming Senate event held special significance. After finalizing arrangements for the additional scanners, Vess departed first, leaving the devices behind in an unobtrusive food container. She suspects more than she's saying, Ahsoka observed once Vess had gone. Vess was one of the best analysts in Republic intelligence before political considerations forced her out, Padmé explained. If anyone could piece together patterns of infiltration, it would be her. A potential ally? Naruto suggested. Potentially. But she's cautious by nature and training. She'll want more concrete evidence before fully committing. They left Dex's diner separately, reconvening at their safe house to test the scanning devices. True to Vessa's description, they functioned perfectly within their limited range, detecting no quantum-entangled communications in their immediate vicinity. Tomorrow's meeting with the Watchers might provide the evidence we need, Padmé said as they prepared for the next day's operation. If they've truly been monitoring these entities for generations, they may have identification methods we haven't considered. Or it could be an elaborate trap, Ahsoka reminded them. We still don't know who sent that message or how they obtained your secure channel. Naruto, who had been unusually quiet since returning from the diner, finally spoke. One of my shadow clones dispelled a few minutes ago. It was monitoring the Jedi Temple landing platform. He looked directly at Ahsoka. Your former master has returned to Coruscant. Along with Master Kenobi. Ahsoka's expression became complicated, concern, affection, and wariness all visible. Anakin? Are you certain? The clone recognized him from your descriptions. Distinctive scar, mechanical hand, tall with dark blonde hair. Naruto watched her carefully. Does this change things? She took a moment before answering. It complicates matters. Anakin is persistent. If he knows I'm on Coruscant, or suspects it, he'll try to find me. And his feelings about Naruto would be. Padmé prompted. Suspicious at best, hostile at worst, Ahsoka admitted. Especially given how protective he is of. She glanced briefly at Padmé before continuing. Of people he cares about. The unspoken dynamic between Padmé and Anakin hung in the air, acknowledged but not directly addressed. We maintain our plan, Padmé decided after a moment. But with additional precautions. Naruto, can your clones track Anakin's movements without being detected? Probably, but it's risky. He's clearly strong in the Force, which means he might sense surveillance even if he can't see it. Limited observation only, then, she modified. We need to know if he's been assigned to security for the Chancellor's address or anything related to our investigation. As night fell over Coruscant's never-darkening cityscape, they made final preparations for the next day's crucial meeting. The stakes had grown with each new piece of information. What had begun as an investigation into ancient history had become a race to prevent galaxy-wide catastrophe. Get some rest, Naruto advised as they concluded their planning. Tomorrow will be challenging no matter what happens. Later, unable to sleep, Naruto stood at the apartment's window, looking out at the endless city. The constant flow of air traffic formed rivers of light against the urban backdrop, billions of beings going about their lives, unaware of the threat gathering around them. You're troubled, Kurama observed within their shared mindscape. Just thinking about responsibility, Naruto replied internally. If we fail, if the Otsutsuki succeed with their harvest, then you'll have done everything possible to prevent it, the fox finished. As you always have. Remember, Kit, even you have limits. You cannot carry the weight of an entire galaxy alone. I'm not alone, Naruto acknowledged, thinking of his new allies. That's what gives us a fighting chance. Morning arrived with news from the sanctuary. Professor Previn had discovered historical records suggesting the Watchers of the Whirlpool might be legitimate. Ancient texts mentioned a secret society formed during the Great Schism to preserve the unified knowledge of the sage against those who would divide and control it. If these modern Watchers are descendants of that original group, Ahsoka reasoned, they could have been operating in secret for millennia, perhaps the only ones who remembered the true threat when everyone else forgot or distorted the history. Or they could be using that historical reference to create a convincing cover, Padmé cautioned. We proceed as planned, maximum security precautions. They spent the morning reviewing all intelligence gathered by Naruto's shadow clones and finalizing their approach to level 1313. The industrial underworld level was technically restricted, but Padmé's connections had secured them temporary access permits registered to their cover identities. By early afternoon, the first phase of their plan was in motion. Transformed shadow clones infiltrated level 1313, establishing surveillance points around the meeting coordinates, an abandoned manufacturing facility in a particularly desolate sector. Other clones mapped escape routes and identified potential security hazards, reporting back regularly. Initial sweep complete, Naruto announced as the last reconnaissance clone dispelled. No obvious ambush preparations, but the facility has multiple concealed access points someone could use to surround us. Limited surveillance equipment detected, mostly older systems that appear non-functional. Assessment? Ahsoka prompted. It feels like a genuine attempt at a secure meeting location, Naruto concluded. Not too perfect, not too obvious. If it is a trap, it's a sophisticated one. They departed for level 1313 separately, using different routes and transportation methods to minimize the chance of being followed. Naruto arrived first, establishing additional shadow clone security before signaling the others to approach. Level 1313 epitomized Coruscant's stark stratification, a dark, industrial wasteland where sunlight never penetrated, populated by those who had fallen through the cracks of galactic society. Automated factories, abandoned warehouses, and makeshift settlements created a labyrinthine environment perfect for those wishing to remain unnoticed. The designated meeting point, a defunct droid manufacturing facility, loomed like a metal mountain in the perpetual twilight of the level. Its main entrance stood partially open, interior illuminated only by emergency lighting that cast everything in a dim red glow. "I'll enter first," Naruto insisted as they gathered in a concealed position nearby. "My clones have secured the perimeter, but we still don't know what's waiting inside." Padmé and Ahsoka nodded agreement, taking positions that offered both cover and clear lines of sight to the entrance. Naruto approached cautiously, senses extended to detect any threat. The facility's main floor was cavernous, filled with dormant assembly lines and stacked crates of components. Catwalks crisscrossed overhead, leading to various control rooms and observation platforms. "Hello," he called, his voice echoing through the vast space. "I'm here for the meeting." For several moments, nothing happened. Then a voice responded from one of the overhead catwalks. "You came. We weren't certain you would." A figure emerged from shadow, humanoid, wearing robes that concealed their species and features. They were not alone. Two additional robed figures appeared on separate catwalks, creating a triangular formation above Naruto. "Where are your companions?" the first figure asked. "The senator and the former Jedi?" "Nearby," Naruto replied cautiously. "They'll join us when I'm convinced this isn't a trap." Understandable caution. The figure descended a stairway to the main floor, keeping a respectful distance. "To build trust, I will show myself first." The figure lowered their hood, revealing a female Togruta of middle years, her face marked with white patterns that complemented her orange skin and blue-striped montrals. "My name is Selera Voss," she introduced herself. "Once a Jedi Knight, now keeper of histories for the Watchers of the Whirlpool." Naruto studied her, sensing no deception in her chakra flow. "You were a Jedi. When did you leave the Order?" "Over 20 years ago. I discovered forbidden archives during a mission to Ossus, texts that contradicted essential Jedi teachings about the nature of the Force. When I presented my findings to the Council, I was ordered to surrender the materials and forget what I had learned." "But you didn't," Naruto guessed. "I couldn't. The truth was too important." She gestured to her companions, who had remained on the catwalks. "I found others, scholars, former Jedi, even a few Sith defectors, who had discovered fragments of the same truth. Together, we preserved the knowledge of the unified force and watched for signs of the returning threat." Naruto signaled Padmé and Ahsoka, who emerged from their hiding places to join him. The other two watchers descended as well, revealing themselves as a human male and a Zabrak female, both bearing subtle spiral symbols tattooed on their foreheads. "Senator Amidala," Selera acknowledged with a respectful nod. "Your reputation for integrity is well earned. And Padawan Tano, or former Padawan, I should say. Your departure from the Order showed remarkable courage." "You know us," Ahsoka replied, "but we know very little about you or your organization. A situation we hope to remedy today." Selera gestured toward a side room. We have prepared evidence of both our legitimacy and the Otsutsuki infiltration. If you would follow me. The side room had been converted into a kind of war room, with star maps, data terminals, and display cases containing ancient artifacts. Most prominently featured was a large holodeck currently projecting a three-dimensional model of the Senate building. For 7,000 years, Cell Era began as they gathered around the table. We have preserved the true history of the Force, how it was understood before the Jedi and Sith divided it into artificial sides. We maintained the warnings about the harvesters, the Otsutsuki, as you call them, and watched for signs of their return. Signs like what? Padmé asked. Specific energy signatures at potential cultivation sites. Unusual behavior from powerful individuals. Suppression of archaeological discoveries that might reveal the truth. Cell Era manipulated the holodeck controls, showing various planetary systems where they had detected suspicious activity. For centuries, there were only occasional indications, a scout here, a small cultivation attempt there. But approximately 50 standard years ago, the pattern changed dramatically. That's when the systematic infiltration began, the Human Watcher added. They started replacing key individuals, slowly at first, then accelerating about 10 years ago. Coinciding with the rising tensions that eventually led to the Clone Wars, Padmé observed. Exactly. Cell Era changed the hologram to show a complex web of connections between various Republic and Separatist leaders. The conflict serves multiple purposes for them. It distracts attention from their activities, weakens potential resistance, and, most importantly, generates the kind of emotional energy that nourishes their cultivation sites. Emotional energy? Ahsoka questioned. Fear, anger, suffering on a galactic scale, the Zabrak Watcher explained. It accelerates the growth of their god trees. A galaxy at war is the perfect cultivation environment. Naruto nodded grimly. That aligns with what I know of their methods. The Otsutsuki see emotions as a form of energy to be harvested, not something to experience themselves. Cell Era studied him with open curiosity. The legends of the sage described someone who understood the harvesters better than anyone, who had fought them directly and survived. When we detected the energy surge from your awakening, many of us dared hope the legends were true. I'm not sure I'm the same sage from your legends, Naruto said honestly. But I have fought the Otsutsuki before, and I understand how they operate. Which brings us to our most critical information, Cell Era continued, changing the hologram again to show the Senate building's internal layout. We have identified several confirmed Otsutsuki vessels in positions of power, including 3 members of the Jedi Council and at least 7 key senators. Can you provide proof? Padmé asked. Names, evidence that would convince others? Limited proof, yes. Complete identification of all vessels, no. Cell Era produced a data crystal. This contains our confirmed identifications, including surveillance recordings showing telltale signs of possession, moments when their true nature briefly surfaces during private conversations or periods of stress. The Zabrak Watcher added, we've also compiled evidence of coordination between these vessels, communication patterns, policy alignments that make no sense unless viewed as part of a unified strategy. What about the primary vessel? Naruto asked. The coordinator. The 3 watchers exchanged glances, a subtle tension entering their postures. We have strong suspicions, Cell Era finally said, but no definitive proof yet. The primary vessel is extraordinarily careful, layers of protection, misdirection, and plausible deniability surround them. But you think you know who it is, Ahsoka pressed. We have narrowed it to 3 possibilities, all individuals with unprecedented access and influence. 1 military, 1 Jedi, 1 political. Cell Era manipulated the hologram once more, zooming in on the Senate's main chamber. And we believe they are planning something significant during the Chancellor's address tomorrow. What kind of something? Padmé asked with growing concern. We're not certain. But security arrangements have been modified to remove specific safeguards while appearing to enhance others. Communications protocols have been altered to route through newly installed systems. And certain individuals we've confirmed as vessels have been positioned in key security and procedural roles. Naruto frowned, processing this information. It sounds like they're creating an opportunity, either for direct action or to facilitate something else. Like the arrival of the main family, Ahsoka suggested. Could they be preparing to open a pathway of some kind? A controlled dimensional rift? That would require enormous energy, Naruto said thoughtfully. But if they've been harvesting and storing energy from multiple cultivation sites. He looked at Celera. Have you detected any unusual energy accumulation points on Coruscant? Places where power is being gathered but not used? The Watchers seemed impressed by the question. Yes, the human member confirmed. We've identified 3 locations with unexplained energy signatures, all deep beneath the surface, all showing steadily increasing power levels over the past month. They're creating anchor points, Naruto realized. For a controlled dimensional passage. They need at least 3 to stabilize the pathway between worlds. Which means tomorrow's address could be when they activate it, Padmé concluded. With every significant leader in the Republic present to witness, or be eliminated. The implications were staggering. If the Otsutsuki main family arrived during the Senate address, they could potentially decapitate the Republic's entire leadership structure in one stroke, creating chaos that would facilitate their harvest plans. We need to stop this, Ahsoka stated the obvious. But how? We can't exactly walk into the Senate and claim alien parasites are possessing key leaders. Not without proof that's immediately and visibly convincing, Padmé agreed. The kind that can't be dismissed or explained away. Naruto had been examining the Senate building hologram with intense focus. These energy accumulation points, can you show their exact locations? Celera adjusted the display, highlighting 3 points forming a triangle around the Senate district, each deep underground but connected to the surface through power conduits and maintenance tunnels. If these are what I think they are, Naruto said slowly, then disrupting them would prevent any dimensional passage from stabilizing. The Otsutsuki would be forced to delay their arrival. Buying us time to expose the vessels already here, Padmé added, following his reasoning. Exactly. A 2-part strategy, disrupt their arrival technology while simultaneously identifying the primary vessel. Naruto looked at the Watchers. Do you have people who could help us access these underground locations? Limited personnel, but yes, Celera confirmed. We maintain a network of allies in Coruscant's maintenance and security sectors, people who help us monitor without necessarily knowing our full purpose. They spent the next several hours developing a comprehensive plan, combining the Watchers' local knowledge with Naruto's understanding of Otsutsuki technology and Padmé's political insights. By evening, they had established a coordinated strategy for disrupting the energy accumulation points while positioning themselves to identify and expose the primary vessel during the Senate address. We should operate in 3 teams, Naruto suggested as they finalized details. 1 for each energy point, with shadow clones providing backup and communication. I'll take the Senate position, Padmé volunteered. As a senator, I can attend the address without raising suspicion, especially if I arrive separately from my current trade delegation cover. I'll coordinate the technical disruption, the human watcher, who had introduced himself as Tavern, offered. My background in engineering makes me most qualified for that aspect. Assignments continued until each critical position was covered. The plan was complicated but flexible, with multiple contingencies for different scenarios. Throughout the planning, Naruto created and dispatched shadow clones to gather final intelligence and prepare necessary equipment. As they prepared to depart, Celera approached Naruto privately. There is something we haven't shared with the others yet, she said quietly. Something we thought you should know first. What is it? He asked, immediately alert to her serious tone. We believe we've located another like you, another being from your era who underwent a similar suspension. The energy signature is unmistakable, though currently dormant. Naruto's eyes widened. Where? Deep beneath the Jedi temple. In a sealed vault that predates the current structure by thousands of years. The Jedi built their temple atop it, perhaps without even knowing what lay beneath. Who is it? Can you tell? Selera shook her head. The signature is masked, whether deliberately or by the suspension method, we cannot determine. But it resonates with the same unique frequency as your own energy, what we call the whirlpool pattern. This revelation added another layer of urgency to their mission. If another being from his era was preserved beneath the Jedi Temple, it could be ally or enemy, and either way, it represented a significant factor they hadn't considered. Keep this between us for now, Naruto decided after a moment's thought. We have enough to focus on with tomorrow's operation. But afterward, if we succeed, this becomes our next priority. Selera nodded agreement. As you wish, Sage. They left the manufacturing facility separately, each taking different routes back to their respective bases. The operation would commence early the following morning, giving them time to position assets before the Chancellor's address began at midday. Back at the safe house, Naruto briefed Padmé and Ahsoka on the final arrangements while creating additional shadow clones for overnight surveillance of key locations. The quantum-entangled communication detectors provided by VES had been distributed to team leaders, giving them a way to identify potential vessels during the operation. One last thing, Naruto said as they concluded their preparations. If something goes wrong, if the Otsutsuki main family does arrive despite our efforts, don't try to fight them directly. Not even Jedi would stand a chance against Momoshiki or Kinshiki at full power. What about you? Ahsoka asked. Could you face them? Naruto's expression grew serious. With Kurama's full power, maybe. But the collateral damage would be catastrophic. Better to prevent their arrival entirely. As they settled in for a few hours of rest before the operation, Padmé found Naruto on the apartment's small balcony, looking out at the endless city once more. Troubled thoughts, she asked, joining him. Just reflecting on how history repeats itself, he replied. Different world, different time, but the same pattern, those who seek power at others' expense, and those who stand against them. You've faced impossible odds before, she observed. Many times. He smiled slightly. Never gets easier, but you get more used to it. And having the right people beside you makes all the difference. Padmé nodded understanding. In politics, I've learned that seemingly insurmountable systems can be changed by small groups of determined individuals in the right place at the right time. Exactly. The Otsutsuki think in terms of overwhelming power, harvesting entire worlds. They never expect resistance from those they consider insignificant. His smile widened. That's always been their weakness. Morning arrived too quickly, bringing with it the day that would determine the fate of not just their small group, but potentially the entire galaxy. As they made final preparations, checking equipment and reviewing assignments one last time, a sense of resolved determination settled over them. Whatever happens today, Naruto told Padmé and Ahsoka as they prepared to depart, remember that united chakra, the true force, flows through everything, connecting us even when we're physically separated. Trust that connection, and your own instincts. With those parting words, they set out on their separate missions, Padmé to prepare for her official appearance at the Senate, Ahsoka to join the Zabrak Watcher at the Southern Energy Accumulation Point, and Naruto to lead the assault on the primary node beneath the government district. The pieces were in position. The operation had begun. And somewhere in the vastness of space beyond Coruscant, the Otsutsuki main family was preparing to claim their newest harvest, unaware that the ancient enemy they thought long neutralized had awakened once more to oppose them. Naruto moved through Coruscant's underground maintenance tunnels with practiced stealth, following Tavern's lead through the labyrinthine passageways. 6 shadow clones accompanied them, each carrying specialized equipment designed to disrupt the Otsutsuki energy accumulation node. Security increases ahead, Tavern warned as they approached a heavily modified section of tunnel. These aren't standard Republic designs. Naruto nodded, sensing the difference. Otsutsuki technology integrated with local systems. Clever, it blends in enough to avoid casual detection. The tunnel widened into a junction chamber where multiple power conduits converged. At its center stood what appeared to be a legitimate power regulation station, except for the subtle, spiraling patterns etched into its housing and the faint, pulsing glow emanating from within. "That's it," Naruto confirmed, entering Sage mode briefly to analyze the energy signature. Definitely Otsutsuki design disguised as Republic technology. It's drawing power from Coruscant's grid while amplifying and converting it to the specific frequency they need. "Can you disable it?" Tavrin asked. "Not easily. These systems typically have safeguards that alert the operators if tampered with." Naruto examined the station carefully. "We need to modify it rather than destroy it, make it appear functional while subtly disrupting its true purpose." While they worked on the primary node, Ahsoka and her team were approaching the southern accumulation point, a similar installation hidden beneath an industrial power distribution center. Using the scanning device Vess had provided, she detected two guards with the distinctive quantum-entangled communication signature. "Vessels," she whispered to her Zabrak companion, Mira. "Two of them, positioned at the entrance." "We'll need a distraction," Mira replied. "A direct confrontation would alert others." Ahsoka considered their options. "These vessels, they're still partly human, right? Still susceptible to certain techniques?" "To an extent. Their altered physiology makes them resistant to standard force suggestions, but they maintain many human limitations." "Good." Ahsoka removed a small device from her equipment pouch, one of several Naruto had prepared before they separated. "This contains a specialized chakra formula. It creates a sensory disruption field that should temporarily confuse their perception." At the third node, located beneath the Senate district itself, Celera led a small team including two other watchers and several of Naruto's shadow clones. They encountered the heaviest security, automated systems and what appeared to be modified battle droids with distinctive pale coloration. "These aren't standard military models," one watcher observed. "The design incorporates elements I've never seen before." "Otsutsuki enhanced," a shadow clone confirmed. "We've seen similar modifications on other worlds. They're specifically designed to handle chakra users." Celera signaled for caution. "We need to disable them without triggering alerts." "Can your shadow clones handle that?" The clone grinned. "Watch and learn." In the Senate building above, Padmé arrived in her formal senatorial attire, having temporarily abandoned her disguise for her official identity. Security was visibly enhanced, clone troopers and Senate guards positioned at every entrance, scanning equipment checking each arrival with unusual thoroughness. Senator Amidala, a protocol officer greeted her. "You weren't on the early arrival list." "Last-minute return from a constituency visit," she explained smoothly. "I wouldn't miss the Chancellor's address." The officer nodded, directing her through the security checkpoint. Padmé discreetly activated the quantum-entangled communication detector in her sleeve, watching its readings as she passed various officials. Most registered nothing, but two security coordinators showed distinct signatures, Otsutsuki vessels, just as the watchers had warned. Meanwhile, Naruto had begun the delicate process of modifying the primary energy node. Using specialized sealing techniques adapted from his era, he carefully altered the energy conversion patterns within the device, making changes subtle enough to avoid triggering alarms but significant enough to prevent proper dimensional anchoring. "This is impressive technology," Tavrin observed as he assisted. "Far beyond anything in current galactic science. The Otsutsuki have been harvesting worlds for millennia," Naruto explained while working. "They incorporate the best technology from each civilization they encounter." A shadow clone suddenly tensed, receiving memories from another that had dispelled. "Ahsoka's team has engaged hostiles at the southern node. They've been detected. Can they complete their mission?" Tavrin asked urgently. "They'll try, but we need to accelerate our timeline. The vessels will alert others once they realize what's happening." At the southern node, Ahsoka's lightsabers flashed as she defended against the vessel guards, their movements unnaturally fluid and their strength far exceeding normal human capacity. Her recent chakra training with Naruto proved invaluable as she incorporated new techniques into her fighting style, channeling energy through her weapons to counter the vessel's abilities. The disruption device is planted. Mira called from the node housing. Activating now. One guard turned toward the node, hands forming unfamiliar signs. Barrier technique, repulsion field. A wave of energy erupted from his palms, heading toward Mira. Ahsoka reacted instinctively, using a chakra technique Naruto had taught her. Wind style, protective gust. She clapped her hands together, creating a countering air current that disrupted the vessel's attack before it could reach its target. The momentary advantage allowed her to close distance with the vessel, lightsabers moving in precisely targeted strikes meant to disable rather than kill. The vessel blocked with surprising skill, his arms glowing with protective chakra that resisted even lightsaber cuts. Their primary coordinator has been alerted, the vessel announced with unnerving calm. Your efforts are futile. The pathway will open. The main family will arrive. Not today, Ahsoka replied, fainting left before executing a spinning kick enhanced with chakra, a technique combining Jedi acrobatics with Naruto's teachings. The impact sent the vessel crashing into a power conduit, temporarily disorienting him. Mira finished activating the disruption device, its effect immediately visible as the node's pulsing rhythm faltered and then stabilized in an altered pattern. Done. The anchor is corrupted. At the Senate node, Cellera's team had managed to disable the modified droids through a combination of technical skill and the Shadow Clone's chakra techniques. They were working quickly to modify the installation when alarms suddenly blared throughout the system. They've detected the southern node tampering, a watcher reported. The system is initiating some kind of emergency protocol. The node housing began glowing more intensely, its power draw increasing dramatically. They're trying to compensate, Cellera realized. Redirecting power from the compromised node to the remaining ones. Which means we need to work faster, the Shadow Clone leading their team said, hands moving through complex sealing patterns. If they can maintain two functional anchors, they might still attempt the dimensional passage, it would be unstable but potentially viable. In the Senate chamber, the assembled dignitaries had taken their places as the Chancellor's address prepared to begin. Padmé watched carefully, her quantum detector registering disturbing readings from several key positions, including members of the Chancellor's security detail and at least 3 senators in nearby delegation pods. A subtle vibration ran through the building, barely noticeable to most, but unmistakable to Padmé's enhanced awareness. Something was happening in the systems beneath them, power fluctuations that corresponded to the tampering operations underway. On the Chancellor's podium, several aides conferred urgently, passing messages to the security chief. Padmé noticed their concerned expressions and the subtle hand signals being exchanged, not standard Republic security protocols, but something else entirely. At the primary node, Naruto completed his modifications just as the system began its compensatory power surge. Done. This node is effectively sabotaged, it'll appear functional but actually create disruptive interference patterns. Will it be enough? Tavrin asked as they quickly gathered their equipment. It should prevent stable dimensional passage, Naruto confirmed. But they might attempt it anyway, which could have unpredictable consequences. His Shadow Clone network suddenly provided critical information, all 3 nodes were experiencing power surges far beyond the expected parameters. The Otsutsuki operators, realizing their system had been compromised, were attempting to force the dimensional passage prematurely. We need to get to the Senate chamber, Naruto decided immediately. They're accelerating their timeline. Whatever they plan to do during the address, they're doing it now before we can stop them completely. In the Senate, the Chancellor had just taken the podium to begin his address when the building's lighting flickered momentarily. He paused, glancing toward his aides with a subtle frown before continuing with his prepared remarks. Senators, distinguished representatives of the Republic, I stand before you today to address the progress of our conflict with the Separatist Alliance. Padmé's quantum detector suddenly registered massive activity, multiple vessels throughout the chamber activating their communications simultaneously. Something was happening, coordinated and deliberate. Outside the Senate building, Ahsoka and Mira arrived breathless from their operation, joining with several of Naruto's shadow clones who had been positioned as backup. The southern node is compromised but not completely disabled, Ahsoka reported. They initiated some kind of emergency protocol before we could finish. Same at the Senate node, a clone confirmed. They're attempting to force the passage with just 2 partially functional anchors. That's incredibly dangerous, Mira added. The dimensional instability could create a cascade effect throughout the local spacetime fabric. Inside the chamber, the Chancellor continued his address, seeming oblivious to the subtle changes occurring around him. Several members of his security detail had positioned themselves at specific points around the podium, forming a geometric pattern that Padmé recognized from the Otsutsuki data as a focusing array. She activated her secure communicator, sending a predetermined alert signal to Naruto and the others. The pattern was clear now, the vessels weren't just planning to bring the Otsutsuki main family to Coruscant. They were planning to do it right here, right now, in the middle of the Senate. Naruto and Tavern emerged from the maintenance tunnels near the Senate building just as Padmé's alert came through. They sprinted toward the main entrance, only to find it locked down, emergency protocols activated, sealing everyone inside. "We need another way in," Naruto said urgently, scanning the building. His shadow clones were already searching for alternative entry points, testing security and reporting back through their shared consciousness. "There." Tavern pointed to a maintenance access on the building's eastern face. "Environmental control systems. Limited security because it's not considered a viable entry point." They quickly made their way to the access point, finding it guarded by a single Senate security officer who showed no signs of Otsutsuki influence. Naruto created a transformation jutsu, taking the appearance of a Republic maintenance worker. "Emergency environmental system check," he announced authoritatively, showing falsified credentials that a shadow clone had prepared earlier. "We've got fluctuations in the main chamber air circulation." The guard looked confused. "I don't have orders about any, it just came through," Tavern interrupted, displaying a datapad with official-looking alerts. "Chamber oxygen levels fluctuating. Potential hazard to attendees." The guard hesitated only briefly before stepping aside. "Go ahead. But stay on the maintenance level only." Once inside and beyond the guard sight, Naruto dropped the transformation. "We need to get to the main chamber immediately. Whatever they're doing, it's happening now." In the Senate chamber, the Chancellor's address had reached a critical point, his discussion of the Republic's strategic position and the necessary steps to secure victory. Throughout the vast room, Padmé noticed vessels moving subtly into predetermined positions, creating what appeared to be a complex geometric pattern across multiple levels. The building vibrated again, more noticeably this time. Several senators looked around in confusion, murmurs of concern spreading through the assembly. The Chancellor paused momentarily, then continued with barely a break in his delivery. Padmé activated her comlink, speaking quietly while pretending to check senatorial notes. "They're forming a pattern throughout the chamber. It looks like some kind of focusing array using the vessels themselves as conduits." "We're inside," Naruto's voice responded. "Heading toward your position. Can you identify the primary vessel?" "The coordinator." Padmé scanned the chamber, focusing on the quantum detector readings. Several showed strong signatures, but one in particular, positioned near the Chancellor's podium, registered with intensity that exceeded all others. "I think so," she replied. "Security chief on the Chancellor's podium. The readings are off the scale. Keep monitoring. We're almost there." The Chancellor reached the conclusion of his address, his voice rising with practiced oratorical skill. "And so, honored representatives, we stand at a crossroads of history. The choices we make today will echo through generations to come. The Republic has always faced challenges, but never before have we confronted such a fundamental threat to our very existence." As he spoke these words, Padmé noticed the security chief making subtle hand gestures to vessels positioned throughout the chamber. The vibrations beneath the floor intensified, and a faint humming became audible, growing steadily louder as power surged through the modified systems beneath them. Naruto and Tavern reached the upper gallery access just as the Chancellor concluded his formal remarks. They emerged onto a maintenance walkway overlooking the vast chamber, providing a perfect view of what was unfolding below. There, Naruto pointed, immediately spotting the security chief Padmé had identified. "That's definitely our primary vessel. And look at the pattern they're forming, it's an Otsutsuki summoning array." The security chief had moved to stand directly behind the Chancellor, hands clasped behind his back in what appeared to be a formal pose but was actually the first position of an activation sequence. Other vessels throughout the chamber had aligned themselves at precise points, creating an invisible geometric network that spanned the entire room. They're using the building itself as the third anchor point, Naruto realized. The Senate's foundation contains ancient materials, possibly even remnants from my era. They're bypassing the damaged nodes by creating a direct focus point. "Can we stop it?" Tavern asked urgently. "Not from here. We need to disrupt the primary vessel, break his concentration before the sequence completes." Below, the Chancellor turned from the podium, acknowledging the applause from assembled senators. As he did, the security chief moved subtly, hands forming a seal partially hidden by his formal stance. Throughout the chamber, the vessel agents responded in kind, their synchronized movements almost imperceptible to untrained observers. Padmé saw it happening and immediately stood from her seat, drawing attention from nearby senators. "Point of order." She called loudly, using senatorial procedure to interrupt the proceedings. "Point of emergency order." The unexpected procedural maneuver created momentary confusion, disrupting the vessel's concentration. The security chief's eyes fixed on Padmé with unmistakable hostility, recognizing the deliberate interference. That moment of distraction was all Naruto needed. With precision timing, he threw a specially prepared kunai, enhanced with chakra and fitted with a disruption seal, directly at the space between the Chancellor and the security chief. The kunai struck the podium floor and activated instantly, releasing a pulse of energy that temporarily disrupted chakra flow in the immediate vicinity. The security chief staggered, his carefully maintained human appearance flickering momentarily to reveal pale, alien features beneath. Chaos erupted in the Senate chamber. Senators rose in confusion and alarm. Security personnel converged on the Chancellor's podium. And through it all, the building's vibrations intensified as the partially activated summoning array continued gathering power without proper control or direction. "It's destabilizing," Tavern shouted over the growing tumult. "They've initiated the process but lost coordination." Naruto leaped from the maintenance walkway, using chakra to control his descent to the central podium. He landed directly before the security chief, who had recovered his human appearance but whose eyes now glowed with unmistakable Otsutsuki patterns. "You," the vessel snarled, recognition flashing across his features. "The Jinchuriki." "Impossible." "Surprise," Naruto replied grimly. "Your summoning is compromised. Shut it down before it tears this building apart." The vessel laughed, a chilling sound that cut through the chaos around them. "Too late, Uzumaki. The pathway is forming. Unstable, yes, but sufficient. Lord Momoshiki comes, and this time, you face him alone." The chamber's center began to distort visibly, space itself warping as energy converged from the partial anchor points. A luminous tear appeared in the air, widening to create a window between dimensions. Through it, a figure could be seen approaching, pale, elegant, with unmistakable Otsutsuki features. Naruto didn't hesitate. His hands formed familiar signs as golden chakra began emanating from his body. Ninetales chakra mode. The transformation was immediate and dramatic, his body enveloped in golden energy that formed a distinctive shroud, complete with black markings and extended sensory capabilities. The assembled senators and officials watched in shock as the seemingly ordinary young man metamorphosed into something clearly beyond normal human capacity. "Everyone out," he shouted, his voice carrying with chakra-enhanced authority. "The building is compromised. Evacuate immediately." The Senate security forces, trained to respond to emergency commands, began coordinating evacuation procedures despite their confusion. Padmé used her authority as a senior senator to assist, directing people toward exits while keeping her attention on the developing confrontation at the center. The security chief, now fully revealed as the primary Otsutsuki vessel, abandoned all pretense of humanity. His skin paled to chalk white, horns emerging from his forehead as his transformation completed. "You cannot stop what comes, Uzumaki. The harvest will proceed." "We'll see about that," Naruto replied, gathering chakra into his hand to form a massive Rasengan. "I've stopped your kind before." The dimensional tier widened further, the figure beyond now clearly visible, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, his aristocratic features set in an expression of disdainful curiosity as he observed the confrontation. "Interesting," his voice echoed strangely, coming both from the tear and throughout the chamber simultaneously. "The Kyubi Jinchuriki, preserved across eons. How delightful." Naruto launched forward, Rasengan aimed not at the vessel but at the dimensional tear itself. "You're not welcome here, Momoshiki." The chakra sphere struck the edge of the tear, creating a massive discharge of energy that rippled throughout the chamber. The tear fluctuated wildly, its edges becoming jagged and unstable. Momoshiki's expression shifted to one of cold fury. "Impudent creature. You damaged the pathway at your peril." "Better than letting you through," Naruto countered, preparing another attack. The vessel moved with unexpected speed, positioning himself between Naruto and the tear. "Lord Momoshiki will pass, and this world will nourish the clan for generations." Throughout the chamber, other vessels had abandoned their human disguises, revealing their true Otsutsuki-influenced forms. They converged on the central podium, forming a protective circle around the dimensional tear while channeling their combined chakra to stabilize it. Ahsoka and several watchers had finally fought their way into the chamber through a secondary entrance. They engaged the vessel agents, preventing them from completing their stabilization effort. Ahsoka's lightsabers flashed as she incorporated Naruto's chakra techniques into her fighting style, making her far more effective against the Otsutsuki-enhanced opponents. The destabilized dimensional tear was growing more erratic by the moment, pulsing with surges of energy that damaged the surrounding architecture. Chunks of the ornate Senate chamber began falling as structural integrity compromised. "Naruto!" Padmé called from a nearby platform, having refused to evacuate. "The building's foundation is failing. If that tear expands much more, it could take down the entire structure." He nodded understanding, hands already forming new signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of identical Narutos appeared throughout the chamber, each entering Ninetales chakra mode. They positioned themselves at key points around the dimensional tear, preparing for a coordinated sealing technique. "Everyone clear the center," the original Naruto shouted. "We're going to collapse the tear." The primary vessel realized what was happening and lunged at Naruto, hands forming signs for a counter technique. Blood style, crimson binding. Red energy erupted from his palms, forming chains that sought to entrap Naruto and disrupt his technique. Ahsoka intercepted, her lightsabers cutting through the energy constructs. "Not today," she told the vessel, moving into a defensive position before Naruto. "Finish the sealing." Naruto and his clones synchronized their movements perfectly, creating a complex pattern of chakra that surrounded the dimensional tear. Sealing technique, dimensional closure. Golden chains of energy shot from each clone, penetrating the tear at precise points and then contracting inward. Momoshiki, still visible through the shrinking opening, raged as he realized what was happening. "This changes nothing, Uzumaki," his voice echoed. "We will find another way. The harvest will proceed." "Not while I'm here," Naruto replied with grim determination. The sealing technique intensified, the tear contracting further until it collapsed with a thunderous implosion that sent a shockwave throughout the chamber. The primary vessel screamed in fury as his connection to Momoshiki severed. He turned on Naruto with murderous intent, only to find himself confronted by both Ahsoka and Padmé, the latter now openly channeling chakra through her hands in techniques Naruto had taught her. "It's over," Padmé told the vessel calmly. "Your dimensional gateway has failed. Your infiltration has been exposed. Surrender now." The vessel laughed bitterly. "You think this ends with me? We have integrated into every significant power structure in this galaxy. The harvest preparations continue with or without the main family's immediate presence. Then we'll find every last one of you," Ahsoka promised, lightsabers at ready position. "Starting with you," Naruto added, approaching with chakra still flowing visibly around him. The vessel assessed his options, clearly recognizing the futility of direct confrontation. With unexpected swiftness, he formed a final hand sign. "Until next time, Uzumaki." Before they could stop him, the vessel's body erupted in a flash of light, a self-destruction technique that eliminated all evidence while releasing a final pulse of energy that further damaged the already compromised chamber. "Everyone out!" Naruto shouted as sections of the ceiling began collapsing. "The structure is failing." They coordinated a rapid evacuation of remaining personnel, Naruto's shadow clones assisting people toward exits while he, Ahsoka, and Padmé ensured no one was left behind. The Watchers gathered what evidence they could, recordings, samples from destroyed vessels, and data from the partially manifested dimensional tear. Outside the Senate building, chaos reigned as emergency services responded to what was being described as a terrorist attack. Republic security forces established perimeters while medical teams treated the injured. Amid the confusion, Naruto and his allies regrouped at a predetermined location several blocks away. "We prevented the main family's arrival," Naruto summarized as they assessed the operation's outcome. "But the primary vessel self-destructed rather than be captured, and most of the other identified vessels escaped in the confusion." "Not all of them," Sakura noted. "We confirmed 3 neutralized, 1 by Ahsoka, 2 by Watchers during the evacuation. And more importantly, we have evidence now, recordings, biological samples, and witnesses who saw their true forms. The Republic will try to suppress this," Padmé warned. "Especially with several key leaders compromised. They'll call it a separatist attack, blame it on political extremists, anything to avoid acknowledging the truth. Then we take the evidence public," Ahsoka suggested. "Multiple channels, widespread distribution. Make it impossible to cover up completely. And we continue hunting the remaining vessels," Naruto added. "They've lost their coordinator and their immediate chance to bring in the main family, but they'll adapt. Establish new anchor points, appoint a new primary vessel, continue their preparations. Which gives us time," Tavern pointed out. "Time to gather allies, expose more of their network, and prepare better countermeasures." As emergency vehicles continued arriving at the Senate building, HoloNews reporters were already broadcasting preliminary accounts of the incident. The official narrative was emerging, a separatist-backed attack on the Senate, heroically thwarted by Republic security forces. No mention of dimensional tiers, Otsutsuki vessels, or golden glowing defenders. "They're already controlling the story," Mira observed grimly as they watched a nearby public holodisplay. "Let them try," Naruto replied with determined optimism. "Truth has a way of emerging despite the efforts to suppress it. We've disrupted their plans, exposed their presence, and gathered allies who understand the real threat." He looked around at the group, former Jedi, political leaders, ancient guardians, and new friends. "That's how it always begins, a small group recognizing the danger before anyone else, standing together against impossible odds." "What's our next step?" Ahsoka asked. Naruto's expression became thoughtful. "Sakura mentioned something about another being from my era, sealed beneath the Jedi Temple. If true, that could change everything, for better or worse. We need to investigate. And we need to track the energy signatures from the remaining cultivation sites," Padmé added. "Disrupt their harvest preparations while continuing to expose their network." As they finalized plans to regroup at a secure location, Naruto sensed a familiar presence approaching, a force signature he recognized from his shadow clone's observations. Someone's coming, he warned quietly. Someone powerful. Ahsoka tensed immediately. Anakin, she whispered, recognizing the presence as well. From around a nearby corner emerged a tall figure in Jedi robes, confident stride, distinctive scar across one eye, mechanical right hand partially visible beneath his sleeve. His expression shifted from determined to surprised as he spotted Ahsoka among the group. "Snips," he called, using his old nickname for her. His gaze hardened as it moved to Naruto, clearly identifying him as the source of the unusual energy signature Republic intelligence had been tracking. "Step away from her. Now." The confrontation they'd hoped to avoid had found them anyway. As Anakin Skywalker's hand moved toward his lightsaber, Naruto realized their already complicated mission had just encountered another unforeseen variable, one with the potential to either significantly help or irrevocably damage their efforts against the Otsutsuki threat. Chapter 3, Convergence. Tension crackled like lightning between Anakin Skywalker and Naruto Uzumaki. The Jedi Knight's hand hovered near his lightsaber, blue eyes narrowed with suspicion as he assessed the strange golden energy still faintly visible around Naruto. "Anakin, wait." Ahsoka stepped forward, placing herself between them. "It's not what you think. What I think is that I've been tracking an unprecedented force disturbance for weeks, and now I find you with its source right after the Senate was attacked." His gaze remained locked on Naruto. "The Council believes he's responsible." "The Council is wrong," Padmé interjected, moving to stand beside Ahsoka. "He just saved everyone in that building, including your precious Chancellor." Anakin's expression flickered with surprise at seeing Padmé among the group. "You're involved in this too? Padmé, do you have any idea how dangerous, more dangerous than you know?" She cut him off, "but not for the reasons you think." Naruto, who had been quietly assessing the Jedi, finally spoke. "Your friend is right, you know. I'm not your enemy. But we definitely need to talk somewhere less public." He gestured to the gathering crowd and security forces expanding outward from the Senate building. Anakin hesitated, conflict evident on his face as he looked between Ahsoka and Padmé, then back to Naruto. "The Chancellor ordered me to bring in whoever caused that energy signature. Said it was a threat to the Republic. And that doesn't strike you as suspicious?" Ahsoka pressed. "After what you just witnessed in there?" "What exactly did you witness, Anakin?" Padmé asked, her diplomatic training evident in her measured tone. The Jedi's brow furrowed. "I saw the Senate chamber being torn apart by some kind of energy vortex. I saw strange figures transforming into something else. And I saw him," he nodded toward Naruto, "glowing gold and creating copies of himself." "Did you see what those strange figures were doing before they transformed?" Celera asked carefully. A moment of uncertainty crossed Anakin's features. "They were positioned throughout the chamber. Almost like they were waiting for something. Or someone," Naruto added pointedly. Sirens wailed closer as Republic security vehicles approached their position. Decisions needed to be made quickly. "Anakin," Padmé said, her voice low and urgent, "I'm asking you to trust me. Trust Ahsoka. We need time to explain, and we can't do it here." The Jedi Knight looked torn, years of loyalty to the Chancellor and the Republic warring with his trust in the two women before him. Finally, he exhaled sharply. "Fine. My speeder's 2 blocks east. But I want explanations the moment we're clear." "You'll get them," Naruto promised. "More than you probably want." The safe house was cramped with their expanded group, but secure enough for the immediate conversation. Located in Coruscant's industrial sector, the nondescript apartment had been established by the Watchers years earlier as an emergency fallback position. Anakin paced restlessly while Naruto and the others explained, first about Naruto's origins, then the Otsutsuki threat, and finally the infiltration of the Republic's highest levels. Celera provided historical context from Watcher records, while Padmé detailed the political manipulations they'd uncovered. "You're telling me," Anakin summarized incredulously, that ancient chakra-eating aliens have possessed key Republic officials to prepare our galaxy for harvest? And that you, he pointed at Naruto, are some kind of chakra god from thousands of years ago who fought them before? I'm definitely not a god, Naruto corrected with a slight grin. But the rest is pretty accurate. It sounds insane, Anakin admitted. Yet you saw the evidence yourself, Ahsoka reminded him. Those weren't normal beings in the Senate. And the energy tear? Anakin questioned. That was a dimensional passage, Naruto confirmed. They were trying to bring their leaders through directly into the Senate chamber. Probably planning to take control of or eliminate the Republic's entire leadership structure in one move. Anakin absorbed this, his expression darkening. If what you're saying is true, the entire war could be their manipulation. Both sides played against each other while they prepare for, what did you call it? The harvest, Selera supplied. Complete chakra extraction from an entire world, what you call the Force. But why would the Chancellor send me after you if he wasn't? Anakin stopped abruptly, a troubled look crossing his face. That's the question, isn't it? Padmé said quietly. Naruto studied Anakin carefully. Your Chancellor has been acting strangely lately. The Jedi's defensive posture returned. Chancellor Palpatine has been under immense pressure with the war. Anyone would show strain. Strain is one thing, Ahsoka noted. Completely contradictory policies and inexplicable security changes are another. Anakin's expression hardened. You're suggesting the Chancellor himself is one of these vessels? We don't have definitive proof, Padmé admitted. But his position would make him an ideal primary vessel. The Jedi Knight shook his head firmly. No. I'd have sensed it. I've known him for years, he's been my mentor, my friend. These beings are masters of deception, Naruto explained gently. They can mask their chakra signatures, especially from those who aren't specifically looking for them. And if he was possessed gradually over time, the changes would be subtle enough to miss. Anakin fell silent, visibly struggling with the implications. Finally, he looked up. What proof do you have? Real, concrete evidence I can take to the council. The group exchanged glances before Tavern activated a holographic projector. It displayed recordings from the Senate chamber, vessels transforming, the dimensional tier forming, Naruto's intervention. Most damning was footage of the primary vessel, the security chief, standing behind the Chancellor and initiating the summoning sequence. We also have this, Selera added, producing a small containment unit holding biological samples. Tissue from one of the terminated vessels. Its cellular structure is demonstrably non-human despite its appearance. Anakin studied everything carefully, his expression growing more troubled by the moment. This still doesn't implicate the Chancellor directly. No, Padmé agreed. But it proves everything else we've told you. There's something else, Naruto said, deciding to trust Anakin with their next lead. Something beneath the Jedi Temple. Another being from my era in suspended animation. The Watchers detected its energy signature, similar to mine but dormant. This caught Anakin's full attention. Beneath the temple. That's impossible. The council would know. Would they? Selera challenged. The temple was built atop foundations that predate the Jedi Order by millennia. Ancient chambers sealed away and forgotten. If we could access these chambers, Naruto continued, we might find answers about how the Otsutsuki first came to this galaxy, and potentially another ally against them. Anakin considered this. Even if I believed you, getting access to restricted areas beneath the temple would require council approval. Or someone who knows the temple's security systems intimately, Ahsoka suggested. The implication hung in the air. Anakin looked between them, internal conflict visible on his face. I need time, he finally said. To process all this. To verify certain things independently. We don't have much time, Naruto warned. The Otsutsuki vessels will regroup, establish a new coordinator, try again. One day, Anakin countered. Give me 1 day. If what you're saying about the Chancellor is even remotely possible, I need to be absolutely certain before taking any action. Padmé nodded understanding. 1 day. But be careful, Anakin. If he is compromised and suspects you know. I can take care of myself, he replied, though his confident tone didn't quite reach his eyes. Where can I find you tomorrow? Selera provided coordinates for another Watcher safe house, one not yet used in their current operation. After Anakin departed, the group began planning their next moves with a new variable in mind. Will he help us? Mira asked. I don't know, Ahsoka admitted. Anakin is loyal to a fault, especially to those he considers friends. If the Chancellor has been manipulating that loyalty for years. He's also fiercely protective of those he loves, Padmé added softly. If he believes we're truly in danger, he'll do whatever it takes to help. Naruto had been quietly observing their discussion. There's something you should know about Anakin's chakra, he said. When he was here, I sensed unusual patterns, powerful but turbulent, like there's constant conflict within him. The Chosen One prophecy, Ahsoka explained. He's supposed to bring balance to the Force, though no one quite agrees what that means. Balance, Naruto repeated thoughtfully. Not light defeating dark, but true balance, unified chakra as it's meant to be. You think Anakin's role relates to restoring proper understanding of the Force? Selera asked. It would make sense, Naruto nodded. And explain why the Otsutsuki might see him as a threat to be controlled or eliminated. As night fell over Coruscant, they divided into teams with specific assignments. Padmé would coordinate with trusted Senate contacts to distribute evidence of the infiltration through secure channels. Selera and the Watchers would analyze the biological samples and prepare countermeasures against vessel abilities. Ahsoka would work with Naruto to develop a plan for accessing the sealed chamber beneath the Jedi Temple, with or without Anakin's help. Before separating, Naruto created shadow clones to maintain surveillance on key locations and individuals, including a discreet watch on Anakin himself. Not from distrust, but concern for his safety if he confronted the wrong person with his new suspicions. Tomorrow could change everything, Selera observed as they finalized preparations. One way or another. Naruto nodded agreement. The question is whether we're ready for whatever we find. Anakin Skywalker stood on the balcony of his modest Coruscant apartment, the endless city stretching before him as his mind churned with conflict. Everything he'd believed, about the war, the Republic, even the Force itself, had been called into question in a single day. His comlink signaled an incoming transmission. The Chancellor's office. Anakin hesitated before answering. Skywalker here. Anakin, my boy. Palpatine's voice held its familiar warmth and concern. I've been worried. The security team said you pursued suspects from the Senate attack but haven't reported back. Yes, Chancellor. I'm still investigating. Following several leads. Any progress identifying the perpetrators? A subtle edge entered Palpatine's tone. Nothing conclusive yet, Anakin answered carefully. The energy signature was unlike anything the Jedi have encountered before. Indeed. Most concerning. A brief pause. The security footage shows a young man with remarkable abilities at the center of the disturbance. Finding him must be your highest priority, Anakin. The safety of the Republic depends on it. I understand, sir. I won't let you down. I know you won't, my boy. You never have. Another pause. Perhaps you should bring additional Jedi into this investigation. Master Kenobi, perhaps. I'll consider it, Chancellor. But I believe I'm close to a breakthrough. Excellent. Report directly to me when you have something. This matter is too sensitive for regular channels. The transmission ended, leaving Anakin staring at the silent comlink. The conversation itself had seemed normal, concerned even. Yet something felt off, subtle pressure points, specific phrasings that now struck him as manipulative in light of what he'd learned. His personal communicator chimed, a different frequency, one known to very few. The message was simple: the lake country is beautiful this time of year. Padmé's code phrase. Urgent but not immediate danger. Requesting secure meeting. Anakin's decision crystallized. He would meet with Padmé, then seek out one person whose wisdom he trusted implicitly, even above the Chancellor's. If anyone could help him see through this tangle of conflicting loyalties, it was Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Dawn found Naruto in deep meditation atop the safe house roof, gathering natural energy to extend his sensory range across Coruscant. In Sage mode, he could detect subtle chakra fluctuations throughout the city planet, including the distinctive signatures of Otsutsuki vessels regrouping after their failed operation. "They're moving," he reported when Ahsoka joined him. "Consolidating at 3 locations, the banking district, the military command center, and somewhere in the government sector I can't quite pinpoint. Preparing another attempt at bringing the main family through?" "Not yet. Their energy patterns suggest defensive positioning rather than offensive preparations. They're protecting something." He opened his now toad-like eyes. "Or someone." The new coordinator, Ahsoka surmised. "They need to establish a replacement primary vessel quickly to maintain their network." Naruto nodded, letting Sage mode fade as he stood. "Which gives us a narrow window of opportunity while they're reorganizing." Below, activity intensified as watchers compiled their evidence for distribution. Padmé had returned from her covert meetings with trusted Senate allies, bringing cautious optimism. "Several key committees have received our data packages," she reported. "Including sensor readings from the dimensional tear and biological analyses of vessel tissue. Even with official denials, the evidence is compelling enough to force at least preliminary investigations." "Any response from Anakin?" Ahsoka asked. "A coded message confirming our meeting later today." Padmé's expression revealed concern beneath her diplomatic composure. "He's also reaching out to Obi-Wan. Is that wise?" Tavern questioned. "Expanding the circle increases risk of exposure. Obi-Wan Kenobi is one of the few Jedi Masters not directly involved in the Council's day-to-day operations right now," Ahsoka explained. "He's been leading Republic forces in the Outer Rim for months, away from potential Coruscant infiltration. And he's perceptive. If anyone would have noticed subtle changes in the Chancellor, it would be him." As they finalized preparations for investigating the temple chambers, a shadow clone suddenly appeared with urgent news. "Boss, Skywalker is meeting with Kenobi right now. They're headed toward the temple archives, looks like they're researching something specific." Naruto exchanged glances with Ahsoka. "The sealed chamber? Possibly." She checked her equipment. "We should move our timeline forward. If they're investigating independently, we need to coordinate efforts." With quick adjustments to their plan, Naruto and Ahsoka prepared to head for the Jedi Temple. Using a combination of her knowledge of temple security and his infiltration techniques, they would attempt to reach the sealed chamber while Padmé continued coordinating evidence distribution with the Watchers. "Remember," Celera cautioned before they departed, "the temple sits atop multiple force nexus points. Even dormant, the sealed presence you seek will be surrounded by powerful energy currents. Approach with extreme caution." The Jedi archives were among the most comprehensive knowledge repositories in the galaxy, yet Master Obi-Wan Kenobi was finding surprising gaps in their most ancient historical records. "It's as if someone systematically removed information about pre-Republic Force traditions," he observed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Entire sections regarding the origins of Force understanding simply missing." Anakin, who had spent the morning sharing everything he'd learned from Naruto's group, nodded grimly. "That's what they claimed, deliberate suppression of unified Force knowledge to maintain the light/dark division." "A concerning allegation," Obi-Wan admitted. "But not entirely implausible, given what we've found, or rather, haven't found." He indicated several catalog references to texts that no longer existed in the archives. What about the sealed chambers beneath the temple? Anakin pressed. Any records of those? Only vague references to the Foundation sanctums predating current temple construction. Obi-Wan pulled up an architectural schematic. The original temple was built approximately 5,000 years ago, but it incorporated elements from a much older structure. The deepest levels were sealed during renovations 3,000 years ago, ostensibly for structural stability. Or to hide something, Anakin suggested. Perhaps. Obi-Wan studied his former apprentice carefully. Anakin, these claims about Chancellor Palpatine, they're extraordinarily serious. Have you considered that this could be separatist disinformation designed to create exactly this kind of doubt? I've considered everything, Master. But you didn't see what happened in the Senate. And he hesitated. There have been moments, things the Chancellor has said or done recently that didn't quite fit. Small inconsistencies I dismissed until now. Obi-Wan's expression grew troubled. If even a fraction of what you've described is true, we're facing a threat far beyond the current war. These Otsutsuki beings, harvesting entire worlds' force energy, it's almost unthinkable. Which is why we need to investigate the sealed chambers. If there truly is another being from Naruto's era preserved there, it could provide crucial information, or a powerful ally. Or a terrible enemy, Obi-Wan cautioned. Not everything sealed away is sealed for protection. Sometimes it's containment. Their discussion was interrupted by a subtle alert on Anakin's communicator, the signal arranged with Padmé to indicate Naruto and Ahsoka were approaching the temple. They're coming here, he informed Obi-Wan. Now we find out if access to these chambers is even possible. Infiltrating the Jedi Temple proved surprisingly straightforward with Ahsoka's inside knowledge and Naruto's transformed shadow clones providing distractions at key security checkpoints. They navigated through service corridors and maintenance shafts, avoiding the main halls where Jedi would immediately sense Naruto's distinctive chakra signature. The archive's access is through here, Ahsoka whispered, indicating a narrow passage rarely used by anyone except archive maintenance droids. Anakin's signal came from the restricted section. They emerged into the vast archive chamber's lower level, finding Anakin and Obi-Wan waiting in a secluded research alcove. The Jedi Master's eyes widened slightly at Naruto's appearance, clearly sensing the unique energy emanating from him. Master Kenobi, Ahsoka greeted with respect despite her formal separation from the Order. Ahsoka. He nodded warmly before turning his attention to Naruto. And you must be the young man who's caused such a disturbance in the Force. Anakin has told me quite a remarkable story about you. Most of it's probably true, Naruto replied with a slight grin, extending his hand. Naruto Uzumaki. Thanks for hearing us out. Obi-Wan shook the offered hand, his expression thoughtful. I sense no deception in you, though your Force signature, or chakra, as you call it, is unlike anything I've encountered. Have you found anything about the sealed chambers? Ahsoka asked, getting directly to business. Obi-Wan indicated the architectural schematics displayed on the archive terminal. Limited information. The chambers exist, but detailed records of their contents are mysteriously absent. Access appears possible through the deepest meditation halls, where the original temple foundation remains partially exposed. We should move quickly, Anakin urged. Security rotations change soon, and questions will be asked if we're seen in restricted areas with unauthorized visitors. Naruto created several transformed shadow clones to maintain lookout positions as they made their way deeper into the temple. The meditation halls Obi-Wan had identified were rarely used, ancient, austere rooms deep below the more frequented temple areas. As they descended, Naruto felt increasing resonance in his chakra pathways. We're getting close to something powerful, he murmured. The natural energy concentration here is intense. The temple was built on a force nexus, Obi-Wan explained. One of the strongest on Coruscant. It's why the original structure was placed here. The deepest meditation chamber was circular, its walls lined with symbols Naruto immediately recognized, spiraling patterns interspersed with ancient chakra sealing formulas. The stone floor featured a mosaic depicting a stylized eye pattern reminiscent of the Rinnegan. "These are definitely from my era," he confirmed, examining the symbols. "Sealing techniques designed to contain immense chakra. Whatever's down there, they went to extraordinary lengths to keep it stable." "How do we access it?" Anakin asked, studying the seamless floor. Naruto knelt beside the central eye pattern, channeling chakra through his palm into the stone. The mosaic responded immediately, ancient symbols illuminating with soft blue light that spread outward in concentric circles. "It's a blood seal," he explained. "Keyed to respond to specific chakra signatures. In my time, these were often set to recognize chakra from the same bloodline or village." "Will it recognize yours?" Ahsoka asked. "Let's find out." Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood which he pressed to the center of the eye pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire floor began to reconfigure, stone blocks shifting and rotating to reveal a spiral staircase descending into darkness. "That's not standard Jedi temple architecture," Obi-Wan observed dryly. "This predates the Jedi by thousands of years," Naruto reminded him. "From when chakra was understood very differently." The staircase descended in a tight spiral, illuminated only by the soft glow of symbols similar to those in the chamber above. The air grew increasingly dense with energy as they descended, creating visible distortions like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. "The force is incredibly concentrated here," Anakin noted, his discomfort evident. "It feels pressurized." "Contained," Naruto corrected. "Carefully balanced and sealed to prevent disruption." After descending what felt like hundreds of meters, they emerged into a vast chamber that defied the expected architecture. Unlike the stone construction above, this space featured a combination of crystalline structures and metallic components of unfamiliar design. At its center stood a massive cylindrical container filled with luminous fluid, inside which floated a humanoid figure. Naruto approached slowly, recognition dawning on his face. "I know this technology. These are stasis chambers from my era, designed for medical regeneration and long-term chakra preservation." The others joined him, studying the suspended figure. It appeared to be a young woman with long, pale lavender hair. Her eyes were closed, face serene in suspended animation. Most striking was the small rhombus mark on her forehead, identical to a seal Naruto clearly recognized. "Byakugo seal," he whispered, surprise evident in his voice. "That's a technique from the Hidden Leaf Village. Only a handful of medical ninja ever mastered it." "You know who she is?" Ahsoka asked. "I think so." Naruto circled the chamber, examining the control panels with growing certainty. "If I'm right, this is Sakura Haruno. She was one of the strongest medical ninja in history, and my teammate." "Your teammate?" Obi-Wan questioned. "Another from your time?" "Yes. But why she's here, in stasis for thousands of years?" Naruto shook his head in confusion. "We fought the Otsutsuki together, but I went into meditation alone to maintain the seal. She should have lived out her life normally." "Unless something happened after you began your meditation," Anakin suggested. "Something that required her to undergo similar suspension." Naruto examined the stasis chamber's control interface, recognizing the command structure despite its ancient design. These readouts indicate the suspension was voluntary, programmed for automatic revival when specific chakra patterns were detected in proximity. "Patterns like yours?" Ahsoka guessed. "Exactly." Naruto placed his hand on the chamber's control panel, channeling chakra into the system. The ancient technology responded immediately, lights activating throughout the interface as the stasis fluid began to drain. "Are you sure this is wise?" Obi-Wan cautioned. "We know nothing about her condition or why she was sealed here." "I trust Sakura with my life," Naruto replied confidently. "If she preserved herself this way, she had a critical reason." The chamber completed its revival sequence with a soft hiss as the transparent casing retracted. The woman inside remained suspended momentarily in a field of visible chakra before being gently lowered to the platform base. Her eyes remained closed, but her breathing had resumed, slow, measured cycles as her body reactivated. Naruto knelt beside her, placing a hand gently on her forehead to channel stabilizing chakra. "Sakura. Can you hear me?" For several tense moments, there was no response. Then her eyelids flickered, opening to reveal bright green eyes that took a moment to focus. She blinked several times before recognition dawned. "Naruto." Her voice was barely a whisper, hoarse from millennia of disuse. "It worked. You're awake." "I'm awake," he confirmed, helping her to sit up. "But what are you doing here? How did you end up in stasis?" She took a moment to orient herself, gaze taking in their unfamiliar surroundings and companions. "After you entered your meditation state, we discovered something terrible. The Otsutsuki had planted sleeper agents, humans modified with their DNA, programmed to awaken generations later and prepare for their return." Her eyes met his with urgency. "They were playing the long game, Naruto. Even after we defeated Kaguya and the others, they had contingencies. Just like now," Ahsoka observed. "The vessels." Sakura looked at her with mild surprise before continuing. "We tracked down as many as we could find, but realized some had already gone dormant, impossible to detect until activated. So I developed a specialized medical stasis technique, combining the Byakugo seal's regenerative properties with Tsunade's preservation jutsu. To wait them out," Naruto realized. "To be here when they returned." She nodded. "The seal was programmed to detect your chakra signature if you ever awakened, which would only happen if the Otsutsuki threat re-emerged. I volunteered to enter stasis, preserved with all our knowledge of their techniques and weaknesses. And the Jedi built their temple on top of you, probably not even knowing you were here," Anakin commented. Sakura attempted to stand, her legs unsteady after millennia of disuse despite the stasis chamber's preservation techniques. Naruto supported her carefully. "Take it slow. Your body needs time to fully reactivate." "We don't have time," she countered, determination evident despite her physical weakness. "If you're awake, it means they're already here. How far along are their preparations?" "Advanced," Naruto admitted grimly. "Multiple cultivation sites established across the galaxy. Key leadership positions compromised. They attempted to bring the main family through yesterday but we disrupted the dimensional passage." Sakura processed this information quickly. "Momoshiki and Kinshiki?" "Yes. You know them?" "Not personally, but our intelligence identified them as the likely next harvesters if the clan resumed operations here." She steadied herself, chakra visibly flowing through her body as she accelerated her recovery. "I need to see their current vessels. The extraction technique I developed works best with recent biological samples." "Extraction technique?" Obi-Wan inquired. "A medical jutsu designed to separate Otsutsuki essence from host bodies without killing the host," Sakura explained. "We had limited success before I entered stasis, but I continued refining the theoretical approach during meditation. This revelation changed their strategic outlook significantly. If vessels could be saved rather than destroyed, resistance might spread more quickly among those still hesitant to take lethal action against what appeared to be fellow citizens or colleagues. We have samples at our safe house, Ahsoka told her. And possible leads on several active vessels, including potentially the Chancellor himself. Sakura's strength was returning rapidly, her extraordinary medical chakra control evident as color returned to her face. Then we should move quickly. Once they realize I've awakened, I'll become a priority target. The knowledge I possess represents a significant threat to their operation. As they prepared to leave the ancient chamber, Naruto created additional shadow clones to secure their exit path. The journey back through the temple would be more challenging than their entry. Sakura's distinctive chakra signature, once fully active, would be nearly as noticeable as Naruto's own. "Wait," Sakura said suddenly, returning to the stasis chamber's control panel. There's critical data stored in the system, research compiled over decades before my suspension. Medical profiles of known Otsutsuki, analysis of their cellular structure, weaknesses identified during previous encounters. Can you transfer it? Anakin asked. Yes, but I need something compatible with the storage crystals. She indicated crystalline components within the control panel. Obi-Wan produced a Jedi holocron from his robes. These are designed to interface with various crystalline technologies. Would it suffice? Sakura examined the holocron, nodding approval. Perfect. The resonance frequency is compatible. She began the transfer process, ancient symbols flickering as data moved between systems. While waiting, Naruto updated her on their current situation, the Watchers, Padmé's political connections, the fragile alliance they'd formed against the infiltration. Sakura absorbed everything with the sharp analytical mind he remembered, asking precise questions about vessel behavior patterns and chakra manifestations. The cellular degradation you described in the vessels suggests they're using an imperfect integration technique, she noted. Probably adapted from Kagaya's parasitic method but modified for more control over the host. That's actually good news. Imperfect integration means vulnerability to specific medical countermeasures. The data transfer completed with a soft chime from the holocron. Sakura secured it carefully before nodding to the others. I'm ready. Let's go. Their ascent through the spiral staircase was tense but uneventful. Upon reaching the meditation chamber, however, Naruto's lookout clone dispelled with troubling news. Temple security had been elevated, with Jedi Master summoned to an emergency council session. Something's happening, Anakin said, checking his comm link. I've been called to the council chamber immediately. No details provided. It could be about the Senate incident, Obi-Wan suggested. Or perhaps they've detected our presence here. Or the Otsutsuki vessels within the Jedi ranks have realized something's wrong, Naruto countered. Either way, we need to move separately. Attract less attention. They quickly devised a plan. Anakin and Obi-Wan would respond to the council summons, gathering intelligence on the situation while providing cover for the others. Naruto, Ahsoka, and Sakura would exit through maintenance passages Ahsoka knew from her time at the temple. Meet at the secondary safe house when you can, Ahsoka told the Jedi. And be careful what you reveal to the council. If there are compromised masters. We'll be discreet, Obi-Wan assured her. May the Force be with you. And with you, she replied sincerely. As they separated, Naruto created transformed shadow clones to accompany the Jedi, providing both protection and communication capability through their shared consciousness. The remaining group navigated carefully through seldom-used corridors, Sakura growing stronger with each passing minute as her legendary chakra control reasserted itself. Your friends are interesting, she commented to Naruto as they moved. A former Jedi and two current ones. You always did have a talent for making unexpected allies. Some things never change, he agreed with a grin. Wait until you meet Padmé. She's never had formal training but has picked up chakra control faster than anyone I've seen since, well, you. A natural talent? Sakura's medical interest was piqued. Something like that. But also determination and intelligence. She's a political leader trying to save her people from threats they don't even recognize. Sounds familiar, Sakura observed wryly. Different world, same challenges. They emerged from the temple through a service exit typically used by maintenance droids, immediately blending into Coruscant's ever-present crowds. Ahsoka led them through side streets and commercial districts, avoiding security checkpoints and surveillance areas. A shadow clone appeared beside them momentarily, delivering news before dispelling. Anakin and Obi-Wan have reached the council chamber. Emergency session about force anomalies detected throughout Coruscant. 3 council members absent without explanation. The compromised ones, probably, Ahsoka suggested. Consolidating with other vessels after yesterday's failure. Which means they're preparing something else, Naruto concluded grimly. Something that requires coordinated effort. They reached the safe house without further incident, finding Padmé and Sakura engaged in intense discussion with other watchers. All conversation ceased when they entered with Sakura, surprise and curiosity evident on every face. "You found her," Padmé observed, immediately noting the newcomer's unusual chakra signature. "Everyone, this is Sakura Haruno," Naruto introduced. Medical ninja, chakra specialist, and one of the strongest kunoichi in Konoha's history. And apparently time traveler, Sakura added dryly. Though less voluntarily than Naruto. Brief introductions were exchanged before they turned to urgent matters. Sakura examined the biological samples from terminated vessels, her medical expertise immediately evident in her precise analysis. "The integration is cellular level but incomplete," she confirmed after thorough examination. "The Otsutsuki essence bonds with the host's genetic material but maintains distinct energy signatures. That's why your scanners can detect them." "Can they be separated?" Padmé asked. "The host saved?" "Theoretically, yes. The technique I developed before entering stasis was showing promise." Sakura held up the Jedi holocron containing her research data. "With the right equipment and sufficient chakra support, I believe I can extract the Otsutsuki essence without killing the host." "That changes everything," Sakura realized. "If we can save the hosts, resistance to our efforts will decrease dramatically." "What equipment do you need?" Tavrin asked. "Medical-grade chakra conductors, cellular separation chambers, and stabilization compounds." Sakura listed specific requirements with practiced precision. "Some might be approximated with your current technology, but others I'll need to recreate using raw materials." While Sakura worked with the Watchers to identify available resources, Naruto received memories from the shadow clones accompanying Anakin and Obi-Wan. The council meeting had revealed troubling developments, reports of coordinated energy surges at multiple locations throughout Coruscant, similar to but smaller than what preceded the Senate incident. "They're establishing new anchor points," he informed the others. "Smaller, more distributed, harder to detect or disrupt simultaneously. Adapting their strategy after yesterday's failure," Padmé noted. "Smart, but also desperate. They know we understand their methods now. Which makes them more dangerous," Ahsoka added. "Desperation leads to riskier tactics." Their strategic discussion was interrupted by an urgent communication from one of Padmé's Senate contacts. The message was brief but alarming. Chancellor Palpatine had called an emergency executive session for that evening, attendance mandatory for all senior Republic officials, including Jedi Council representatives. "It's happening again," Sakura realized immediately. "They're creating another opportunity to gather key leaders in one location." "But why so soon after the failed attempt?" Sakura questioned. "They must know we'll be watching for exactly this kind of gathering." "Because they're running out of time," Naruto suggested. "The main family is approaching, ready or not. They need access points established before arrival." "Or they're setting a trap for us specifically," Ahsoka countered. "They know we disrupted their previous attempt. This could be designed to draw us out." Both possibilities seemed equally plausible, requiring careful response. As they debated options, Anakin and Obi-Wan arrived with additional intelligence from the Jedi Council session. 3 council members have been unreachable since yesterday's incident, Obi-Wan reported. Masters Tyen, Koth, and Kohler. All 3 were present at the Senate during the attack but haven't reported to the temple since. And the Chancellor specifically requested their presence at tonight's executive session, Anakin added, his expression troubled. Along with all available Jedi Masters. He cited security concerns requiring Force-sensitive oversight. They're gathering Force users deliberately, Naruto concluded. Probably to power whatever new passage method they've developed. Sakura, who had been examining data on a terminal while listening, looked up with sudden urgency. "The pattern of energy surges you've detected, they're forming a modified Rin Sharingan array." "A what?" several voices asked simultaneously. It's an ancient Otsutsuki technique for dimensional manipulation, she explained, displaying the pattern on a holographic projection. Instead of 3 major anchor points, they're creating multiple smaller resonance nodes that activate in sequence. Harder to detect and disrupt, but also less stable and requiring significantly more chakra to maintain. Which they plan to harvest from the gathered Jedi, Naruto realized. Possibly without the Jedi even realizing they're being drained. This revelation crystallized their response options. They needed to either prevent the executive session from occurring or ensure it was thoroughly protected against Otsutsuki manipulation. With limited time and resources, a multi-pronged approach seemed most viable. We need teams at each identified resonance node, Naruto suggested. Small groups capable of disrupting the energy patterns at precisely coordinated moments. Meanwhile, a direct intervention team at the executive session itself, Ahsoka added. Ready to expose and counter the vessels if they reveal themselves. And a medical team prepared to implement Sakura's extraction technique if we capture vessels alive, Padmé completed the strategy. With roles quickly assigned, they prepared for what might be their most challenging operation yet. Naruto would lead the direct intervention team alongside Ahsoka, Anakin, and Obi-Wan, their combined strength necessary to counter whatever vessels might be present at the executive session. Padmé would coordinate with Senate allies to ensure political support and evidence documentation. Sakura would remain at the safe house with necessary medical equipment, ready to receive captured vessels for extraction attempts. The Watchers divided into small teams targeting each resonance node, equipped with disruption devices developed from their understanding of Otsutsuki technology. Precise timing would be essential. The nodes needed to be disrupted simultaneously to prevent the array from simply rerouting power. As evening approached and final preparations were completed, Naruto found a quiet moment to speak with Sakura privately. There were questions that had been nagging at him since her revival. Sakura, he began hesitantly, what happened to everyone? After I went into meditation. Her expression softened with understanding. You want to know about our friends? About Konoha. He nodded, both eager and apprehensive to hear what had become of the people and place he'd left behind. Konoha thrived, Naruto. For centuries after you entered your meditation state, the village prospered in the peace you helped create. She smiled gently. Hinata waited for you for many years, believing you'd return. She eventually became the head of the Hyuga clan, instituting reforms that eliminated the branch family system entirely. And Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke. Kakashi served as Hokage for 15 years before retiring to write books that rivaled even Jiraiya's in popularity, though far less pervy. Her smile widened at the memory. Sasuke, he returned periodically to the village but continued his redemption journey for most of his life. He and Sakura, me, had a daughter named Sarada who eventually became Hokage herself. Naruto absorbed this, emotions conflicting between joy for his friends' fulfilled lives and sadness at having missed so much. And the Otsutsuki? When did they return? Sakura's expression grew more serious. 3 generations after you entered meditation. Subtle at first, strange occurrences, people exhibiting unusual abilities, unexpected chakra disturbances. By the time we recognized the pattern, they had already established sleeper agents throughout the shinobi world. That's when you developed the extraction technique? She nodded. With Tsunade's guidance and research from Orochimaru's abandoned laboratories. We had limited success, saved some hosts, lost others. But we discovered something crucial. The Otsutsuki essence, once extracted, could be studied directly. That's how we learned about their long-term strategies, including their plans to expand beyond our world to other planets when they returned. Which is exactly what happened, Naruto concluded soberly. Yes. As we tracked their movements, we discovered they had somehow accessed other star systems, what you now call the galaxy. Their expansion was methodical, patient, spanning centuries. That's when I made the decision to preserve myself and our knowledge for the inevitable future confrontation. This new understanding of the Otsutsuki's intergenerational planning made their current threat even more significant. They weren't simply opportunistic harvesters but calculating strategists willing to invest millennia in preparation for optimal results. "Thank you," Naruto said quietly. "For carrying this burden all these years. For being here now." Sakura placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture familiar despite the centuries that had passed. "We're teammates, Naruto. Always have been, always will be." Their moment was interrupted by Ahsoka's arrival. "It's time. The executive session begins in 1 hour." With renewed determination, they joined the others for final coordination. The mission was clear, the stakes unimaginable. If they failed, the Otsutsuki would establish their dimensional passage, bringing the main family to a galaxy unprepared for their destructive harvest. "Remember," Naruto addressed the assembled teams, "coordinate your node disruptions precisely. The moment you confirm Otsutsuki vessel presence at the executive session, trigger your devices. Not before, or they'll simply abort and try again later." "And if we encounter resistance?" Mira asked. "Defend yourselves but prioritize the mission," Ahsoka answered. "The node disruption is more important than any individual confrontation." With strategies confirmed and communications checked, they departed for their assigned positions. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones to provide both backup and communication links between teams. As they moved through Coruscant's evening traffic toward the Senate district, he couldn't help reflecting on how familiar this felt, leading a coordinated operation against overwhelming odds, fighting to protect not just friends but entire worlds. Some challenges truly were universal, transcending time itself. The executive session had been convened in the Senate Building's Strategic Command Center, a secure facility deep within the structure, designed for wartime coordination. Unlike the main Senate chamber damaged in yesterday's incident, this location featured enhanced security, limited access points, and sophisticated monitoring systems. Anakin and Obi-Wan arrived as part of the Jedi contingent, their presence unremarkable among the dozen masters summoned by the Chancellor's office. They noted immediately that the 3 missing council members had indeed appeared, Masters Tyan, Koth, and Kohler standing with unnatural stillness near the main situation table. "Their chakra signatures are wrong," Anakin murmured, applying the sensing technique Naruto had taught him. "Layered, like 2 distinct patterns overlapping." "Vessels," Obi-Wan confirmed quietly. "Be on guard but don't reveal our awareness yet." The command center filled quickly with high-ranking officials, military officers, Senate committee chairs, intelligence directors. Chancellor Palpatine arrived last, accompanied by his personal security detail and several close advisors. His entrance immediately changed the room's energy, a subtle but palpable shift that both Jedi noticed. "Something's not right with him," Anakin whispered, disturbed by what his newly enhanced perception revealed. "His force signature has depths I've never noticed before." "Carefully masked for years, perhaps," Obi-Wan suggested. "Question is, are we witnessing the primary vessel Naruto described?" Before they could discuss further, Palpatine called the session to order. His demeanor was grave, his familiar warm tones replaced by clipped, authoritative statements. "Distinguished colleagues, we face an unprecedented threat to Republic security. Yesterday's attack on the Senate was not, as initially reported, a separatist operation. Our intelligence now indicates it was perpetrated by an unknown force with abilities beyond conventional understanding." Holoprojections activated, showing carefully edited footage of the Senate incident, focusing on the energy disturbances while conspicuously omitting clear images of Naruto's intervention or the vessel's transformations. "These entities," Palpatine continued, "appear capable of manipulating the Force in ways that challenge our current understanding. The Jedi Council has confirmed sensing unprecedented disturbances across Coruscant." At this, he gestured to Master Tyan, who stepped forward with uncharacteristic rigidity. "We have detected multiple anomalies consistent with the Senate chamber event. Our assessment suggests preparation for a larger-scale occurrence." Anakin noticed subtle signals passing between Palpatine, Tyan, and several military officials, movements so minimal they would be invisible to anyone not specifically watching for them. The coordinated nature confirmed what they had feared, vessels working together toward a hidden objective. Outside the Senate building, Naruto and Ahsoka had positioned themselves near a maintenance access point identified in their planning. Shadow clone intelligence indicated the executive session was underway, with confirmed vessel presence including the 3 Jedi Masters and possibly Palpatine himself. Resonance node teams are in position, Ahsoka reported, checking a secured data pad. Awaiting our signal to synchronize disruption. Let's move closer, Naruto decided. We need visual confirmation of the Chancellor's status before committing. Using techniques that combined her Jedi training with his shinobi infiltration methods, they navigated through service corridors toward the command center. Security was heavy but focused primarily on conventional threats, blaster-carrying attackers or bombing attempts, rather than the specialized infiltration approach they employed. At the resonance nodes throughout Coruscant, Watcher teams monitored energy fluctuations with growing concern. The patterns were intensifying, synchronizing in ways that suggested activation was imminent. They reported these developments through the Shadow Clone Network, creating real-time awareness across all operation teams. In the command center, Palpatine had moved to the central strategy table, activating a holographic display of Coruscant. We have identified 12 locations exhibiting unusual energy signatures, he announced. I have dispatched Republic forces to secure these sites pending further investigation. What forces, Chancellor? A military commander questioned. I've received no such orders through command channels. Special units under direct executive authority, Palpatine replied smoothly. Given the sensitive nature of these anomalies, I deemed it prudent to maintain strict operational security. This deviation from protocol raised subtle murmurs among the assembled officials. Obi-Wan and Anakin exchanged glances, recognizing the Chancellor was creating plausible explanations for activities that served the Otsutsuki agenda. With respect, Chancellor, Obi-Wan spoke up, unusual energy manifestations fall under Jedi jurisdiction by Republic law. The Council should coordinate any investigation. Palpatine's expression remained pleasant, but something cold flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Master Kenobi. Which is why I've included Jedi representatives in this session. Your insights are, as always, invaluable. As he spoke, the 3 vessel-controlled Jedi Masters moved to specific positions around the room, forming a triangle that Anakin immediately recognized as a focusing formation. Other officials who showed subtle vessel indicators similarly repositioned themselves, creating a geometric pattern throughout the chamber. It's happening, Anakin transmitted through his secure communicator. They're forming the array pattern now. Outside, Naruto and Ahsoka had reached an observation position, a maintenance duct overlooking the command center through ventilation grating. They could see the entire chamber, including the positioning pattern forming among the vessels. Confirmed, Naruto whispered. They're establishing a modified Rinna Sharingan array, just as Sakura predicted. Signal the node teams to prepare for synchronized disruption. Ahsoka transmitted the alert code. Throughout Coruscant, Watcher teams activated their disruption devices, calibrating them to trigger at her command. In the command center, Palpatine had moved to the final phase of his presentation. To coordinate our response to this threat, I have prepared special communication protocols. All commanding officers will receive updated encryption codes directly from my office. As data cards were distributed to key military leaders, Anakin sensed the buildup of unusual energy throughout the room. The vessel-controlled individuals were channeling power in careful, measured streams, subtle enough to avoid detection by those not specifically attuned to it, but creating a network of energy pathways converging toward Palpatine himself. Now, Obi-Wan said quietly into his communicator, recognizing the pattern was nearly complete. Ahsoka immediately transmitted the disruption signal. Across Coruscant, Watcher teams activated their devices simultaneously, sending carefully calibrated interference pulses into the resonance nodes. The effect was immediate, energy patterns destabilized, connections fractured, power flow interrupted. In the command center, the vessel-controlled Jedi Masters reacted first, their expressions contorting with sudden pain and confusion as their external energy connections severed. Several military officials similarly affected staggered, drawing concerned attention from their colleagues. Palpatine's reaction was more controlled but unmistakable, a momentary rigidity, a flash of fury quickly masked behind his political facade. He recovered almost instantly, turning the disruption to his advantage. "We are under attack," he announced, his voice commanding. "Security protocols active immediately." Automated systems responded, blast doors sealing the command center as emergency procedures engaged. Before anyone could question the Chancellor's assessment of the situation, the three Jedi Masters abandoned all pretense of normalcy, their forms shifting subtly as Otsutsuki influence overwhelmed their maintaining restraint. "The connection is failing," Master Tyan announced in a voice not entirely his own. "The array is compromised." "Then we proceed with the contingency," Palpatine replied calmly, his demeanor changing subtly. "Secure the priority assets." Throughout the room, officials with vessel indicators began moving with coordinated purpose, some restraining non-compromised colleagues, others establishing defensive positions around Palpatine. The strategy was clear: if they couldn't bring the main family through immediately, they would secure key hostages and strategic positions to force compliance. This was the moment Naruto and Ahsoka had been waiting for. With the vessel's true nature now visible to all present, intervention would appear as rescue rather than attack. Naruto created a shadow clone to signal Anakin and Obi-Wan, then prepared their entry. "Ready?" he asked Ahsoka. She ignited her lightsabers with a determined nod. "Ready." With precise application of wind chakra, Naruto cut through the ventilation grating. They dropped into the command center as vessel-controlled security forces were moving to secure the exits. Their entrance drew immediate attention, especially Naruto's, as several vessels recognized his chakra signature instantly. The Jinchuriki, one vessel snarled, abandoning all pretense of humanity. "He must not interfere." Across the chamber, Anakin and Obi-Wan activated their lightsabers in synchronized movement, positioning themselves to protect non-compromised officials. "Chancellor," Obi-Wan called with deliberate calm, "I believe it's time you explained exactly what's happening here." Palpatine assessed the situation with calculating precision, recognizing the coordinated nature of the intervention. His pleasant expression faded, replaced by cold authority. "Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. I had such hopes for your cooperation." "Sorry to disappoint," Anakin replied before Obi-Wan could respond. "But we've learned some interesting things about you recently, Chancellor. Or should I call you by another name?" The question hung in the air, a direct challenge that forced Palpatine's hand. For a moment, genuine indecision seemed to cross his features, as if two distinct entities were determining the optimal response. Then his posture changed subtly, an almost imperceptible straightening that conveyed ancient dignity. "You understand nothing of what transpires," he said, his voice taking on melodic qualities characteristic of Otsutsuki speech. "This vessel has served its purpose admirably for decades, preparing the way. The harvest will proceed, with or without the immediate arrival of the main family." "I don't think so," Naruto countered, stepping forward as golden chakra began manifesting around him. "We've stopped your kind before. We'll do it again." The non-vessel officials and military personnel had backed away from the confrontation, many drawing weapons defensively as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. Admiral Tarkin, maintaining remarkable composure despite the unprecedented situation, took command of the confusion. "All non-compromised personnel, fall back to defensive positions," he ordered crisply. "This is clearly beyond standard security protocols." As the command center reorganized around the confrontation, Palpatine's vessel-controlled security forces moved to engage Naruto and Ahsoka. The three Jedi Masters similarly advanced toward Anakin and Obi-Wan, their movements unnaturally fluid and coordinated. "Remember," Naruto called to his allies, "we want to capture them alive if possible. Sakura's extraction technique might save the hosts." The battle erupted across the command center, lightsabers clashing against lightsabers as Jedi engaged Jedi, while Naruto confronted the security forces with non-lethal taijutsu techniques. Ahsoka moved fluidly between conflicts, her dual white lightsabers protecting retreating officials while engaging vessel opponents. Throughout Coruscant, the resonance node disruptions had created visible atmospheric effects, energy discharges illuminating the night sky like artificial lightning. Republic emergency services were responding to multiple sites, creating the exact kind of chaotic distraction the operation required. Back in the command center, Palpatine observed the battle with cold calculation, making no move to engage directly. Instead, he accessed the central command console, fingers moving rapidly across controls as he initiated some unknown protocol. "Whatever he's doing, stop him!" Anakin shouted, momentarily breaking away from his engagement with Master Koth. Naruto responded immediately, creating shadow clones to intercept Palpatine while he maintained his defense against the security forces. The Chancellor, or the entity controlling him, moved with surprising speed and grace, evading the clones with precision that belied his apparent age. "Your resistance is futile," he stated calmly. "The preparations are too far advanced to be halted by this minor setback." "Doesn't look minor from where I'm standing," Naruto countered, pressing his attack with increasing intensity. "Your array is disrupted, your vessels exposed, your dimensional passage blocked." Something shifted in Palpatine's expression, the calculated mask slipping to reveal genuine anger. "You understand nothing of our true capabilities, Jinchuriki. The dimensional passage was merely one approach among many." As he spoke, the command center systems suddenly activated independently, displays illuminating with unfamiliar patterns as commands executed without manual input. Alarms blared throughout the Senate building. "What did you do?" Ahsoka demanded, deflecting blaster fire from vessel-controlled troops. "Initiated the contingency," Palpatine replied with unsettling calm. "If we cannot bring them to us, we shall go to them." The implications crystallized for Naruto immediately. He's trying to move the entire building, or at least this chamber, across dimensional boundaries. A reverse passage. This desperate strategy explained the positioning of vessels throughout the command center, not to create an incoming portal but to transport selected individuals outward to the waiting Otsutsuki main family. "We need to shut down the building's power systems," Anakin called, recognizing the danger. "Obi-Wan, the main junction." The Jedi Master acknowledged, disengaging from his opponent with a force-enhanced leap that carried him toward the command center's power distribution panel. Before he could reach it, the vessel-controlled Master Tien intercepted, lightsaber slashing in a deadly arc. Naruto, seeing the critical moment, made a split-second decision. "Kurama, we need more power." About time, the fox rumbled within his mindscape. "Let's show them what real chakra looks like." Golden energy erupted around Naruto, intensifying into a glowing shroud that took partial fox-like form. The massive surge of chakra disrupted nearby electronic systems and momentarily staggered everyone in the chamber, vessel and non-vessel alike. Using this advantage, Naruto flashed across the room with unprecedented speed, appearing beside Obi-Wan just in time to block Master Tien's attack with a chakra-reinforced arm. The lightsaber blade contacted his golden shroud and stopped, unable to penetrate the dense energy. "Go!" Naruto urged Obi-Wan. "Shut it down. I'll handle him." The Jedi Master nodded gratefully, continuing toward the power junction while Naruto engaged Tien. The vessel-controlled Jedi fought with techniques beyond standard lightsaber forms, incorporating elements that Naruto recognized as adapted Otsutsuki combat methods. Across the chamber, Palpatine had abandoned the command console, now moving toward an exit with several vessel-controlled officials. Ahsoka intercepted, lightsabers creating a barrier of white energy. "Running away, Chancellor," she challenged. "Tactical repositioning," he corrected smoothly. "This venue has become compromised." Before Ahsoka could respond, the entire building shuddered violently. Emergency lighting activated as Obi-Wan successfully disabled the main power junction, shutting down the contingency protocol mid-execution. The dimensional shift had been halted, but not before creating significant structural damage. "The building's integrity is compromised," Admiral Tarkin announced, reading emergency displays. Evacuation protocols required immediately. This created the perfect opportunity to capture Palpatine and the other vessels amid the controlled chaos of evacuation. Naruto, still maintaining Ninetales chakra mode, created dozens of shadow clones to coordinate with Anakin and Obi-Wan, systematically cutting off escape routes while assisting non-vessel personnel to safety. Palpatine, recognizing his position was deteriorating rapidly, abandoned subtlety entirely. His human appearance began to flicker, revealing glimpses of the Otsutsuki entity beneath, pale skin, horned protrusions, ringed eyes with ancient power. Enough games, he declared, voice resonating with inhuman authority. I have maintained this charade for decades, preparing this galaxy for proper cultivation. I will not be thwarted by mere remnants of a forgotten age. Chakra visibly manifested around him, not the golden energy of Naruto's shroud, but something darker, more viscous, with peculiar red-black coloration. The power surge was tremendous, cracking the floor beneath him and sending ripples of force outward that staggered even Naruto's enhanced form. Everyone back. Naruto warned, recognizing the technique gathering. He's channeling something dangerous. The Chancellor, or rather, the Otsutsuki entity controlling him, raised his hands in a complex gesture Naruto hadn't seen before. Dimensional style, fracture void. Reality itself seemed to crack around him, visible fissures appearing in the air as localized spacetime distorted. Through these cracks, glimpses of another dimension became visible, a strange landscape where floating land masses drifted beneath an alien sky. He's forcing a passage anyway, Ahsoka realized. Using his own body as the anchor point. It'll destroy him, Anakin shouted. No human body can channel that much power. He doesn't care, Naruto responded grimly, recognizing the desperation in the technique. He's sacrificing his vessel to complete the mission. The fractures widened, creating a partial dimensional window through which distinct figures could now be seen approaching, tall, pale beings with unmistakable Otsutsuki features. Momoshiki led them, his aristocratic face set in an expression of cold satisfaction as he neared the boundary. Naruto knew they had seconds at most before the passage stabilized enough for crossing. With no time for subtlety, he channeled maximum chakra into his most powerful form. Kurama, full power. 6 Paths Sage Mode. The transformation was immediate and dramatic, his golden shroud intensifying, patterns shifting to incorporate the distinctive truth-seeking orbs of 6 Paths power. His eyes changed, combining Sage Mode's toad-like appearance with the heightened perception of Ninetales chakra. Everyone clear the center, he commanded, his voice carrying supernatural authority that even non-sensitives instinctively obeyed. With movements too fast for normal perception, Naruto formed a massive tailed beast Rasengan, a sphere of concentrated chakra large enough to engulf a small vehicle. Unlike standard Rasengan techniques, this incorporated the specific frequency needed to disrupt dimensional boundaries. You cannot stop what comes, Uzumaki. Palpatine's vessel called, his body visibly deteriorating under the strain of maintaining the dimensional fracture. Even if you defeat me, others will continue our work. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged, 6 Paths chakra swirling around him in brilliant patterns. But you won't be here to see it. 6 Paths, Dimensional Seal. He drove the massive Rasengan directly into the center of the fracture, not targeting Palpatine himself but the dimensional boundary he had created. The specialized technique was designed specifically for this purpose, not merely closing the passage but sealing it with barriers that would prevent reopening along the same pathways. The impact created a blinding flash of energy, the collision between 6 Paths chakra and Otsutsuki dimensional manipulation generating shockwaves that rippled throughout the Senate district. The fractures began collapsing inward, sealing closed despite Palpatine's desperate efforts to maintain them. On the other side, Momoshiki's expression contorted with fury as he recognized what was happening. He lunged forward, attempting to force passage before complete closure, but the dimensional seal was already taking effect, energy barriers forming that even an Otsutsuki lord couldn't easily penetrate. This isn't over, Jinchuriki, his voice echoed distortedly through the rapidly closing fractures. We will find another way. You always say that, Naruto replied, maintaining the sealing technique with unwavering focus. And we always stop you. The final fracture sealed with a thunderous implosion, releasing a final energy pulse that knocked everyone off their feet except Naruto, who remained standing in Six Paths form. Where Palpatine had stood, only a crumpled figure remained, the vessel's body, severely damaged by the energies it had channeled. Remarkably, it still lived. Faint breathing indicated the Chancellor had survived, though his condition was clearly critical. The Otsutsuki influence remained visible in his cellular structure, but greatly weakened by the failed technique and subsequent sealing. Secure him, Naruto instructed, maintaining enough Six Paths chakra to ensure the dimensional seal remained stable. Sakura needs to see him immediately if there's any hope of extracting the Otsutsuki essence without killing him. Throughout the command center, similar scenes played out as vessel-controlled individuals collapsed, the coordinated Otsutsuki network disrupted by their primary node's failure. The three Jedi Masters were secured by Anakin and Obi-Wan, their conditions similar to Palpatine's though less severe, having channeled less dimensional energy. As emergency teams responded to the Senate building's structural damage, Naruto coordinated with Shadow clones to ensure all vessels were properly secured for transport to their medical facility. Sakura had prepared everything necessary for extraction attempts, though success remained uncertain given the vessel's conditions. We did it, Ahsoka said quietly, joining Naruto as his Six Paths form gradually receded. We actually stopped them. This round, he corrected, though his smile conveyed genuine satisfaction. Momoshiki and the others will try again. But we've bought significant time and exposed their network. That's a major victory. Padmé arrived with Watcher security teams, having coordinated the resonance node operations throughout the crisis. The other nodes are completely neutralized, she reported. And we've secured 17 additional vessels attempting to flee the disruption. What about the Senate? Anakin asked, joining them after ensuring the Jedi Masters were properly contained. If Palpatine was their primary vessel, constitutional procedures activate automatically, Padmé explained. Vice-Chancellor Mas Amidala assumes temporary authority pending Senate confirmation. Though given what we now know, he'll need to be thoroughly screened for Otsutsuki influence as well. The immediate crisis contained, they focused on evacuation and secure transport of captured vessels. Naruto maintained shadow clones throughout the operation, ensuring no opportunistic escapes or last-minute dimensional attempts. The Senate district had been cordoned off by Republic security forces, many now uncertain who to trust given revelations about their Chancellor. Admiral Tarkin, displaying remarkable adaptability to the unprecedented situation, had assumed effective command of military units responding to the crisis. His pragmatic nature served him well as he coordinated with Jedi and civilian leadership to establish interim command protocols. What happens now? Obi-Wan asked as they supervised loading of secured vessels for transport to Sakura's medical facility. Now we try to save as many hosts as possible, Naruto replied. And begin preparing galactic leadership for the truth, the Otsutsuki threat isn't over. We've won a battle, not the war. The Jedi Council will need complete restructuring, Anakin observed. If 3 masters were compromised, others might be as well. More importantly, Ahsoka added, the entire understanding of the Force needs reconsideration. What Naruto and Sakura have shown us about unified chakra challenges thousands of years of Jedi teaching. Perhaps that's exactly what the prophecy meant by bringing balance, Obi-Wan suggested thoughtfully. Not light triumphing over dark, but recognition that the Force was never meant to be divided in the first place. As they departed the Senate district with their secured vessels, Naruto felt cautious optimism despite the enormity of challenges ahead. The immediate threat had been neutralized, key vessels captured, and the foundation laid for broader understanding of both the Otsutsuki danger and the true nature of chakra. Most importantly, they had formed connections that transcended conventional boundaries, Jedi working alongside politicians, ancient guardians fighting beside modern warriors, all united by recognition of a shared threat and purpose. Some patterns, it seemed, truly were universal. 3 days later, they gathered at the Naboo sanctuary on Rory, a secure location for recovery and planning away from Coruscant's political chaos. The aftermath of the Senate confrontation had created shockwaves throughout the Republic, with emergency leadership struggling to maintain stability while investigating the full extent of Otsutsuki infiltration. Sakura had worked tirelessly on the extraction technique, beginning with less significant vessels before attempting the procedure on Palpatine himself. The results were mixed but promising. Several hosts had been successfully separated from their Otsutsuki essence with minimal damage, their memories largely intact though fragmented during possession periods. The Chancellor's condition is more complex, she explained to the assembled group. The Otsutsuki entity merged more completely with him than the others, possibly due to extended possession duration. Extraction is possible but carries significant risks to the host's mental faculties. Has he provided any useful information? Padmé asked. Fragments, Anakin replied. The Otsutsuki essence was controlling him for at least a decade, possibly longer. Many of his memories from that period are compromised. But what we have learned is troubling, Obi-Wan added. The entire separatist conflict appears to have been orchestrated specifically to create the conditions for harvest, generating emotional energy that nourishes their cultivation sites while distracting both Jedi and Republic from noticing the infiltration. Classic Otsutsuki strategy, Naruto confirmed. They've used similar approaches on other worlds, manipulating existing conflicts to serve their purposes. The Jedi Order was in disarray following revelations about compromised masters. An interim council had been established under Master Yoda's leadership, focused on thoroughly examining every Jedi for signs of Otsutsuki influence. More significantly, they had begun reviewing the ancient records Naruto and Sakura provided about unified chakra, comparing them with the Order's earliest teachings. Master Yoda believes there may be truth to your claims about force division being artificial, Obi-Wan reported. He's found references in the oldest Jedi texts to what they called the unified current, before later traditions emphasized light and dark separation. It will take time for such fundamental reconsideration to take root, Ahsoka cautioned. Traditions established for thousands of years don't change overnight. But they can change, Padmé countered optimistically. Especially when presented with compelling evidence and practical demonstrations. She had made remarkable progress in her own chakra development, working directly with Sakura to refine techniques. Unlike traditional Jedi training that might have taken years of gradual progress, the unified chakra approach Naruto taught allowed for accelerated advancement, especially for someone with natural talent like Padmé. The Watchers had expanded their operations significantly, their knowledge and monitoring capabilities now formally recognized by interim Republic leadership. Celera and her colleagues worked directly with military intelligence to identify remaining vessel influence throughout government structures. We've confirmed 23 additional vessels in various positions, Tavern reported. Most lower level than our previous captures, but still strategically placed for information gathering and manipulation. And the cultivation sites? Naruto asked. 17 neutralized completely, Mira answered. Another 34 under containment and study. The technology is fascinating, adapted from your era but incorporating elements from dozens of civilizations they've encountered since. As their discussion continued, focusing on longer-term strategies, Naruto found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought him here. From Hokagean training to sleeping sage to awakened defender of a galaxy he barely knew, it was not the path he would have chosen, yet somehow felt right. You're unusually quiet, Sakura observed, joining him by the sanctuary's lakeside viewing platform after the meeting concluded. Just thinking about how different things turned out from what we expected, he replied with a slight smile. Remember when our biggest worry was passing the Chunin exams? She laughed softly. Simpler times. Though you never did things the simple way, even then. They stood in comfortable silence, watching Rory's sunset paint the lake in brilliant colors. Despite the millennia that separated them from their original time, their bond remained unchanged, comrades who had faced impossible odds together more times than either could count. What happens when Momoshiki tries again? Sakura finally asked. The dimensional seal won't hold forever. We'll be ready, Naruto answered with characteristic determination. Not just us, but everyone we're teaching. The Otsutsuki rely on isolation and ignorance, people not understanding what they're facing until it's too late. That advantage is gone now. True enough, she acknowledged. Though I never imagined we'd be training Jedi and senators in chakra techniques thousands of years in the future. Life's full of surprises, he grinned. Speaking of which, have you noticed Ahsoka's chakra development? She's incorporating medical techniques almost as quickly as you did. She has natural talent, Sakura agreed. All three of them do, in different ways. Anakin's raw power is extraordinary. Ahsoka's precision and adaptability are remarkable. And Padmé's chakra control rivals some medical specialists I trained. Their conversation was interrupted by Ahsoka's arrival, accompanied by Padmé and Anakin. The three had been working together on coordinated chakra techniques, combining Jedi traditions with Naruto and Sakura's teachings to develop hybrid approaches suitable for their unique abilities. We've been practicing that multi-user barrier technique, Ahsoka announced, excitement evident in her voice. I think we've finally synchronized our chakra flows properly. Show us, Naruto encouraged, always eager to see new applications of their teachings. The three positioned themselves in triangular formation, beginning the synchronized hand movements Naruto had taught them. Their chakra became visible as they channeled it, Anakin's a powerful blue-white, Ahsoka's a precise, controlled orange, Padmé's a flowing, adaptive green. The energies extended outward, connecting between them before expanding into a dome-like barrier that encompassed the entire group. Perfect synchronization, Sakura observed appreciatively. The barrier integrity is consistent throughout. We've been thinking, Padmé said as they maintained the technique, about establishing a formal training program. Not Jedi, not political, but something new, focused on unified chakra understanding and Otsutsuki countermeasures. The council is tentatively supportive, Anakin added. Especially after Master Yoda himself requested chakra sensing training. Said it revealed aspects of the Force he'd never perceived in 900 years of Jedi practices. The Senate is establishing a special committee as well, Padmé continued. Focused on both immediate security measures and long-term educational initiatives. People deserve to know what we're facing, and how to recognize it. As they discussed these plans, a comfortable realization settled over Naruto. What had begun as an isolated awakening had evolved into something far more significant, not just a defensive response to immediate threat, but the foundation for fundamental change in how this galaxy understood its most basic energy. The Otsutsuki would indeed return, Momoshiki and his clan were nothing if not persistent. But when they did, they would face a galaxy beginning to reclaim knowledge that had been lost or suppressed for millennia. Unified chakra understanding was spreading, training methods evolving, defensive capabilities developing. Most importantly, connections were forming across traditional boundaries, Jedi working with politicians, scientists collaborating with mystics, ancient guardians fighting alongside modern warriors. The artificial divisions that had weakened resistance were breaking down, replaced by cooperation born of shared purpose. As evening settled over the sanctuary, they continued planning, not just for immediate security but for fundamental transformation. The path ahead remained challenging, the threat still substantial. But for perhaps the first time since awakening in this distant future, Naruto felt genuine confidence in their chances. Some battles transcended time itself, the struggle against those who would harvest rather than nurture, control rather than cooperate, divide rather than unite. It was a struggle his generation had faced, and now this one would face in their own way. But if his time in this strange new galaxy had taught him anything, it was that some truths were universal as well, the power of bonds formed through shared struggle, the strength found in unity rather than division, and the remarkable capacity of people to adapt, grow, and overcome even the most ancient of threats. The Force, chakra, flowed through everything, connecting all life in ways both obvious and subtle. Perhaps that was the most important lesson they could share with this galaxy far from their original home. True strength came not from division and control, but from understanding and harmony with the unified energy that bound all living things together. As stars appeared above Rory's peaceful landscape, Naruto smiled at the gathered allies, some new, some ancient, all committed to the path ahead. Whatever challenges awaited, they would face them together, their combined strength far greater than any could achieve alone. Some patterns truly were universal. And some bonds transcended time itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.